It's Season 3 with me, Matt.
And me, Neil.
And me, Sam.
Welcome to this instalment of the Adeptus Terra podcast.
Strap in and relax.
Come and get your monthly hit of 3 idiots hooked on that plastic crack.
We hope you enjoy the chaos you're about to experience. Hello and welcome to Season 3, Episode 5. I'm Matt.
I'm Sam.
That was very delayed.
I thought you were going. I thought you go first.
No.
No, it's always Matt,
always
Sam,
been
Neil.
Matt.
Yeah,
Sam.
I know that, but I just in my head was like, it's Neil goes first in this one. There is one where you go first.
I can't remember. But anyway, hello and welcome to this episode. We've got a lot to get through, a lot of fun things to discuss. We have our normal Legion of 3. We have our kill team segment where we're kind of focusing in on the rules of our kill teams. So that'll be really interesting. And we have an interview segment in our spotlight. Won't give that away just yet. Before we get into all of that, the only announcement, as we always have every episode, is our next monthly hobby hangout. So the next hobby hangout will be the 29th of June. It's from 8 p.m. You're guaranteed one of us to be there for a couple hours, at least till 10 p.m. Normally 11 p.m. and it kind of drags into the evening. It's really good fun. Lots of kind of regular faces, but we always get people kind of popping in and out who maybe have never done one or haven't been for a few months. You are always more than welcome. Please come and join us. We do a Google Meet. We put the link out on our Facebook and in our Discord server. So do join those things and get involved with the community. It's a really positive one that we've tried to build over the years. And we enjoy it a lot. So come and hang out. That's roughly an advert, I guess. Let's move straight into our Legion of 3, unless you gentlemen have anything to add to our
Nothing.
Life as usual. Cool. Well, monthly highlights then. Purchases.
I actually haven't purchased a single thing.
That's crazy.
I know, right?
I don't know why that seems so crazy, but it did. When I saw nothing, I was like, what?
Yeah. I haven't really had anything needed. Like,
cool.
I mean,
Good for you.
the 40k cards are out today, I guess. Maybe I'll purchase those.
Yeah. They're today, yeah.
But I don't really need much.
Why not?
Yeah.
It's nice in some ways to have that feeling.
Well,
I haven't bought anything for a while, really.
buying's a nice, easy way of getting progress in.
Yeah, true. True.
Whereas, like, my other progress is not that great either. How many days is it? I'll work out how many days.
Oh, God, don't work out how
Count
many
the
days it is.
days.
I've got
Count
so
the
much to
days.
do. So much to
I'll
do.
go next, just because it's quite simple.
Chuck it in.
I just bought myself 4 kilos of PLA.
Nice.
So
On reels?
On reels. So 4 reels of 1 kilo each of PLA for the printer.
Different colours?
No, just matte black.
Yeah. I mean, it's all going to get painted anyway, right? So
Exactly.
it doesn't really matter. Is matte black the cheapest one?
Not necessarily, but this was a good price
Yeah.
for
Multiple reels.
multiple
I guess.
reels.
Yeah. That's cool.
So yeah.
Is that because you got plans to do a bunch of printing and so you're stocking up, or was it just, that's a good deal, I'll get it for the future?
I've been asked to print off a plate for somebody to attach a joystick to, but it needs it modified, so I needed some more PLA because it run out.
Oh, okay.
So I need to be able to print that with the modification on the top of it, and then the rest of it's for the heavy bolt pistol that I'm slowly printing.
Like as in a prop.
As a prop, yeah.
I was like, that's a small little thing. That
No. This is full size handheld.
Full on. That's very cool.
But other than that, nothing else is in the works at the moment, purchases wise. Yes,
well, I finally bit the bullet and bought all the magnets I needed for my Death Guard force.
Mm-hmm.
So I bought 104 32mm magnets and 16 40mm magnets. I should say I'm using those sizes, but they fit inside those base sizes, so they're slightly smaller. They were the premium magnet range from WarMag after Sam's recommendation.
Right.
And it was a very good recommendation. I will get into that on models worked on, but I am very happy with them. I also picked up some rubber ferrous sheets that Mike had chucked up in the Discord from Amazon, and a 10 litre box from the range. So like the really useful boxes. They're 9 litres. It looks exactly identical in size next to each other, by the way. They market it as 10 litres. And that fits the entire 2,500 force.
Nice.
Which is very nice. I thought I might need a 4 litre for a bunch of the inventory, but they do squeeze all in. For 3k, I will probably need to get another box, but that's down the road. And I have spare ferrous sheets for that, which is great because they come in a pack of 6 or 10. I can't remember how many came, but yeah, I've got enough to do another box, which is good. But yeah, that's my purchases.
Ooh, very, very, very swift and...
yeah, succinct.
Yeah.
I mean, next month, spoiler, potentially some Space War stuff. But
are you putting a timer
the
on?
Pre-order. I'm watching the timer.
It's 10, right? It goes live.
10 on Element. It's 10. Yeah.
Hold on.
I've got it. I've got it.
No. We're all going to have something set so that
But yeah. Shall I carry on talking about magnets?
Carry on
move
talking.
into what we're doing. So I have magnetized the entire Death Guard force. So 89 models. And I was so impressed on how easy they are to install and how strong the grip is. Like, I can't recommend the War Mag premium range. I haven't used the basic.
The premium one, I'm yet to have one come off of a base.
Honestly, I'm so surprised how good they are.
Yeah.
Because they're magnetic discs. The premium range, they fit inside the... are they called beveled bases? Because they obviously...
No, beveled when it has a lip on top.
Oh,
the
okay.
standard GW flare.
Yeah, the standard
hollow
GW
bases.
Yeah. And one side's obviously the magnet, the other side is a sticky pad that you just peel off, stick under the base, press down, and they say leave for about 24 hours. So I just left the model standing on the on my desk just for a day, just let them fully cure, I guess. And then they just have got a really decent, strong grip. I put them into the box. So the way I built the box is I put the ferrous sheets, which again are just peel off the back and stick down. You do need to cut a strip because they're slightly longer than A4, the boxes. So you have to work out that and make sure your cuts are decent, and mine are they're good enough. Like, I'm sure someone would easily pick holes at my accuracy of cut, but they're fine. And so I've laid those on the bottom and on the inside of the lid so they can hang upside down as well.
Okay.
And I was like, hanging upside down, like, are they going to, as it jiggles in the car, or like I'm carrying it and I'm not being super balanced or whatever, like, are they going to just drop off and fall on the models below? But actually, it's really strong grip. Like, I've shaken the box and just nothing moved.
How did you attach the ferrous sheets to the box?
They're just, you peel off the back of the sheet and stick it down.
Like the bases are?
Yeah.
Okay.
But I just put I got my Heresy rulebook and Liber Astartes and just put them on top of the ferrous sheets and left them for a day.
Okay.
Just so there was some serious weight on the sheets.
So have you put...
Nothing says to do that. Like, it's not like this big, they must have pressure on them. But I wanted to make sure these things were like solid in the right place. Yeah. It is a bit of a one and done though, because the glue is strong.
Yeah.
So you can't just peel off the back and then be like, that's not quite in the right place, peel it up again. Like, it is really stuck.
Sticky. Which
so
is,
you need
again,
to get that
what
line
you want, right?
Yeah. It's what you want. It's just a little bit more stressful when you're doing it because you're like, I can't cook this up.
Yeah.
Let's cook it up.
You want the world to break before the KDs.
Yeah. Mike gave me quite a good tip because he's built one of these boxes before. And he said, for the first ferrous sheet, you put it in upside down. So the magnet sheet's on the bottom, and then push it to one end of the box. Then put the second sheet on top, and then draw your line there. Mm-hmm. So then your strip is perfect to the sheet. So you don't have to do any kind of, I've got this, and your measurements can always go wrong. And so you've got an exact, and you just draw a line on the white peel-off sheet, and then you've got a nice line to follow for cutting.
Okay.
That worked really, really well.
Cool.
I may not have listened to him the first time I did the base of the box and just stuck the main full one in and then went, I was supposed to do this thing. So I had to measure that strip and then remembered, so I did it on the lid, and that was.
So you've gone for the bottom and the top of the box?
Yes, yeah.
And you put any on the sides?
No, haven't needed to. There's not really that much room to.
Right.
Once you've got models on the top and bottom. I mean, on one end, I could probably do that where it's just marine to marine. But on the other end, I've got like two dreads, so they're taller, and You got a couple of banners like Vexillas and things.
Yeah.
So I don't think you'd need to.
Okay.
Well, I don't need to. And that's 89 models that I can fit in there. And they are like almost base to base, and it is not crammed in, but like it's well populated. And I think if I wasn't trying to save space for the event, because it's 4 of us in a car, I probably would have made the other box and brought both boxes just to have the models a little bit more spread out. But it works and it's fine. And then I'll just I'll probably buy a 4 litre, or I think again the range version is 5 litre, but same, for the inventory.
We are not the problem here. It's Liam. Liam is the problem in this.
Yeah. We know that. We know that. Yes, the smallest person as well.
Yeah.
We're all big lads, and then there's Liam who will make up for
Turn up with like.
Is that what it is? He's
3
making up
bags
for his
for
lack
life.
of weight.
Yeah. 3 bags for life, full of models that aren't being used at the event.
Yeah. He'll bring like 3 armies by accident.
Yeah.
Painting one in the back.
Yeah.
Oh god. But yeah, so I have magnetized the entire force. Super easy, super effective. Like, and everything's been fine. It was so good that I took my las cannons off resin bases, because I bought them on resin bases already built. Took them off those. Got some G-dub bases from Sam and his stash that he seems to always have.
I don't know where they come from.
I don't know either. I'm completely
They just
out.
multiply in
Like,
your cupboard.
I've never bought bases, so
Yeah.
like they must come from models, but
They just multiply.
But yeah, so I got 10 of those and then put the magnets in there. I've still got probably enough to do another 10-man squad with the magnets.
Okay.
And my other Terminator squad that's not in the 2,500. That I kind of
honestly, the sheet magnets from I like the ones from Warmag because I haven't had any problems with them. Like they're the way
phenomenal.
to go.
Honestly,
like absolutely fuck getting individual magnets and gluing them onto.
Yeah, and having
now.
to do all the resin and curing and all that. It's literally just stick in, leave on the table.
Yeah.
Like I push, thumb on either end of the base, push down. But all my models are already on their bases and stuff, so I'm not just putting magnets into empty bases.
Yeah.
And even then, I still feel like I had plenty of pressure, and they've all worked fine, no issues. I also used, going off again Sam's recommendation for the Contemptors. They have a couple of the little kind of magnet holes in the bases, which are a bit annoying. So you just cut those out, Dremel them out if you've got a Dremel.
You didn't use your teeth, did you?
No, I used my pliers and then a Stanley blade
Oh, okay.
to get them smooth. And then I put in 2. I can't remember if they were 32s or 40s. I think they were 32s, but
whatever
2.
you have extras of. Basically.
Yeah. 2. So 1 on each end of the.
Yeah.
And they hold the Contemptors perfectly.
Cool.
Yeah.
And I've hung the Contemptors upside down as well, and they're absolutely fine.
Yeah.
So yeah, I honestly can't recommend it, and I would say I've spent less than £50.
Fair enough.
To have a whole case, the whole army magnetized, probably around 50, I would say. I think the mags were all of those magnets, so like 120-ish, were about 35 quid, and then the ferrous sheets, like probably another tenner, and the box from Range was like 3 quid. So it's about 50, just under. I think is so. Yeah,
fair enough.
And that's going to be the case for most of my armies going forward. And I will just take an army out and put an army in, and I'll slowly magnetize the other armies, and just have them in and out. And hopefully that box and one other, I think, I will do every army I have. So I'm looking forward to slowly doing that.
Cool.
Awesome.
But yeah, I suppose. Do you want me to continue? Does someone want to jump in and then come back to the other stuff I've done?
I mean,
my
we've
list
done a little
is quite
interlude
big.
of what I've been painting. So
Yeah.
I figured out how many days it was
Don't hurt me.
to the event. It is 56 days from today to the event that we're going to.
Finished the drink.
56.
Finished the
56,
drink.
Yeah, 56.
I have 67 models to just get to ready for oil wash,
Yeah.
and then the count resets.
Yeah.
So
So I think last time
oh god,
everything was red for mine.
yes,
This time, half of that is now got the blacks done.
yeah,
So I haven't had as a productive month as I wanted / needed to. Of that 56,
Now that makes more sense.
of that 56 days,
yours is still a high model count army as well.
of those 56 days, 2 weeks of that, I'm not in the country.
Oh, that's true. Yeah,
So Time is really.
So that's 14. So minus that off of 46, 42 days. For you.
Yeah.
It's all right. You work well under pressure.
Is that
Yeah.
is that including the Friday that we are travelling?
Yeah.
Okay, so
So-
41 days then.
Yeah. 41 days.
So
you've got.
it's getting.
Oh,
I can
God.
see the train while my car's on the track.
Do you know the really sad thing is I read the pack and it's like we ask that you bring fully painted forces.
It will be fully painted. I'm not going to an event. That's
No,
not fully
neither am I. But you know,
No,
what I
no.
mean? There was that split moment
Yeah.
of like,
painted.
well,
Effectively, right. The black is the biggest part for
Yeah.
me. Like, because I'm doing, because mine's being led by Zephon, so the first Flesh Terror. So third company's black, trimmed,
Yes.
and black trim. So I'm going for black trim around the shoulder pads.
Yep.
I've also got the Forge World Blood Angel shoulder pads as well.
Yes, yeah.
So they've been blacked up, so I can do the grey to then have
For
the
the
white wings.
Yeah.
And then the all of the rivets on the all the armor rivets that are on they've been painted black as well. So
It's a lot.
it's a lot. It's a lot. So halfway's not bad. But then all I need to do after black. So in my head, the process is going to be blacks are done. Then all of the silvers need to be done. But by all the silvers, I'm not these like fancy boys that have like 20 different versions of silver. I'm literally going lead belcher.
Yeah.
And that's it.
Yeah.
I'm
and
doing
then-
2 silvers, and
Yeah.
and it is
So lead
making
belcher,
quite a
non-oil,
difference.
or oil wash, or whatever it is
Yeah.
you're going to use. And then maybe a highlight with a slightly lighter silver. Job
Maybe.
done.
If you're feeling fancy.
Yeah.
Probably won't.
If you're feeling fancy.
So the silvers need to be done. So chainswords, bolt pistols, because the majority of my army are assault marines. So chainswords and bolt pistols will be silvered. The rivets will be silvered. And then the jets on the backpacks obviously will be silver as well. Or the
You gonna do
connection
any
pipes. No, because we don't have time for that.
You've got time.
We might have time. It's an airbrush. I can do it in like 10 minutes.
Yeah.
But that will be last. So
Yeah.
my question is, right?
But the thing that's scaring me is basing.
No, that's fine. I'm just
My
gonna
basing technique needs 24 hours to dry.
Yeah.
And I've got 89 models to base, and I'm
See-
like, I can't do this all in one day. So that's like a week. I need a week to base.
yeah, that's really
basically.
fucking dumb, then, isn't it?
Yeah, well, it just is what it is, and that's what I've got to do.
I was looking at my models the other day, and I was thinking, I need to get all the bases back to being black because obviously you're oversprayed red and stuff.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to airbrush it and just go really slowly and just re-airbrush all the bases black.
What size needle and stuff are you using?
Oh, I've got like the 3 for
Have
mine,
you-
so a 7, a 5, and a
just use the
Go-
3.
I'm saying go
3.
small.
There we
Yeah,
go.
just use the point
And then
3.
you're not going to
Have you
overspray on the
have
model
you got
too much.
the Model Air black from Vallejo?
No, but I can get it.
Because that's really good.
Yeah, so that needs to be done. But that's fine. That's basing. That's like way down the line.
Yeah.
So my question was, I'm not doing any highlights on the armor, like the red armor. That's all done with the
Yeah, they look
red, right? So that's fine. However, the black, I want to do edge highlighting on the black
With like a grey.
with a grey, mainly on the rubber bits between the legs and also the edge of the chainswords. Do I do that before or after the oil wash?
Ooh.
I would do it personally before,
Yep.
depending on how much you want it to stand out. If you want it to be like, a bit harsher a highlight,
I don't want it
Do
to
it
look
after.
like, when you have those super high
cartoony.
style. I don't want to look like that. I just want it to not
Before
just be
then.
flat black.
Before
I would
then.
say do it before. My only hesitation is you may do it before, put the oil wash on, and then it's not be as
So
nice
what I
as you
normally
want it.
do is I normally go black and then I go dark Reaper.
Mhm.
So what I could do is go black, dark Reaper, and then pick a lighter grey above that. So go higher highlight than I
Yeah.
would normally,
and then just chuck the
and then
oil
do the oil
on.
wash, which will bring it down.
Yeah.
That might be fine. That just adds another colour into the mix. But again, in theory, once they're all black, the infantry, ultimately, the characters done, the vehicles and the contemptors will take like a day for me to finish. It's fine. I have confidence in me. It's just the infantry. As soon as the infantry is
Yeah.
done, I'm basically
It's breaking the back, isn't it? Like
Yeah.
when you're looking at high model count army and there's a deadline,
Yeah.
it's quite almost debilitating
Yeah.
to be like, I've got this many days and this many models.
Do you know what's made it even harder? What's made it even worse is they brought out a game this week that I've been waiting for a very long time called Roadcraft, where it's the next one along from Snow Runner and Mud Runner, where you drive vehicles.
Yes,
through
you were
Fog of
talking
War.
about this a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, so I played the demo. Demo fucking great, and then so I bought the game. And you basically are emergency response to like disaster zones,
Right.
but you're driving these vehicles. So you've gone through like the one I've done is a big storm and a flood has happened, and basically the terrain is fucked. So you have to run. You have to repair the pipe work for the gas mains. Like you have to run new electrical cable from the power station to the town. Stuff like that. Like a really good time sinky game.
Yeah.
Which I do not need right now.
Yeah. Really don't.
But I got it and played it for a few hours.
Of course you do.
So what I need to do is just focus. But playing in black is like the most uninspiring thing in the world. It's so boring.
Honestly, I could drone on about how uninspiring my month has been.
Yeah.
Black.
But anyway, do you wanna go do your colour thing, or do you want Neil to go first with all the hobby progress he's done?
I don't mind. I can jump back in if you want me to.
Maybe go back in and then we can finish on Neil's highlight.
Fair enough.
I don't know what you've done. I didn't read yours. I'm assuming lots.
I do.
Oh,
What makes that more funny is you said highlight rather than highlights.
Yeah.
And I haven't read what you've done. Just assuming there's one thing, which is brilliant. And he may not be wrong.
No, Neil's a 3-stage highlighter. Come on.
But yeah, I mean, I've been painting a little bit more productively this month. I'm still nowhere near where I would like to be.
Where are you finding time? Why?
I like 20 minutes here, 20 minutes there. Like, genuinely is like, I'm going to put paint on 2 models and walk away because that's all I can do.
Yeah.
Things like that, honestly. But yeah, so my 3, I've kind of broken a little bit because my sanity was going mental trying to back paint the whole 89 models. So, I mean, all the armor was done. All of the greens across the entire force are all done. So, like, they look like Death Guard now. But trying to do, like, 89 brass shoulder trim and 89 black pipe work and silvers was driving me mental. So, I'm now doing it squad by squad. So, because of that, my 3 apothecaries, my 5 grave wardens, and my 10 las cannons are all ready for transfers and oil wash now. My last tack squad, I think last month were like still just black, so they've had all the armor color, all the green done. So now again, the entire army is now Death Guard bone with highlight and the greens, which was I used. I don't even know if this was is it Caliban green, the Dark Angel green, as a base.
I thought it was Chaos Green.
No, it's Caliban green.
Oh.
So those words are very close.
Stop trying to wind people up.
Rage bait.
I get confused.
Just throwing some rage bait out there.
Such interchangeable words.
And then it's I think it's called Drab Green from Army Painter that I'm using over the top. And it kind of gets an all over coat and then the almost like an edge highlight for a final layer, just so there's a bit of differentiation between those colours. Otherwise it like feels like there's no point doing the Caliban green. So they've come out pretty well. And most of them I've done their shoulder pads, so that was nice and quick. But a couple of the squads I chose to do their helmets to break it up and make it easier for me to spot the different units. So like one tactical squad have green helmets, the other ones have green shoulder pads.
Okay, yeah.
And my heavy weapons, my Volkites are all Mark 6 with beakies. So they've all got green helmets, whereas the las cannons and the missile launchers have green shoulder pads. And that's quite nice. It just gives a little bit of differentiation across the force, which is fine. Not entirely sure if that's exactly canon, but it works.
If it's your army, you paint the way you want to
I'm pretty sure I saw a dude with a green helmet in one of the colour pages. I was like, I'm just going to...
Just get that looked at.
Yeah, it needs some cream. Damn it. I also, like Sam's been, playing a game that he shouldn't be playing because he needs to paint models. I also decided to undercoat. I had excess in the airbrush reservoir. Okay, so this part is reasonable. I undercoated my 2 downed dreadnoughts that I built.
Cool. Yeah.
Why?
Because
building models.
because I had excess in my airbrush when
Use
I
it up when it's
sprayed the
there, yeah.
tactical squad, and 2 Night Lord characters that were still like sprue colour. Because I was just turned around.
What colour do you spray them? Black.
Black, yeah. This is base coat.
All right, fine.
So I had excess. So this is just base coat, undercoated.
It's just prime. Yeah.
But then that meant that because the down dreadnoughts were undercoated, they've had their armor colour done, the green.
No, see,
done,
gateway drug.
the rust effect
Well
put
done.
on. Yeah. So
Well done.
yeah. So I should have been painting 80 odd inventory at the time, but the monotony was killing me, and I was like, if I do this breaks it up, and actually will mean that I will be able to paint tomorrow rather than go, I hate this, I'm not picking up my paintbrush.
Yeah, and it's only a little bit of cocaine, right?
Yeah.
You just have a little dab.
Yeah, just one line.
Yeah, one line.
So when we do the random DNA test later, you're going to test positive for
Many things.
Colombian marching powder of other miniatures.
I think the only thing to add is, as I've been doing some of these colours, and I've been picking and choosing squads depending on my mood of what colour I want to paint. So it's like, I've been painting brass for the last couple of days.
You know you're not doing batch painting right.
No. I'm just picking and choosing, and so they're honestly, I looked at the force the other day and I was like, I've fucked it, because out of one of my 20-man tack squads, 10 of them have all the brass, 10 of them don't have the brass. Also, 5 of them, 3 of which don't have brass and 2 that do, have had the blacks done. And like, I'm just going, pick a model, put a colour on it. Like, and it's just like, I have no idea where the progression is. I just am progressing. It is crazy.
I'm a little bit triggered.
But
and
progression
I don't do
is
a lot
happening.
of painting.
Yeah, but progression is happening.
No, it's not.
It is. They're paints on models.
Procrastination is happening.
No, because they're the models I'm taking. They're all phases that I will need to do. I'm just doing them in weird orders.
I've gone through 2 sheets of army painter wet palette shit paper.
Yeah.
Just black.
Yeah.
Like, because
You've got a lot of black.
It's
Yeah.
just.
Do you know what? I'm doing the Mark IV tactical squad at the moment. That's what I was doing last, at least. And
Which stage?
well, so
Which
I've
one?
moved on. I've moved on to
Armour colour?
You're so right, but I was doing black.
Right.
And on the Mark IV, they have the kind of straps,
Yes.
like
No,
assault
I haven't
marines
painted
used
those.
to have.
I haven't painted
Yeah,
those.
well, I was staring at them, and I'm like,
No.
I can just see them.
Got to be
They're
silver.
They're such a big thing.
No.
They're black. I've done them black.
No, they don't need to. They're not
Yeah.
getting. They're none
But,
of them are done on mine.
oh my god, I've done one so far. Literally, like that was, I had 10 minutes while I think Lucas was in the bath, so I was like, I'm gonna just start this, and afterwards I was like, I wish I'd never done this.
Yeah.
'Cause now I know to do 19 more.
It's a bit of detail on the model that nobody will notice.
Yeah, I noticed,
But
so I had to do it.
again,
That's where it comes down to.
45 assault marines.
Yeah.
That's too much. Like it would be too much to do. So I'm not doing it.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
you're not wrong.
It'll be
I just
picked out
sadly,
detail.
it's 20 models of the 80. It's not like 45, right?
Yeah.
So it's a little bit more reasonable. But yeah, I wish I hadn't done that. That's gonna slow me down a little bit. The worst thing, and we did mention this a little probably before recording, but with the preview the other night, which we will talk to once we've got through Neil's thing, I'm painting models that I'm like, I may not use these in the next edition, and it's really affecting my brain right
it's
now.
not like you. I mean, it's difficult, right? Who knows what happens? They might suddenly kill off Contemptors being good.
I don't think so, actually. But anyway,
But
we'll get there.
that's another segment topic. Right.
We will get there.
What I'm getting sick of is like sucking the fun out of painting with like trying to paint to deadlines.
Yeah.
Like I did it with my Cadians to play Liam. I did it with these to get to this event. Like I kind of just want to paint a model because I want to paint that model.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My thing is, I completely agree with you, but if I don't have the deadline, I probably don't paint the model.
Yeah.
Yes, you need to start attending things, Neil.
But
we're gonna force you to attend something. And then
I
you
was
must
not going to
paint.
happen.
I was putting some models, like some sprues, into the cupboard. That's a shit thing to say. I was putting some sprues into the cupboard, and I
Like
saw,
plates.
yeah. and I saw, do you know they brought out the white dwarf mechanical like tech priest guy who had a goblin servitor,
Yes.
So I've got one.
Yeah.
And I thought that would make a fantastic tech priest for the Cadians. Like, something different.
Yeah, it'd be cool. Something else to paint red.
Something else to paint. Like, but I was like, that would be really cool to do. And I thought, that's the kind of stuff I want to paint. Something that interests me, that would be really fun to do, and that I can work and pour some time into. Not fucking black on 60-odd models.
Yeah.
Like, I don't want to do it.
Yeah.
But we'll get
also,
there.
something else worth checking, because I did this a couple of months ago and realised that I was painting a squad that I wasn't planning on taking. Just triple check your list. Make sure you've definitely got everything built.
My concern is that, not that I've got stuff that I'm not going to play. I've not got stuff that I need to.
That's what I'm
build.
saying.
Like,
if you suddenly go, oh, actually, I need I forgot I had my Vindicator in the list, or
no, the Vindicator is in the list.
Or that 10-man missile squad.
The Vindicator is
painted
painted black because I need to do the panel lines, and I ran out of red because I painted that much.
Yeah,
but I've got another red now. It's sitting there waiting to go. So I need to paint.
But
them.
yeah, I would just triple check.
I
your
can
list.
do that in I'll do that in a day.
Yeah.
I'm not that precious over vehicles.
All your guys magnetized.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. And when I painted the black, I've been checking. And then if they're not, sticking them on. But I've got a mix of the sheets and single magnets because they were different. So I'm not ripping them off.
Oh, yeah.
I'm just going to wait until they fall off.
I did that, actually. One of the apothecaries was one of your old Blood Angel ones.
Yeah.
And it had the metal magnet in. Interestingly, that one was the one that rattled around when the case was being kind of slightly rattled.
Yeah.
So I took it, got pliers, ripped off the metal magnet, filed it all down, and then put a war mag rubber sheet thing.
I'm just going to wait for the magnets to come off. And then
Yeah, as it was one and the whole force, and I bought enough for that guy to have one, it was like, well, this is a quick, easy thing to do. I've also actually, just remembering when I was doing all that, the strip that I cut from the Ferris sheet, I had because they're not quite long enough or whatever, I had a little bit of extra, so I peeled it off and I've stuck it on the edge of my desk, and so I can models that have magnets can just go and hold there.
Yeah.
So I've just got a little area that I can just.
And you're not likely to be able to knock them off as easily.
Yeah. And it's working really well. Yeah, I was like, this is a great idea.
I think attaching magnets to bases needs to be part of the building process.
Yes.
For me. So if I've got enough stored up in the box that I can just go, I need a 32, I'll put that in. So I think that would be a good position to get into.
Yes. Neil, what have you been up to as we've been hurriedly and
sleeping,
stress-free working on this stuff?
So I made some progress on the Star Wars Imperial Assault models that I've had for pretty much a year now. Yeah. I was like, I should really...
Is that what the Rancor was from? Was the Imperial Assault?
Yeah, so I should really get these started. So I finished off the boarding stormtroopers. So they're stormtroopers with a shield. Well, they're riot stormtroopers. So you've got a shield and a baton. So I've done the 4 of those. I finished off Obi-Wan.
Nice.
I finished off the 3 combat droids. So they're it's just all the bases. You wanted painted Eshin grey.
Oh yeah, I vaguely remember now. Yeah,
as opposed to just Chaos Black. So it's kind of like, really, it's done. And I've made a start on a couple of the others. I've primed a couple of the sort of there's a squad of 4 Gamorrean guards,
cool.
And these pirates that I thought was only one character. I've then got there's another. It's a squad of 4. Right, okay, we'll get them primed, and then primed up the Plasmancer for the Necrons at the same time as well.
Yeah, similar situation. Had a bit of primer left and just went chuck it on. So
I thought, I've got enough to do a thin coat on all of these, and then I'll just do a proper coat afterwards and get the I haven't since. So a very, very little amount of painting, but some stuff is actually finished at last.
Nice little bit. Yeah, that's good. It's always nice to get those finishing. I think that's one of the things I'm struggling, where I'm batch painting the whole force. I'm not really finishing anything. And even the models that I'm currently finishing at this stage, they still need transfers and oil wash. And there's a whole load of weathering that I want to do. So I'm in my head, I'm not even halfway. And so,
Fair enough.
No, it's good.
Cool. So that's all the painting.
Cool. Right. Do we want to do game highlights before we have this kind of special conversation?
Should we mess around with it and do sort of like other media and then leave the elephant in the room to last?
Yeah. Let's put it. Well, it comes underneath other media, I think.
Yeah. So do we want to jump to games and then come back to it, or do you want to do this?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, games is easy. I haven't played a game this month.
Yes.
Fair enough.
Sad face.
Yeah. Generally, like I don't know really what's happened. Oh no, I've been ill. That's what's happened. I've been ill for like 2 weeks.
Yeah. And just life gets busy.
It's
not
sucks,
like
though.
you play every week, is it?
Nah, like I feel what it has done is made me reflect on what I want to play. Like I really enjoyed the Kill Team games we've got.
Yes.
I really want to paint the terrain. So we've got a fully painted board. But
that would be cool.
Yeah.
I need to paint my kill team.
Yeah.
I'm currently painting Death Guard, so they could wait.
Yeah. Again, I want to paint the Vespids. I want to do them all using.
That would be cool.
I want to do them all using contrast paint.
Yeah.
And do it that way. So, yeah, I have missed playing. I need to play 30k because
I really need to play.
I need to learn the game, like basically not learn it again, but learn it again.
Yeah.
To then immediately have to forget it.
Yeah, for the new one. Yeah,
I'll play the new edition. But yeah, that's it. Pretty boring to be honest.
No, well,
Roadcraft is pretty good though. If you want to go and repair some down cables. Or build roads.
Yes, I mean, all I have is the game that me and Neil played for Kill Team. I will say I have a game booked in for Heresy in a couple of weeks. James is in the area, so he's coming down on a Tuesday evening, and I'm gonna have a game.
Where are you playing?
Down at the centre. So he's going to turn up while I'm working, and we're going to set up the board while I'm working. And
fair enough.
It's quite quiet at the moment, so it should be fine. And then we'll get into the game. And James knows what he's doing, so it won't take 6 hours. And my Death Guard force, to be fair, is very simple. Like I can't react in the movement phase because of my Rite of War, so I don't have to remember those. And I can move and shoot, so I don't have to worry about that.
Yeah.
It's just like very simple.
Cool. Fair enough on that one.
Yeah. But yes, our game now.
Yes, our game.
Do you want to kick us off and I'll jump in with any thoughts?
I'm just still undecided about Kill Team, to be honest with you. I think it all boils down to I want something on a much grander scale.
Yeah.
Rather than this is hyper-focused onto one very, very, very small section of
next
the
season
battlefield.
Is Imperialis, right?
That's the one, yes.
It might have to be if Neil feels
No,
this one.
I'm fine with that. Like, we're going to do this year playing this. We should do another year
playing something else.
Yeah.
It could be interesting to do that.
Go micro to macro, right?
Yeah.
Exactly.
And then we can see how we can blend all of them together.
Does that, just jumping out of the game quickly, does that jump, like, how do you feel when we were doing 1,000 point 40k? Is that small enough or like big enough, if you know what I mean? Or did that still feel a bit like, oh, this would be great if it was 2k?
I think it's with 1,000 point games, there's enough there to sort of go, right, there's a lot of stuff going on the table.
Yeah, okay.
So
what 1,000 points did you do?
Necrons.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, no, right.
It's quite a few models as well.
No, I was just trying to think. I was like, I haven't seen him play Tau in ages.
models.
Yeah, 1,000 points. So
Yeah.
I suppose it's quite easy to feel big enough when you've got that kind of force, right?
So yeah, no, it was. I think that's kind of where I'm at. I would like to try Legions Imperialis, but again, it's more of a. There's so many other things that need to be done before that.
Yeah.
But anyway, back to the game.
Like what?
We're going back to the game.
The list is endless.
So I think from the game that I played against Sam previous month, we pretty much was a week after we played this game.
Yeah, well, it was only a week after, yeah.
So I'd already sort of gone, right, okay, this is how I'm going to play the game going forwards, which was basically I am going to target one and get rid of it.
Yeah.
And that's how I'm going to annihilate stuff off the board.
Yep.
If I get the opportunity to. So that is how I played it. I basically split my force into two sections.
Yeah.
And then just moved forward onto try and grab objectives and start getting points built up to then capture them.
Yeah.
To then also sort of effectively able to go, right, okay, this person's moved and shot at one of Matt's orcs. Now it's my turn again. This next one is now going to move and shoot at that same orc.
Yeah.
Until it's gone.
Yeah, it was. I definitely felt outnumbered. Like, it was like, oh, this guy's now shooting me. Oh, now this guy's shooting me. Like, this orc, although quite tanky, is dying. And yeah, like I definitely felt the force of number, as it were, and those stupid Kroot hounds just kept stopping me scoring points because you just run it into my board half.
Yes, so I think that's
it was almost accidental. I think certainly the first time.
Oh yeah, the first time.
And I was like, no, like that was going to be like 2 victory points or whatever, and I can't achieve it because it was my primary op or whatever. But yeah, I mean, I felt that I was completely outplayed by you. Honestly, I think you were strategic. You lined your models up. You did that kind of bullying 3-on-1 kind of thing, and you had the numbers to do that. And I played fine. I think my rolls were slightly less lucky as they were against some of the games with Sam.
Yeah.
I just wasn't rolling as many 6s, basically.
However,
but yeah, I just felt like I didn't really do it. I just moved forward and either died, killed something, then died. I never felt I was playing to anything. I was just trying to stay alive.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't help that you forgot about one of your rules.
Oh,
yes.
Hang on. Was it the bullshit rule you forgot?
What?
I could do what I like on 6s.
The Wrecker
points.
Wrecker points. Yeah.
I did keep forgetting record points. Yeah.
So you basically handicapped yourself.
Yeah,
that's like your main thing.
Exactly.
To be like, I got a 6, therefore I could just like, you're dead.
That's not quite true, but yeah, it's very
you got off easy.
a benefit. But I just felt like you were positioning your stuff with decent lines of fire. I was trying to hide as much as I could, but it was very clear that if I just stayed behind cover, I was going to lose. So I had to make moves, and there was one side was working better than the other.
Yep.
My bomb squeaks were way better in our game than they were against Sam. Sam just kind of shot them and they died way before they got there. Whereas I had one that got into combat, blew up, killed a dude, and then secondary targeted, injured your pistolier, I think. And I was like, best bomb squig ever.
However, that did mean that the pistolier could then go, you've shot me.
You've hit me.
I'm
Bang.
now going to go bang and take somebody else off the table.
Yeah, that was a bit painful. Yeah, the pistolier scares the hell out of me. That guy's pretty damn
The pistolier and the bow hunter are definitely the most effective.
Yeah.
In the force that I was running.
I just felt like I have 8 models, 6 that kind of count. The 2 bomb squeaks are like extras.
Yeah.
And I felt small. Whereas against Sam's numbers are slightly less than your crew with the Carskins. Like you're only at what, 10, 12 models?
Yeah, 10
Where,
max.
Whereas
I've got 2 more.
Yeah, you've got 2 extra. And with like your ability to use things like the toxin shots and things like that with the regular warriors, what makes your regular guys a little bit more surprising. Like you kind of go, oh well, it's not the pistolier, it's not the bow hunter, it's a standard guy. He's probably not going to do that much. Oh, now I've got 1 less APL or whatever the effects were, and I was like, this really hurts. Like it really hindered. And I think you just played that very well, and I just didn't really know how to respond to it because of my low model count. And that was the game, really. Like we both scored points, and it was fairly even in terms of like I killed I think we scored the same kill tally level,
same kill tally level. But I had trophy pickups that I could do.
Yeah, they're really cool as well. Yeah, so the crew, when they kill something, it drops like. I guess it's their corpse, and they're going to go over and cut a bit of trophy off so they can hang it on them. But if they do, they get like victory points. Like it's like an extra way of scoring victory points.
Yeah.
So it was like, this is really difficult.
But you can only do it on once per turn. Once you claim it.
Yeah.
You can kill if you down. The card was if you could down incapacitate multiple enemies, you could only actually pick up one of them.
Yeah, so it's turn. Like you can't just go, I picked up all 3 and then now I'm like 6 points ahead of you. So it's good that it's balanced that way. But every guy that downs becomes a trophy. Yeah. So he's got at one point I think you had 3 or 4 on the board.
So it was a case of which is the best one to go for.
What's the easiest one to get? Or that guy can't see anyone anyway, so he's just going to run and go pick that up while the others were shooting me.
Okay.
It was really painful.
So like, if it dies in round 1, he can go and pick it up round 3 and claim the trophy.
Yeah. They just stay there.
Okay, that seems a little like strange that it allows you to go out of the turn.
Yeah, well, I mean that's how we played it. I'm assuming that's how it works, but
Yeah. I don't know. I'm just like there's a lot of like I know in some of the Kazakhstan stuff there's some which is like so like
if you do it in the same phase or whatever.
Medipack I have to do it in the turn.
Yeah.
Like
to get a guy back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have to do it straight away. Like if I can't do it straight away, then I can't. Like I have to get to him straight away. If I can't get to him straight away, then it's out. It's dead.
So that's the guy dying, I guess. But
Yeah.
whereas this is just you're just cutting a bit off a corpse, right?
Yeah,
Whether the corpse has been
dead
for an hour
because it allows it to be over multiple turns. It allows it to be like easier to farm.
Yeah.
So like you could kill 5 people in one turn.
Yeah.
And then just every turn pick up a different body and then get those points. Whereas the limitation, like at that point, you might as well just let you do it multiple times in a turn, right?
Well, no, because multiple times a turn, if you're scoring points per one,
yeah,
you'd then be.
But you're going to do that anyway, right? If you're gonna get a maximum of 5-6 points in a round.
Well, because you can only pick one up per phase.
Yeah,
and there's only 4 turning points.
Yeah, but you could.
So you've got to kill at least one dude every turn.
Yeah.
And then get to that trophy.
Yeah.
To pick it up, and picking it up is like an action point. So it's not like you can just walk on it. I've got it.
Yeah.
So it wasn't like it felt crazy.
No.
But it was just like a damn. And because again, I was a lower model, Andy was doing well at focusing and killing me.
Yeah.
I couldn't stop him getting those trophies.
No. For me, it just sounds a little strange that it allows you to do it outside of the turn you killed the bodies. But
yeah.
I don't know the rule. It seems like there's other restrictions in the game that are specifically saying
I mean,
you have to do it in the same turn.
Yeah, and like that turning point or whatever.
Yeah, that turning point.
No, I'm pretty sure it wasn't. We did look at it, but it was a very fun game. I really do enjoy Kill Team. I'm like the opposite of Neil. I'm like I could play this. Like realistically, this is the game that's easiest. If I was playing it more regularly, it would be the quickest game to play. It's not that many models. I quite enjoy the game's style.
Yeah. It feels like a game you can play on a Tuesday evening.
Yeah, easily.
Which, like, I don't feel like the way that we play 30k
or
40k.
30k and 40k, we play like what they call beer hammer or garage hammer. Like we hang out, we're catching up, we're chatting. We're not just doing the game.
Yeah. And
that's what I like about it. But that does mean that even when we knew our rules and were playing games like really, really well, you know, when we were playing every week because we were college kids and not really doing anything else with our lives. Games still took a while because we were just chatting about our lives, the course we were doing, girlfriends.
I feel like I don't particularly like games that don't finish.
Yeah.
Like they're
playing 2 turns, 3 turns just sucks.
2-3 turns, and then you go, actually, shit, it's like midnight, 1 o'clock.
Yeah, we need to go to bed.
Like, so that's why I think for me, Kill Team is good because it feels like a game that I could actually viably play and complete in an evening.
Yeah,
like, and the way where my life is at the moment, I find it really difficult to be able to get out during the day to play full games. So that's why I think Kill Team is kind of a nice box tick for me because it means I'm actually playing a game rather than playing half a game.
Yeah, or feeling cut off because you haven't touched anything for a couple of months.
Yeah.
And then you go, well, there's no motivation to buy stuff, build stuff, paint stuff.
Yeah.
Because, well, what's the point? I'm not playing.
Yeah.
You know, and we've talked about that for the 10 years we've been doing the podcast, that games have always been our kind of drive. And so if you don't get them, you just go, well, what's the point then?
Have you got semi-easy access to the cards? Because it's not a Croot thing. It was definitely one of the...
We'll check it out
They're
later.
in the house.
It's fine.
They're in the house.
Okay.
Yeah,
Because
we'll
it was
check
definitely...
it out
It wasn't...
somewhere.
It was... It's not part of the Croot thing. It's part of one of the actual sets of cards.
Oh,
from the
that
main
you
game.
get.
Oh, it's a mission.
I think it was a mission. Yeah.
Yeah, it was like maybe it was a thing. Yeah, maybe it wasn't an extra. Maybe that's correct. Yeah.
Okay.
It was
Well,
nearly a month ago.
Exactly. So yeah.
That's the other thing. It was nearly a month ago that we did this.
Yeah.
It just falls into this month.
Yeah.
Right. But yeah.
Should we move on to the last?
Yeah. Other media. Let's move into that. I think you guys finish and talk about your bits before we do the big thing.
Right. Cadia stands.
Okay.
So, yes.
Someone, by the way, thinks you're reading a different book, so I'm really interested.
No, it is the same book. It is the same book because they do sound like Yorkshire Chaos Warriors.
Yeah.
What did you think?
So I enjoyed it.
Yep.
And I was waiting to find out from you whether you thought, oh, I wasn't expecting it to be such and such a person that was lifted up into the air by her father.
Yeah.
You were thinking-
I thought it was gonna be.
Spoilers, by the way. Now carry on.
I thought it was going to be Creed, Miss Krieg.
Oh,
Creed,
okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Whereas I
Ursula.
was like, I can't remember what colour hair Minska Lesk has.
Yeah, it was.
So I was like, is it Lesk or is it Creed?
Okay.
And
it's
Lesk.
It's Lesk.
Minska
Yeah.
Lesk.
Okay, to build into her books, I'm guessing.
Yeah. So I thought it peaked too early.
Okay, yeah.
So
Okay.
like, it was a really good book. I really enjoyed it,
Yeah.
especially being a new Cadian fanboy. Like, it's quite a good book. But I expected the entire book being the defense of Cadia, and then like the last few pages being the fact that the planet broke.
Yeah, like the prologue almost.
Yeah. It wasn't. It
No.
was like less than half of the book was about the planet being like attacked, and then the
Explodes.
second half of the book was effectively them bitching about the planet breaking in space,
Oh.
and that was
Kind of, yeah.
like, I don't know. It felt a little bit underwhelming.
There was elements of, yeah, so roughly halfway through, that's when the planet gets royally
They issue the
toasted.
the withdrawal order.
Everyone
to
get
off
out.
Of, get,
everyone
get off of
get
Cadia.
off, and it does go through the whole this escape station's been critically destroyed by the cataclysm, so those that have gone there, you're dead.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's a great commissar who basically fuck me.
Oh,
It's commissar. So these wounded troops get carried up to this evacuation station, and he kills two of them because they put their guns down to carry wounded people to the thing, and part of the primer and the rules is you not ever lose your gun.
Yeah.
If you lose your gun, it's an executable offence. So he kills two of them straight away.
Wow.
And then someone comes and challenges him for it. He kills him.
yep.
And he then gets off of the planet and then goes to one of the last High Lords of Cadia and says, "I need all of the files, please, for all of the sentient who got off, so that I can go and
Summary
execution them, please." And the guy's like, "No, what the fuck are you trying to do that for?" And he's like, "So you're directly disobeying directly going against a direct command from the commissariat then."
Yeah.
And he's like, and he starts unbuckling his gun to kill the High Lord, one of the
It's
lords
basically
Yeah,
one of the last
wow.
remaining generals
That's
Who-
insane.
like of the leadership of Cadia.
of spoiler who doesn't actually make it through the remainder of the book,
Yeah.
but not
Because of that.
of that.
And it's like, I was in it. I was like, man, this is fucking going down.
Yeah.
And basically, he turns around and goes, "It's my decision as to how they get punished. They will be put into penal legions,
and you
Oh,
can
sent
run
to the
it.
front, and then they will die for Cadia,
Yeah.
rather than just being killed on a
and-
ship.
and you will be running it.
And you'll be leading them." And he's like, "Thank you very much for command of my own penal legion." Like, it's fucking weird.
Yeah,
like
mental.
the book was really good. I really
yeah.
enjoyed the book. I really enjoyed the story, and instantly made me want to read like the next kind of
That's
Cadian
cool.
books in the series. It just sort of felt, it went from being like pure bolter porn to being like West Wing,
Oh, cool.
kind of like
Okay.
administration.
That's cool.
style
yeah,
book.
there
like
was, yeah.
It was a little like,
Yeah, it sounds quite unique as well
actually.
because, like you say, a lot of Black Library books do just build and build and build and build and build crescendo right at the end.
yeah.
So I can see why you think that's the way it was going to go.
Yeah.
And it seems like they've done something a bit different,
Yeah.
which could be a bit too knee jerk, but
Yeah.
it sounds like it worked.
It was-
Are you gonna read Cadian Honor?
I don't know where it is in the list.
It's Minska-esque book, first book, and it is about a year after Cadia stands, and it effectively is like what Cadia does next.
Fair enough.
It's pretty good. Like, I've started reading it. I'm only about halfway through, like, physically reading it. But like, it ties up a lot of the kind of loose ends.
Mm-hmm.
And they have this real big struggle between Cadians that were on Cadia and survived, and Cadians that weren't on Cadia because they couldn't get back in time, and like kind of like the guilt struggle there,
Yeah.
and about how the other factions inside the Imperial Guard are now like, well, Cadians shouldn't be off the ship first. Like, they can't even hold their own fucking planet. Type things. And yeah, it's a really good follow-up book to it, and I would recommend it.
Okay.
And it's the kind of the next one in the Minsker Less series. So actually it's not. Technically there's like Cadia Stan's 5 or 6 like Creed short stories. And then Cadian Honor.
Yeah.
But I'm not reading the short stories.
Yeah.
Because
That's
that's
fair enough.
But I would recommend it as a follow-on.
Cool. So I'll have a look at it and see where it kind of falls in the list of things. So having listened to that, I then listened to the Hollow Mountain.
Good.
Nice.
So I finished that. That was
Yeah.
enjoyable. Interesting to sort of see that progression from the Carrion Throne of... So the rift is happening because there's a lot of mention of it going on, which is obviously where Cadia Stans comes into the same timeline.
Yeah.
And I've now moved on to Watchers of the Throne, the Emperor's Legion. I'm not so sure about this one.
Custody book.
It's weird. It's sort of read from the perspective of 3 people.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
So you've got not quite a High Lord of Terror, but somebody that's on the council that wants...
It's the secretary of the council.
Yeah.
So he doesn't have voting rights.
Yeah.
but he
he's
wants to get something through.
Yeah, he's like a kingmaker,
Yeah,
effectively.
yeah.
So like he goes and petitions different people to vote certain ways,
Get
and kind
his
of maybe
way, yeah.
offers them different things to do
Yeah.
what he wants them to do.
Bit of Games of Thrones.
And then
Yeah,
you've
yeah.
got...
It's actually as a political book, it's quite like that part of it's
Yeah.
really interesting how they get things through.
And then you've got the perspective from one of the custodes.
Nice.
Who is his
Valerian.
contact
Yeah, he's
as a custodian?
So he's Telyon's... Tyrion? I can't remember what his name is. He's the...
He has a billion of them.
Yeah, he's got a contact.
Steve's in there somewhere. So it must be
Steve's in there,
Steve.
exactly. So Valerian is the contact in the custodes for the secretary, and then there's a woman as well who I can't remember who it is. Sister of Silence.
Oh, okay.
Ooh,
She's in the trailer.
Talking through hands.
Yeah, she's in the trailer of the preview. The sister that's in that trailer is her.
Oh no, it can't be because
No, I'm pretty sure. Anyway, whatever.
No.
How far through the book are you?
I'll tell you.
Has he told you what he wants to do yet?
What? Tell the secretary.
The secretary guy.
Basically, I've got 7 hours left, so not quite halfway through. But he wants to basically unleash the custodes.
Yeah. So this is the part of the council where where they brought out the custodes as a playable faction. This is the part of the
way
council.
before this, but now they've done a book about
So
it.
this is the bit where they're basically saying that custodes shouldn't just be on Terra,
They should be.
and they're trying to get. Is it Valerian as the lead custode?
No, it's the general captain is somebody else, but it's not who I was expecting it to be.
So they're basically saying that
Ixion Hale.
The lead custode should be on the council. And they should be able to be reportable to the council to go and do things. It's a great book to see custodes kick this shit out of thing, because this is where the chaos incursions start happening.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, that they hint towards in a couple of the books that I've read. Yeah.
Right. So this is where custodes start fighting on Terra with the sisters and the Cadians that have turned up after the rift. Like,
That's cool.
I think
it's currently, or in this book, it's currently Trajan Valoris.
Oh, yeah, Valoris.
Okay.
So yeah, they're trying to get Valoris on the council, and I think the reason he's talking to the custode that he is because he believes the custode is the one to be able to get the general on the council, because the general won't talk to anyone from the council because he thinks they're stupid.
Although he has agreed, at the point I'm getting to, he's actually agreed to turn up to the meeting.
Yeah. It's again
sounds really interesting.
It's an interesting book because it's not just pure Boltapore.
Seems like they're doing some really cool stuff with these newer books. Then, like telling the story, but also the details of the story. It's not like bang bang, world blows up, move on.
Yeah,
it seems like there's lots of threads.
There was a lot of logistical stuff in Cadia Stands as well. Sort of.
Yeah, when you were talking about the commissar, there's a clip going around at the moment from one of the, I'm guessing, newer animations from Warhammer of a commissar stopping a sergeant from Cadia who's trying to get some civilians onto an escape ship.
Yep.
Yeah, that'll be it.
That'd be
it's
the
like,
one.
And he's like, how have these civilians got on the list? This is for all like the high lords and the government and all that kind of stuff. Like, why are they on here? And then the sergeant's like, oh, it must be a mistake. And the commissar's like, unbuttoning his pistol. And the sergeant's like, run, and then pulls out his pistol and shoots the commissar. And the commissar shoots the sergeant in the face. And then 3 civilians run off. And I was reading in the thing and someone had commented saying, like, everyone's on the side of the sergeant, like, trying to save civilians. But actually the background is that these 3 civilians, including the baby, are Gene Stealer cult.
Yeah.
And that actually, like, the Xenos are trying to play on human empathy to get off the planet.
Yeah.
So they can go sow seeds elsewhere. So the commissar is correct, like, and right for doing what he's doing. It was really interesting in the comment section, this kind of moral dilemma.
Yeah.
And it was really cool to see off this little kind of clip.
What happened from the book is basically it made me like commissars are the guys that are like rules as written type people, and it's like, oh no, he broke the rules. But then it's really stark.
Clark
compared
is right twice a day.
But it's really stark compared to like Gaunt's ghosts.
Yeah,
because Gaunt is not like that as a commissar.
He's not really a commissar, is he? Let's be real.
He does enact his commissary duties every now and then
for his own benefit a lot of the time.
He does it as a last resort.
Yeah.
Because he doesn't because he knows the Tanith are a dwindling number.
Yeah. Good book, worth a read. I'm glad that you're going down the reading order for the 40k stuff. It'll be interesting when you get to the. It'll be interesting for when you get to the emergence of Guilliman and the Primaris Marines.
Yes,
I think I'd really be interested in what you think about those books.
We'll see what happens.
So let's get to the. It's not an elephant in the room because we're not trying to avoid it, but we have, I believe, all seen the Horus Heresy preview.
So I didn't watch the entire thing.
All right, so I have watched the entire thing. I watched it at like 11 o'clock last night.
Fair enough.
So it's all very fresh.
I haven't seen the last 20 minutes of it because I watched most of it this morning.
Not much.
I basically just got sick of the recording and read the articles instead.
Yeah. The articles are very, very good. So if you want to find out what's going on in a much quicker, easier fashion, I would just go to those articles personally.
So for those that don't particularly follow it, effectively what they've done is they've announced the new editions coming out in this summer.
Yes, this summer.
This summer it's going to be coming out. It's they're going to be a box set that comes with it. They've launched Saturnine pattern Terminators, as well as Mark II, plastic Mark II kits.
Yep.
Yes, Crusader armor. Yeah.
The starter box comes with a whole heap of models.
Yeah, it's like 40 tacks, 6 of the Terminators, the Saturnine Dreadnought, and 2 characters.
Yep. So let's start without talking about. We'll talk about rules in a second.
Oh yeah,
box set.
We'll get there.
What do we think of the box set?
Okay, so one thing I just want to caveat this with: this is knee-jerk reaction. We've seen it either last night or this morning, including Neil. So this is just us talking about it out loud rather than just, having time to... We've not made notes. We've not watched reviews. We've watched a live stream or read a couple of articles. That is literally it. Yeah. Just before we get jumped on for certain opinions.
So...
Or if we get things wrong.
Crusade Armour Marines. Let's go through it systematically.
Yeah,
Crusade
sure.
Armour Marines.
They're fine. I don't care.
I can't particularly tell the difference between them and the other Marines.
I prefer Mark III. It looks cooler, more characterful. But they're fine.
I thought the kind of utilitarian nature of the armor got more sleek the later editions. Like Mark II looks more modern than Mark III. Like Mark III looks like super heavy.
Yeah.
Well, Mark III is a heavier version of the Mark II.
But then to be fair, Mark II, Mark II is like the general.
Yeah.
This is the pattern. And then Mark III was like, we want some heavier armor. Mark IV, we want some lighter armor.
Right.
And then you get like Mark VI is like supposed to be the
pinnacle.
best of the best.
Right.
And then we get like Mark VIII.
Well, we get Mark 7 and then you get Mark 8 dotted in there.
Did you... so I don't mind it. What I don't particularly like is the fact that they've got the banners still, and the servo skull antenna. Vox.
Yeah, they're the same as the other
thing,
kits.
Which seems
interesting.
I don't like. It means that that's still in the edition.
Yeah. But they could do very different things.
Yeah.
I think it's a wise choice because they match what's previously out.
Yeah.
Yep.
So you're not just got these weird banners and weird
But
boxes.
it means that the banners and the boxes have not changed since Mark II. Like, and it's not like they brought all these marks out at the same time. There's some big chunks of time between them. Between Mark II and Mark VI, which means they've gone, we have peaked in our box.
Oh, I see what you're saying. In design wise, that's a game option. So you can easily recognise that's a Vox, that's a Vexilla.
Yeah.
That is why. Which I think is a good move in terms of
And they've got the stupid crests again.
Oh, for the sergeants,
Stupid crests.
Yeah. Roman helmet.
Yeah. I think they're all right. They're going to be pain in the backside to paint.
What?
I think for certain armies, like for instance, around the legs, obviously it's segmented plates, so your edge highlighting potentially
every plate if you care.
Yeah, your edge highlighting.
Yeah. We don't care, so it's fine.
So from a perspective of say an Iron Warriors up player, nice and easy. One colour.
Yeah,
the army I'm leaning towards now.
Don't have to worry about doing.
Of course it is, because it's the poster boys
highlighting.
Do you know what? It wasn't because of that. I was thinking about them before.
I know you were.
And actually, I think because they're poster boys, that kind of makes me want to do it more because there'll be more support for them.
Potentially, yeah.
Well, I mean, look at Horus and old fucking miserable guts.
Dawn. Well, I mean, but Sons of Horus were not very well cared for in the last edition at all.
Yeah, but
the Imperial Fists were the strongest force.
They might swing the other way.
What I think we're going to see Vulcan and his sons become baller.
Yeah.
Because they've gone, one, Saturnines because of Vulcan, and two, they were probably the weakest legion in the last edition.
I think it'd be really cool. I can't do another loyalist. I need a traitor, so I can't do.
Yeah.
Pre-order time. Woo! Almost.
Oh, that's what that is. I was like, ooh. 5 minutes, that's fine.
5 minutes.
Yeah, we got 5 minutes. But yeah, I think the Mark IIs are fine. They are what they are.
Disintegrated guns.
Yeah, I think that's the next thing.
Interesting new addition.
They didn't really talk about the rules for them.
Nope.
Which I
think it's a good
understand why they didn't do that. But it does make me go, Yeah. I don't know if I want those or not. Like, I'm sure people will want them, and I bet you they will be everywhere because they come in the starter box for one, and they're probably pretty tasty. They look to me like a mix between plasma and melter.
Well, I mean,
I'm sure they do something unique. But
if you look at the rules they created for that 40k anniversary model, it had a disintegrator combi bolter.
Yeah, they look pretty cool. Like, the rifles are a bit, like, odd.
Yeah. The heavy disintegrators look interesting.
Yeah. The one thing I did like, and they did specify this on the preview, is that they are compatible with all the other kits as well.
Yeah.
So you can get them and stick them on your Mark
so
3 and your Mark 6s.
There'll be an upgrade sprue coming out of disintegrator guns, basically.
Probably,
yeah.
Or other guns mixed in with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they talked about them being veterans with disintegrator guns.
Yeah.
Which I thought was an interesting choice of words, because that's obviously not what veterans are in the last edition. They could access lots of different weapons, and normally only a couple of specials. And normally it was support marines or heavy marines that had the full guns. But that's not what was mentioned. Now, that could just be a choice of words. That could be a little thing of the change.
We'll see. We'll see what happens with that. Then we had the Centurion.
Yeah.
Centurion Mark
boring pose. Looks fine.
I've got a massive mace. I've got a servo skull. Interesting.
He's holding the combi melter like under his arm.
Yeah.
Like, kind of, he's not fighting pose.
No.
And I prefer my characters to be in fighting pose, so I'm not a massive fan.
I think he looks like a really good Iron Warrior.
Yeah. Which is one of the reasons he looks the way he does. Let's be real.
Yeah.
So
it's a Centurion model at the end of the day, so it's cool. It's not got nice details.
Now we get into the meat of things.
So I was literally, I saw these appear. I was just like, Oh, I remember the old Terminators that they used to have that had massive shoulders. It's like, this is a throwback to them.
Yeah, Rogue Trader, basically.
I know controversially people don't really particularly like them, but actually, looking at them now, I thought they were just normal sort of Terminator size, and they just had massive fucking shoulders.
They're massive.
But they are
Fucking huge.
They are.
I
Did you see on the
them.
stream when they put a Tartarus next to it?
Oh,
Yeah.
no, I didn't.
Yeah. So they had a tactical marine, one of those, and I thought, oh yeah, they are chunky. But then they put a Tartarus next to it. My problem is it made Tartarus look weedy and crap.
Tartarus didn't look much bigger than a normal Space Marine.
It was like you've just crapped on your old Terminators with these.
I think they are cool. I think it's nice to get a different version of Terminator armor that will obviously do very different things because they are made for like heavy weapon holding.
Yeah. They can have a punch and a gun, but they can have two guns.
Yeah. So I think it's cool, and for
And
Legions
their units
where it
are
makes
3 as well.
Legions where it makes sense. So like Salamanders having the all flame, all melter kind of ones would be really cool.
I see them as, I don't know why, but I see them as more loyalist than traitor. I don't know why. There's no reason for that, but that's just how I feel.
I think
can't
they'd make
see them
sense
in the
some
Night
armies.
Lords.
Yeah,
Night Lords
they won't make sense in a lot of armies.
Yeah.
Iron
White Scars,
Warriors,
I think, would be weird.
Iron Warriors, like those, be fantastic for Imperial Fists, like those kind of like gun platforms.
Yeah. Yeah.
What?
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense.
I just really liked
the boring legions is what they look good in.
paint, how they painted the
Sally ones.
the salamanders.
Yeah, the lava.
Again, I'm not keen on the green that they picked, but hey ho, that's just my personal preference. But the way they've painted the shield generators,
yeah,
I think it'd be cool.
I like.
Yeah.
Oh, that's what the shoulder. They're not just like make it look bigger. They're shield
no,
generators.
they basically have a smaller
Thermic.
version of the Contemptor shield.
Oh,
So that'll be their invol basically.
Yeah.
That's what the invol does.
I don't particularly have a problem with them. I don't think like
No.
it's wrong that they brought them in.
No, neither do I. It's something people have wanted for a long time, apparently, and it is a massive callback to old models. My thing is, I feel like, and there was a bit of debate in this in the Discord. It feels like a soft reboot. We've gone back to It's Fun 5, so we're back at the start of the Heresy.
Yeah.
And then we've shoehorned in a part of the lore that was apparently in a short story in the Heresy books of Vulcan discovering and then starting to produce Saturnine stuff.
Yeah.
And it's like, because it's in the starter box,
Yeah.
everyone's going to have it.
Yeah.
It's going to be seen everywhere because it's the new fun. So now we're kind of almost in a weird soft reboot kind of, this has been here the whole time. And there was loads of this everywhere. And
I mean, but that's how they've done. That's how they've done lots of stuff.
100%.
Right?
I'm not confused,
Like
I just don't like it.
Yeah.
I just don't like that.
I think they realised. Well, I think they changed Heresy 2.0 to be too far ahead to support the Siege of Terra books coming out, and then they went, "Oh shit, what's next? We don't have anything next. Therefore,
we now have to do.
They've gone back.
Terra, basically.
Yeah, they've gone back to mean that they're not like they're basically gone. We can't push the timeline any further forwards, so we need to go back. And what greater time than to go? You know what? Istvan.
But did you see also? Because again, you guys haven't seen it all, so you probably didn't see that they're doing like narrative play where here's a book for Isfahan 5.
Sick, cool, I love it. I think they made a mistake by going to Siege of Terra.
Do you know what I think they did is edition 1. You got your big black books, which were very expensive but gorgeous, and focused on big parts of the heresy. So you had Isfahan 3, you had Isfahan 5, and campaigns in them.
Yeah.
They then went to 2.0 and made it about the game and the general timeline. And here's Battle of Beta Garman, and here's some bits that are like pre-Terra to give you that taste, but we're going to almost kind of ignore because we did it before. And I think they've realised actually a lot of people like Heresy for that historical context. And so being able to play Isfahan 5 is big for people. And so I actually think it'll be really, really cool because I can see events now going, we're going to play the Isfahan 5 over the weekend. We're going to play this for the weekend and make that the narrative thread of replaying famous battles rather than having to create your own narrative within the wider narrative.
Yeah.
But I thought that was really interesting, and it seemed like there was loads more rules and the way you build your armies. They hinted towards. Obviously, it was a preview.
We still got models to talk about.
No, but I just mean as in that book, it seemed like the way you build your forces is obviously much more restricted because it's the story.
Yeah.
So it might be you can't have X, Y, Z because they weren't there, for example. So I thought that was really interesting that the book specifically had those limitations in them.
Okay.
So that was cool.
Fair enough.
Saturnine Praetor.
He's
He looks fucking great.
fucking huge.
This is my least liked thing in the box.
Fair enough.
I don't like. He's got in my mind. He's very cartoony.
Yeah.
It's very silly.
How does he go through doors?
All that
He
stuff.
goes through the door.
The hammer is bigger than a Space Marine.
Yeah.
Like just loads of kind of crazy stuff. Also, they talked about him being able to like. This is almost at Primarch level, which I think is ridiculous. I think that's just stupid.
I think what would make sense is if he was toughness of a Primarch level because he's in that much suit of armor, but is way slower because he's in a massive suit of armor, and
he's still a Space Marine.
The penalties are around mobility and being able to jump over walls.
Yeah.
And like the bonuses that he has is the fact that he is effectively a tank, like a Primarch would be able to do naturally out of the box.
Yeah.
Like that's where he should be like a Primarch. I don't think he should be like a Primarch as in he hits just as hard as a Primarch.
They were making it sound like he could go toe to toe with some of the Primarchs,
which is stupid. Again,
it's a preview and they're chatting and trying to big it up. So in the rules wise, we have no idea.
Yeah.
So that bit I didn't like the way they were selling it.
Mm-hmm.
I also the thing that frustrates me with it is if this stuff exists, why are none of the first captains or named characters in this stuff?
Yeah. Well, because so in the article, it's a high-ranking Space Marine officer clad in his own suit of experimental Saturnine Terminator armor. I think, and they won't do it, it should be limited to the Salamanders only.
Yeah, well,
right?
the whole thing, and they did a little video on this, and it's Vulcan's Gift is what it was called. It was called Vulcan's Gift, and the idea is Vulcan's such a good guy that he worked out how to do it and then gave it to everyone before the heresy.
Yeah.
So everyone can have any of this.
Yeah.
And then at that point, I'm like, well, why is Abaddon not in it? Like,
I think,
you know what I mean?
Like, I think you can
I understand
easily...
you could argue, well, Abaddon wants to be more mobile and that's his fighting style, but not one named character is in this. Yeah. That makes no sense.
Yeah, no, I agree. I completely agree.
And it's that shoehorn that irks me and then makes me not like the model.
Then all of the named characters are in like
pretty much power armor,
artificial power armor. Like
Abaddon.
None of them are really in Terminator armor.
So I guess it all depends.
There's a fair few.
It depends on the
you say
rules.
Fair few, but like who?
The white Quinzar, the White Scars, Abaddon is in Terminator armor.
But then I'd say there are far more not in Terminator armor.
Yeah. I would agree.
So
I would agree.
All of the
But my thing is, why is that? If this existed and was around,
because
why?
I think it's a tactical choice, right? Like,
so every legion decides tactically.
Look,
that I
get what you're saying. I get what you're saying, but like, Kratos didn't exist before last edition.
Yeah.
Like, and they're a mainstay.
Yeah, it's a tank, isn't it? It's a bit different to.
But then
this is the epic hero of the Legion.
Mark 6 wasn't being produced before the last edition, but now all of this, like, it's a mainstay because it was so readily available.
I think there's a lot of people that don't run Mark 6 because of that.
Yeah, I mean, there are lots of weird,
each your own.
historical gaming.
Each your own. But my point is, if they want to do that, that's up to them.
Yeah.
Like for me, this feels too shoehorned, particularly the character, that because currently there is no dude in this that is known throughout all of the heresy books.
Yeah.
There's not one guy in Saturnine armor.
But I think, without knowing the rules, it's hard to say. I think there will be a significant downside to bringing this armor. Like,
I think it's cost. I think it'll be cost.
It'll be expensive for the unit, and then I reckon it will be like slow as shit. It should be slow as shit.
Yeah.
Like, there's no way they should be able to move beyond like 5 inches.
Yeah.
Like, so I think the way you kind of, if you're looking, if you needed to justify why it's not more throughout the captains, is they wouldn't be able to move.
The hindrance.
Yeah. Like you wouldn't put Khan in it
No,
there are a ton of options of like Sevatar would never be in it. Sigismund would never be in it.
This is the problem.
But Iron Hands, Iron Warriors, like why is Barbarous Dantiok not in it?
But this is the problem.
Tech Priest, who's
But this is the problem with the fact that they jumped forwards in Heresy because they moved the timeline ahead to Garmin to getting towards Siege of Terra style games. And now they've gone, actually shit, we blew our load, we went too fast. So now we've got to go back and we've got to get this kind of stuff in. You've got to have something new, right? Otherwise,
I think my issue, I guess, is you are basing this whole game system is based on a very popular book series.
This whole game system is based on a small paragraph in Rogue Trader.
Yeah, and that just irritates me a bit.
Yeah,
and that's why I don't like this character more than anything else in the
Fair
books.
enough. Okay,
but yeah.
I think it would be, we're covering a 10,000 year timeline, right?
Oh yeah.
Like lots has happened and stuff that Games Workshop would never be able to go, this is everything we're going to make, right? And I think whilst yes, this was a short story and it came out of that, and I feel like maybe the execution is too much, and putting it in a starter box is also probably wrong.
I think that's my thing. It's in a starter box. There's going to be everywhere. And I guarantee you the rules are strong.
Yeah,
and so they will be everywhere.
So
they'll be in every legion, played by every.
Yeah.
It's like every game has a Primarch in it. I don't like that either. No. It's that kind of. That's where I'm falling with it. Yeah. That's my only issue. I can fully see the other side round, and you can't go, well, because it was never mentioned in a book, then we can never have it, because you want new cool things.
Yeah.
So I'm not getting on a high horse about it. I'm just not a fan of the character because I can't, for right now, differentiate, well, why is this person not in it? Why do we not see it in any of the story?
Yeah.
Whereas a unit that, it was there, but it's one unit in an entire legion, it's like we say, it doesn't make sense Night Lords to have it. But they had them. The same way that they had tank companies of Night Lords. But that's not how I play my Night Lords.
Imagine these standing powered down down a dark alley. You walk down a dark alley and all of a sudden you see
and then just these lightning strikes and the eyes.
It'd be fucking terrifying. You'd be able to outrun it because it moves slow as shit. But
it'd just blow you up as you run away. They'd quite enjoy that.
The lightning you could do over the shoulders.
Oh yeah. They'd look phenomenal. It's just not how I play my Night Lords.
No, I don't.
I think the way that I can justify why more characters don't have it in my head is the fact that it's experimental armor.
Yeah.
And why would you give your first line grade A player some experimental armor that they could, like the
I completely
Iron Man where they tried to reproduce the suit and they put a minute and it just twists all the way around.
I agree to you on that, but again, just going back on a previous point, it's 10,000 years, and by Terra, it's either been completely worked out that this is crap and we don't use it, or more people would be in it. There's progression. You can't just go, it's experimental, so they never use it ever over.
But maybe what they're doing in this edition is, rather than it being 10,000 years, they're focusing this edition on Istvan 5.
Well, they won't.
But no, but as in...
They've got 3 years to walk us to Near Terror again. That's what they're going to do. They're going to spend 3 years getting us to Near Terror and then bring out the next edition.
You're focusing on a massive timeline. Everything happens at 30k. Okay, we haven't got them in 40k.
Yeah.
At the moment,
we will,
but we will.
I don't think we will.
Well, I reckon
there's lots of things in Heresy we don't have in 40k, like Arvis Lighters. We have an Arvis Lighter gunship in 40k, but not Arvis Lighters. We don't have like Kratos aren't in 40k.
Yeah, you can take them.
Oh, that's stupid.
You can take Kratos, any of the Sakarans, because the rules aren't very good.
Okay.
Interestingly, which I'm surprised that Games Workshop did that.
Do you think they do that because it's more of a people complain if we don't make it available in 40k?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Because originally it was like Forge World stuff was broken in 40k, right? Yeah. Then they just went, you can't bring it anymore. And then they went, well, all right, we'll give you a happy medium. It's just like another tank.
Yeah.
It's like the Sikaran, the regular Sikaran is way better in 40k than like the Arcus or the Omega, from what I read. And I'm an idiot that doesn't really understand the game. But as I read it, the general plastic Sikaran is better than the resin ones, because more people are more likely to buy that, in my opinion.
Fair enough.
But yeah.
No, it's Legends. It must be Legends, right?
Yeah. No, it is interesting. What about the Dreadnought? So he's a big boy.
He is a big boy. So they, again, for Sam's perspective. So,
you probably didn't get to
they
that far
put-
either.
the Saturnine Dreadnought in the middle of the table. They then got a Contemptor out and stood it next to it. And
That was crazy. The first one was a Custody one as well.
Custody Contemptor.
I was like, what?
So, it's at least halfway up.
Yeah, it was a little bit more than half. But
little bit
yeah,
half.
it was small.
And
compared to
then
it.
they brought out a Dorado.
Yeah, a little bit taller because of the missiles.
Because of missiles. And then they shuffled those to side and then put the Leviathan next to it. And it still is taller than the Leviathan.
Oh, yeah.
As in, like, the waist
Just bulkier
is higher.
as well, yeah.
It's massive.
It is. It's like Telemon levels, if not maybe bigger than a Telemon, which is the biggest Custody one.
Yeah.
Which was a shame they didn't get that out. You can't get everything out.
No.
But that would have been the real, like, this guy's massive. Because a Telemon is bigger than a Leviathan already. Yeah. But yeah, it's a big guy. I quite like the design. It looks like it fits the other Dreadnoughts.
Just looking at it, it definitely looks like it is the... Say you were to run it from observation's point of view, you would run that as the gun platform, and then your Leviathan would run up the table to punch stuff.
Yeah, gun line Leviathans are a thing of the past with this thing, I would imagine.
Mm-hmm.
This thing is going to hit like a tank.
It's got a plasma bombard, and then whatever the disruptor,
disintegrator
heavy cannon
Yeah.
malarkey, and then it's
Just-
flamer nipples.
Oh, yeah, weird little flamer nipples, which I wonder if you can change out.
He said there was two different options,
Yeah,
but I think they're both
the
template
same. Yeah.
kind of thing.
But yeah, out of all the Saturnine stuff, I think that looks the best, but only because it looks more like all the other stuff. Whereas the Saturnine Terminators are like a bit more stark different.
Yeah.
So I think they're a bit like some people love them, some people aren't a fan right now. And I just can't get on board with the character. But in general, I think the Saturnine stuff looks cool, and I don't have a problem with it.
Yeah, that's where the purchase will be, and I will be. Matt, have you pre-ordered yet?
No, I'll go do it now.
Do it now.
But yeah. So one of my biggest worries, right, because you get the rule book in this box,
Yes.
is they didn't mention the rule book. When they talked about the books, they didn't mention a standalone rule book. And I'm just a little bit fearful, because they did this with 40k.
No, but they did. They did the last 30k edition. They did the book separately at pre-order. I'd be very surprised.
I would be, but I just don't know why you wouldn't.
They don't necessarily. Again, it's a preview, so they're not going to say, "Oh yeah, at the time of preview, we're going to do this, and this," because we've still got 2 months away or so.
Like they
pre-order.
shoot themselves in the foot if they only did it in this box set and didn't make it like free online or
be
able to buy the book.
Boxes sold out.
It's got sold out.
Yep.
Wow, 14 minutes.
Let me check somewhere else. But carry on.
So yeah, as I said, I didn't watch the whole lot. But I mean, the new stat line additions look interesting. So, for those of you that didn't see it or haven't seen it still, your stat line for a Space Marine is generally the same. It's got its same movement, same weapon skill, but it's still toughness, strength, initiative, attacks, saves. It's got a leadership number, and then it's got 3 other numbers now, which is they were saying was a full callback to Rogue Trader era, and they've got like a coolness number, so how they react under heavy fire. They've got a willpower number as sort of mental fortitude, and then they've got an intelligence number for how they interact with technology. So it'd be interesting to see how those play out in a game, because you can draw conclusions with sort of from just giving that information.
Sorry. You can buy it from GW and it's the same price as what it was on Element. There's
That's
no
what I'm
saving.
doing now.
Yeah. I'm. I think it's weird, like, to add them in. I want to see how they're going to use them.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I feel like at the moment, all they've done is just added more stats, but they've not really explained.
More to remember.
They haven't really explained what they're going to be used for and like what advantage it will be. Like, so I'm not gonna hate on it just yet.
It feels like a very basic analogy. 40k is your arcade game, so it's plug in, play, pick up and play. It's got a very streamlined rule set. This, just with the addition of these extra stats, it makes it seem like it's more like a simulator game. So it's more in depth. So you've got, like, for instance, from computer games standing point, Call of Duty, Battlefield, and then a game called Armour. Call of Duty is your arcadey game.
Point and click.
Around. You start playing and you can instantly pick it up. You might not be very good at it, but you can instantly pick up. You kind of know what you're doing. Battlefield builds on that, adds a few extra things, and then you've got Armour 3, which is a full-blown military simulator where it's very realistic and it's got a lot of things going on. You have to do X, Y, and Z to plot where you're going. It's not an instant action game.
Yeah.
It feels like they're making Horus Heresy more towards strategic, more in depth sort of play from this information that we've been given.
I don't, like I said, I don't hate it. I'd just be interested to know what they're gonna do with those stats, like whether it makes you fight first or because you've got a better cool score, or whether or not it, because they also talk about like the ability to jump out of the way of sniper fire and stuff like that. Hang on, where's the article I was reading on it? They have like different like not reactions, but maybe they are. That's what they're going to be, reactions. But where is it?
But again, just remember, this is all us reacting to what we've seen. Online. So
there's an article called "The Top 5 Changes to the Edition," and in there they have it's a, where's it gone? Leadership, willpower, intelligence, and cool. Like, so it'll be interesting to see like how they use those. And then there was you've got tactical statuses. So pinned, suppressed, stunned, rooted. So I wonder if the tactical statuses are going to be like dependent on your score, depending on how you react. So like maybe you don't get suppressed if you've got a cool score of like 4 or above. Like I'm hoping it adds a really cool, fun layer to the game, and doesn't make it harder to play.
Yeah, don't want to get bogged down, right?
Yeah.
That's my thing. Like having one, because when you did pinning tests and all these different tests, fear tests, whatever, it was all done on like your leadership, right?
Yeah.
But now it's like take that on your cool test or take that on your whatever test, and that's fine. And obviously, units I would guess are going to have different.
Potentially different stats,
different numbers across that board, because obviously they shared like the standard Tat Marine, and it was 7 across the board. So you're a bit like, why not just have one?
And I wonder if it's because like it's a modifiable number. So like your cool score is 7, but if you're being shot by a sniper, it modifies it by like minus 2 to your cool score. Now you have to roll above that to not have to go pinned.
Or the old style leadership test where you roll under it on 2d6.
Yeah, and maybe it's a way of like making pinned checks a bit more interactive.
Woohoo! Just to interrupt, Matt has successfully pre-ordered.
I have.
His
I couldn't get into my
box.
account, so I had to do it as a guest. But whatever.
It's done.
So yeah, I wonder if it's like a cooler way of like modifying like those kind of tests. So I'll wait with bated breath on it.
Yep.
Like it'll be just the execution. I think is the important thing here.
It'll be slower at first because we won't know what it is. But I think it's going to be. It leans towards more kind of like you say, a bit more detail, strategic. Like I'm interested in the Night Lords and how they're going to affect, because obviously it used to be they'd minus your leadership off if they were within a certain distance. Now it might be that they affect their cool or their intelligence or whatever the different things are, and different things will do different things. So it seems like it's going to get more detailed, which will be slower to start with, but could make the game much more immersive.
Yeah.
Cool.
I think I might try and do what I've done for 40k and just play like 1,000 points for a while.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how it works, how army lists work. Like until we see all that stuff, there's no point even worrying about any of that. I think my one gripe with the rules that we saw, and sorry if I'm jumping ahead, I was ordering a box, was the way melee weapons are now like laid out.
Okay, so weapons reworked. So the example they provide is a Saturnine Disruption Fist. It's got a... See, I don't know what the acronyms are yet. An IM, an AM,
which
SM.
one is? Which one did you click on so that we can?
The top 5 changes.
I don't know where that is. I can't.
It's on the Warhammer
Hold the
community
line,
stuff.
caller. There you go. Got it?
Oh, no, that's not the right thing.
It's right at the bottom. Weapons reworked. Range and close weapons of all types have gone through some major changes, including new stats. All weapons now have a damage characteristic similar to 40k.
Yep.
While combat weapons now have mostly worked by modifying the base user's melee characteristics.
So
strength, attack,
the
and
M is just melee.
So what does that mean though?
So AM is attack melee.
So what's IM then?
Initiative
melee.
That's initiative. No, so it's initiative modifier.
Modifier. Sorry, not melee.
It's -2 to your initiative. So if you're 4 initiative, this is basically encumbered or whatever it was.
Unwieldy was obviously
would drop you
initiative
down
1.
to 1. This is -2 to your initiative instead.
So this is why I have an issue with it. Previously, you used to look at the weapon and a power fist was strength 8.
Mm-hmm.
A power fist will now say +2.
Potentially, yeah.
Or whatever.
Yeah.
So you now need to know that base stat and do the mental maths to then know I'm now hitting at strength 6, 7, whatever.
Yeah.
Whereas you used to just look at the weapon and it would tell you strength 8.
No, it was used to say ×2.
Yeah, for the power fist, but
I don't know.
Other weapons were not always that way.
Yeah, a power sword plus
strength 4.
Yeah, it is slightly weird.
So it's slightly. There are more things that you will need to go. So like, if there's an attack modifier, okay, it's +2. What's my attack? Is it my sergeant? Is the sergeant a 2 and the standard dude a 1? Like, it's basic, simple stuff.
Yeah.
But once you get playing, it won't affect. But it is a change, and one I'm not massively a fan of.
It'd be interesting to know why they didn't just go down
40k, which is
route.
way simpler.
Like,
particularly if you were doing damage output.
yeah.
I find that really interesting.
Like, damage is really cool that they've done that.
Yeah.
Like, and when I saw that, I was like, oh, maybe they are going to go to 40k. So I pulled up my 40k app to have a look. And, like, yeah, it's nowhere near it.
Joe also makes me nervous. And this could be completely out of nowhere. And could be complete nonsense. Because, again, we haven't seen much. There are no special rules attached to this weapon. This very special weapon. Like, unwieldy. Used to be a tagline that you knew, okay, I go to initiative 1.
Yeah.
But are we losing
maybe
special rules? Are we going 40k where there are no more special rules?
The only thing I would say is it's far easier for them not to include it in this and then not have to explain it.
Yeah, and that's why I say it could be nothing.
Special rules are clearly there because they've got special rules pistol above.
Okay.
Yeah. So the fact they've got special rules dash.
That's weapon type, but yeah.
No, it's special rules. So what they've got is they've got ranged weapon, bolt pistol, your range, your firepower, so that's how many attacks it does, your range strength. So there's 2.
Why not just call it strength? I don't
because
get why range strength.
they've included a special. Again, you missed out on this by not watching it. They've got some things that are effective that will protect against strength in general, or they may only protect against range strength.
Oh, cool.
So
right,
they've got different...
More complicated.
That's going to be fun.
Yeah.
It's going to be more complicated.
That's why I'm like...
man.
These changes are making me feel like this is going to be much more in-depth game, which for us who are slow players anyway, easier is easier, right?
Yeah.
This feels like this is
I don't want to give up on Heresy.
You're a tactical general that must know all these things, and it's more complicated and nuanced is the right word, I suppose.
Yes, nuanced. Yes,
and I'm really looking forward to that because I really enjoy things like chess, but chess is quite simple in the terms of once you know what things do, it's just utilizing them at the right time.
Yeah,
this could be a bit further down that hole I'm maybe happy to go for a general game that I do in my spare time. That's my worry at the moment. I
don't want to I don't want to be like anti 30k. Like I want to play it, but at the same time, they're making it harder and harder for me to want to play. Like I know Heresy was 40k was different when I picked it up from like 7th edition when we played it last. Like, but it didn't feel like it was more complicated. Whereas this feels like they've kind of gone. Again, this is a preview, right? And they haven't explained anything, so maybe it gets better. But I'm definitely feeling like I'm going back to that. Maybe this is the bit where I tap out of 30k for a while.
My worry is this feels a bit more. It's probably not a fair comparison, but our experience with Kill Team. Once you know what you're doing, it's pretty simple. Necromunda, where it's like nuance after nuance after pylon to change things, and this adapts that, and this adapts that, and what the hell is going on?
The difficulty thing with Necromunda is that they fuck the books. Like, there's not like one book you buy to know everything. You have to buy like 6 or 7 books.
Yeah, that's a massive problem with it, right?
Yeah. But you're right.
What I mean is, like, there are more nuance. Like, if this character is within this distance, that guy gets this buff, and if he's equipped with this weapon, that will give a buff to get around the range strength, or like little tiny nuanced things that will affect stat lines and change things.
It's just like
that makes me go, ooh, this could be quite complicated.
There's obviously a reason for it, but it's like the fact they've called it like an SM, a strength modifier. Like, they could have just left it at strength, and that would be the same meaning as always been. Unless strength exists somewhere else. Like,
quite. I think it's maybe it's changes for we just want to
make you feel like it's changed. Addition,
and they may not necessarily need to.
Just add in the word modifier.
Like, maybe you are just going to know it as initiative, attack, strength, AP, and damage, and then it's just like that's what it is, right? Initiative.
It's initiative modifier. So initiative, attack modifier, attack, strength modifier, strength. Your AP and your damage.
Like, the cool thing is, like, initiative modifiers was hidden in special rules before.
Yes, so like unwieldy was this.
So this
is now on the stats.
So it's very obvious in the case that, initiative 4, it's a -2 to initiative, so I'm initiative 2. If there's something else that's in -3, I'm going before that, but I'm going after them.
And it's
cool. Depending on what your space stat initiative is.
I think it's cool because it's not a blanket, you got a power fist, you're like... you're a centurion, but as soon as you get power fist, you're fucking stupid and you go last.
Yeah.
Like
it makes the stat of the character model is the right word. Much more important. Because you're not blanketed under unwieldy. Unwieldy is unwieldy, right? Whereas if you're a character, your initiative is higher, so the -3 of a Thunderhammer, say, well, obviously we don't know that yet, but let's say it's -3. Obviously, on a normal dude who's initiative 4, that's initiative 1. But on a initiative 5 or 6 Praetor, that's actually still initiative 2 or 3. So actually, then that weapon has less effect and still swings before some other things.
It adds the survivability.
It makes the epic heroes more epic hero, which they seem to be going down because they did a lot of talk about like challenges and how that's changing and being much more of a in-depth thing.
I think it's cool because it means that you won't just see power swords on
everything
on anything with a
Paragon blades all the time.
Like, you could see a power fist on a centurion or a power fist on a named captain, and it actually be cool. So like Calgar, the fact that Calgar has 2 giant power fists and gun fists, would be completely pointless in 30k because he'd be going last all the time. But cool. Anyway,
just a thought that you may quite like. The fact that we've now gone to damage makes me feel like instant death will no longer be a thing.
Potentially.
Which also moves towards my potential theory of no more kind of long list of special rules, because then you don't need the instant death special rule because it doesn't exist anymore.
Which, like, I'm not. They drastically cut down the number of special rules when they went to the last edition. Like,
from 1 to 2, they cleaned it up.
So doing that more, like, there's a couple of special rules which, like, when I look through my Amiga codex, which sadly will be out of date now, and I hope they bring out an update.
Hopefully they do a new one.
Like, when they brought that out, like, there are definitely special rules in there which aren't used. And they don't really.
100%.
So it'd be. I mean,
I'm really interested, and the thing is, the more intricate and nuanced, the more fun I may have. But as a new unknown player, it fills you with worry and doubt particularly as someone who doesn't play that often.
Mm-hmm.
You go, well, I've got to learn probably more nuance, whereas actually having a very easy to understand. Like I haven't played chess in like probably 5 years.
Yeah.
But I can play a game of chess tomorrow
Yeah.
and know all the rules. And it feels like, and 40k feels a bit more like that. Like when they went to the 10th edition, it feels as pretty simple. I feel like I could play a game tomorrow. I haven't played for 9 months, and I'd probably be okay. I'd be slower, of course, and I'd still forget things, and I'm not going to be at optimal level of gaming, but I could probably do that. This feels a bit more intense at the moment, but we've seen very little.
Yeah. I think going back a section and going back to the tactical statuses.
Yes,
I think those tokens are going to be very, very useful. Now that we've played Kill Team and the whole, right, I need a token to tell me what that thing's doing, what that thing's doing. This is also going to be becoming very, very important in the sense that you're going to need to know, oh, actually, these guys are suppressed, so they're going to be weaker in melee or whatever. Or
I bet you GW don't sell them other than in that box.
Yeah, I've got 3D printer.
I keep swinging between like wanting to buy the box because like it, like I wouldn't make 2 factions out of it. I would just do 1 faction out of it.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah,
you've got a decent sized army there.
Yeah,
like 40 Marines, 2 characters, and all the Saturnine stuff. It's probably easily 2k in old money. Easily.
I will be buying the box because I want to paint
Salamanders.
Flaming shoulder pads.
So when I saw the Saturnine, I was like, Neil's gonna love these. It means Vulcan's gonna need to be painted.
Yes.
And we're gonna get some heresy games, which makes me so excited. Like honestly, that the idea of playing this game is like, yeah. So I'm really looking forward to it. My concern is that it's a bit more nuanced. It's going to be longer to learn, just from the bits we've seen.
Yeah.
And whether they release a rulebook separately,
but they will. I'll be
on
very
release.
surprised. I'd be interested to see the road to it now, like how they're going to release stuff and get people playing it and to understand it. Because
it comes out summer, doesn't it?
I
mean, they're not going to do much work on it until they release the box.
No. But as in like they've done for all the previews, they do
like here's a snippet of this rule. Or
here's how
rule.
the assault phase works. Type stuff. Like
I guess that'll run into the month before or whatever.
I have
realised. We're not that far away. Like it's May now. Like end of May.
They say summer. I think it'll be August. End of July, August. Would be what I think they're saying.
I've realised we've forgotten to talk about another model.
Ooh. Of course we have.
Gun platforms.
Forgotten to talk about the gun platform.
The weird
fucking
gun
amazing.
Thing.
Love them so much. All over it.
Not a fan.
I love it. I'll have yours. I'll have yours as well.
No, you're not having mine. I'm having mine.
Yeah. If I go crazy and buy a box, then I will 100% give you that. Because I think the model's fine, but I don't think it looks stupid or anything like that. I just have no desire to run a gun platform. Just not my style. My models are moving up. I'm either charging in your face or I'm marching in your face. Like that's my kind of style of playing.
The only thing I would say is like from where I was talking about wanting to go with a new Chaos Army and being more kind of like heavy in vehicles. Yeah. The box set really doesn't lend itself to me.
Well, whatsoever. You're going to need at least like 1 20-man tack squad is half your Marines in that box.
Yeah, I guess so.
So like it's not like you're doing 70 jump packs.
No.
Like your Blood Angels.
Fuck
like,
no.
You know what I mean? And the thing is, you build 1 tack squad of 20, the other 2 could be 10-man heavy weapons teams. And then everything else is Saturnine, which is big, bulky gun platform stuff if you choose to put just guns on the Terminators, etc. And then you've got a couple of gun platforms and a tank or 2, and you're probably at 3k easy. So, I think the benefit of the box and doing 1 army is that you won't need to buy much else after.
Yeah, you just buy
until you then want to specify.
Yeah.
And go, well, I want exactly this or exactly that. And that's where the list building will come in. Like once I see how the list building works, that will help shape, and the Legion specific stuff.
Does this mean we're going to have to redo all of the Legions?
What do you mean?
Like
no
books?
Oh God, no,
no,
we're not going back to that.
Not
God,
a chance.
No. We might faction focus like we do our 40k codexes, where we look at Iron Warriors because you're playing Iron Warriors, and do a bit more of the way we've kind of done the Guard Codex. Something like that I could see us doing, but we're not doing all 18 legions.
No, I want it.
The box.
I want it. Yeah.
Yeah. I thought, when I saw it, I was like, I think Neil would quite like this box.
I need to go on an absolute building.
I also
spree.
like the fact that drop pods are back. I like the drop
Well,
pods.
so someone was saying that they think like Terminators will be able to teleport,
right?
which was never a thing.
Okay.
Well, you used to have to take like Rite of War or Legion specific Terminators could teleport.
Right.
But most Terminators would go in a tank or be
which
deployed.
is stupid because you would assume, much like Star Trek, anything could teleport.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
Like
Teleport
it
tank.
was slightly weird that they were like
It was that was a change from first to second. Second was much harder to deep strike and teleport.
Mm-hmm.
My main thing.
So
is,
it's interesting they're going back the other way.
Let's we've kind of rambled a lot for this.
Yeah.
Let's round it out with one thing we hope is either in or not in the new edition.
Ooh, okay.
I can go first.
Go for it.
I hope they sort the fuck out reactions. Like I think
I'll just make the like the return fire and stuff less ridiculous.
I feel like the reactions are completely
Augury scanner spam.
like unwieldy in this edition with stuff like the reactive fire to deep striking and to units coming on. Like I think it would make way more sense for them to go to more of a system like not the fact that everybody can do a reaction like and actually kind of limit it a bit more. Or get rid of them altogether. I'm perfectly fine to get rid of them altogether and just turn them into special rules because I think it's
they won't. But
yeah, hopefully not. Well, hopefully, but they haven't mentioned it, so
yeah,
like
yeah.
they haven't mentioned it.
Yeah.
So I hope they either get rid of them or sort them out to be a bit more like even across the playing field rather than
I think that's my big thing. I think I would like the game to feel a little bit more even.
Yep.
Where so one of the things is, and we were talking about this, I think previously before the box come off in our Discord, which is great and you should join it, is the fact like this potentially gets rid of Legion Rite of Wars.
Yep.
The way they build lists potentially will do that because you'll be able to go, I'm going to bring this kind of list or that kind of list, or and so actually having like, I mean, I'm running it at this event, but like the Reaping of the Death Guard is known to be very, very strong. The is it Stone Gauntlet of the Imperial Vis is ridiculously strong, and then you look at some of the others and they're weak in comparison.
Yeah,
and I think leveling the playing field across the legions so they feel unique, but every legion has, I don't want to say a chance, but it was like if you put an Imperial Fist army up against Sally's army, unless you've got a very good Sally's player who really knows their stuff, the Fists are just most likely going to win. Their just rules were better.
Go for like 2 or 3 special rules for a legion. Sack off all of the rights of war. Because that's what they did. They took all the special rules out of the Legion and put them into Rights of War, right?
You get a Legion rule, don't you? Now?
Yeah. But like before in the previous edition where you got more.
Yeah, you had. Yeah. Well, your Right of Wars would go on top of that as well.
Yeah,
that was always the way.
So I think gets rid of the fact there's 60 Rights of War, and become
like
unmaintainable to then level them
whatever.
out. Change it to like actually just have like everybody has the same list of available Rights of War. And then give them Legion specific stuff.
I think like they talked about there being less restriction in list making.
Yeah.
Which you can go down a route of going, oh god, now everyone's going to have the ridiculous lists because they don't need any TAC Marines. But I don't think they're going to be that stupid.
No, because
line is still probably going to be a thing.
Line is still going to be a thing.
I would guess so, and mean that your core troops are going to be really important to have.
Yeah.
So I don't think you're going to see a load of that, but it does mean a lot of the Right of Wars that would like, if you bring this, you can bring more of these in troop slots and all that stuff.
Yeah,
isn't needed.
No.
So it seems to be pointing that way.
Yeah,
and I'm okay with that.
Yep. Ninicus.
Maybe whittling down the number of available options for, say, Centurions or something like that, because there's a lot of flipping options.
What do you mean, like librarians?
Yeah, have it. So
all that jazz.
Have librarian. We have a Centurion that can do this, and we have
Or like separate stat line kind of.
Not so much separate stat line, but you've got your librarians. Keep librarians as a separate thing.
I agree. I don't want to have a single unit that is then upgraded to be something else.
So have
just have.
So
a librarian.
you have your librarian.
I don't see that changing.
Probably won't, but you have your librarian, your librarius. So they're a separate thing.
Yeah.
And then your centurion has 4 options, maybe, rather than having the broad spectrum.
I don't understand why they did it though,
Yeah.
because it's not like it was because they were saving space. Because every centurion had its own page anyway.
Yeah.
No, it didn't. No, it didn't. You had the centurion page, and then you had a paragraph further in the book about the things you bolt onto the centurion. So, like, champion get.
Yeah, so like if you
plus
take
one
librarian,
weapon
it gets these extra things.
Yeah,
Was
but
that a page per?
no, it was like 3 on a page. Other than like the Moritat had a whole page because his rule for chainfire was crazy. But most of them were like 2 or 3 on a page.
Oh right, okay.
So it did rather than here's the librarian page, here's the thingy page. Because there was 9 or 10 of them. That's like quite a lot to add in.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which is why I don't see them changing it. I can see them getting rid of a bunch of them and not having as many of the silly ones that no one really took.
Which hopefully they'll do, but
Yeah.
you never know. Or on the flip side of that, maybe making those ones that nobody took slightly more viable.
Yeah, possibly. I mean, that's part of the balancing act, right? I mean, all I can say is, and we should round out, is that it's a new edition. So I have some fears and worries because I am that kind of person, but I am very excited to see where it goes. And then at that point, you know, we'll go from there. Similar with 40k in a way. 40k was, I'm going to play it for a bit, see if I like it. If I won't, I'll stop playing 40k. I've been enjoying 10th edition, so I've just bought a Space Wolf box there. The 30k will be okay. Let's have a look. My worry is it's still an investment to get in. Like, if I don't buy the box, I still need a rule book. I still need one of the Liber books. That's still like 60, 70 quid to potentially play a game that you don't want to play.
Did they say on the stream that you needed a separate army book?
Yes.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, so they 5 books are coming out. So you're getting the Liber Astartes, Hereticus, Mechanicum, Auxilia, and whatever the 5th one was.
Kroot.
No, not Kroot.
Woo, Kroot!
The one thing like Talons of the Emperor, so the Custodes, Sister Silence stuff, they're all getting a free download because that book is coming. But down the line.
Okay.
Talking about things that are coming and the other things we did not talk about, which are worth mentioning because people will be like, you forgot them. Plastic super heavy tanks. Fellblade is what they showed, whether it's a multi-kit or just a Fellblade, we're not sure.
Yeah.
As well as the plastic tarantula guns. So like mini versions of the gun platform that you get in the starter box, which I thought was an interesting little thing that they just randomly threw on there. They did say that the Fellblade won't be available at launch. This everything they showed up to that point was launch, but like the Fellblade and the tarantulas I think were coming after.
Fair enough.
But I don't know.
Did they mention anything about left
plastic breaches?
Oh, okay.
They talked about plastic breaches. There was something else. Mark II Assault Marines. No, Mark III.
Questoris was the other book.
Questoris Knights was on release, yeah.
Yeah, Auxilia Mechanicum, Questorius, Hereticus, and Astartes.
Yeah, technically I need 3 of those books. I'm like,
I'm going to need 2, unfortunately.
I'm not buying them all. I'm not buying them all.
No. I think
I'll buy one and go from there.
I think
and see if I like the game, and then I'll buy others if I need them.
Yeah, I feel like buying Hereticus and the rule book to start with.
Yeah.
If I buy the starter box set, if I don't buy the starter box set, getting rulebook and Astartes.
Yeah,
makes sense.
that's the only thing I'll need to order. Yeah, really. But yeah, no, I think we're all excited, nervous but excited, and I think that's a good place to be in the grand scheme of things. We should take a quick break and come back with our second segment, shouldn't we, gents?
Do you think they're going to do left-handed and right-handed melee weapons?
God, no.
Hi, I'm Neil, and you may remember me from such things as Who's Neil? My dog ate my hobby project, and Tau, fish or friend. I'm here to tell you about our Element Games affiliate program. So as you may know, running the podcast does incur some costs. Hosting and equipment are just 2 examples of this. To help with these running costs, we have signed up to the Element Games Wargaming Web Store affiliation program. This is where Element Games provide us with unique links to their web store, and if you use our links, then we get a percentage of what you spend, big or small, to help run and improve the podcast. The links take you to Element Games homepage or straight to the 40k products category. Simply shop from there. You can find these links in our featured posts on the Facebook Community Safe Room, on our Discord channel, and on our Instagram. Thanks for your help and support.
Welcome back. This is Operation Kill Team. We're spending the year and this season playing Kill Team and getting to know our forces. And I feel bad because we're getting towards the middle of the year and I haven't put any paint to any of my Kill Team yet. But that's for another day.
Mm-hmm.
Today, this segment is going to be covering the game system through our own Kill Teams. So we're doing a bit of a mini faction focus on each of our Kill Teams. And we'll see, maybe we'll get through all three in this episode. We may keep some for later on, depending on how quickly we shoot through them. But yeah, we're doing Kill Team faction focus. So we're looking at the background lore of the Kill Team, highlights of the rules that we're bringing and why we bring those things. And then we've got a little personal bit at the end. I don't know what the guys have done, if anything, for this, of if we have any personal lore on our specific Kill Team. Just for a bit of fun. Shall I kick us off?
Yeah.
So I am focusing on the Orc Wrecker Crew. This is the Kill Team that I have fastly veered towards after getting very confused with the Catachans. Maybe I'll come back to that later on. But for this episode, I'm looking at the Orc Wrecker Crew. So the background lore of the Kill Team. An Orc Wrecker Crew is a Kill Team obsessed with one thing, destruction. The sights and sounds of explosions, carnage and vandalism drive a Wrecker Crew to great heights of violence. Arguably, they are the most aggressive team you can come across in the kill zone. These orcs like nothing better than to engage an enemy operative in their sights by any means possible. The Orc Wrecker Crew basically has three types of operative. The first are the Tank Busters, operatives equipped with rocket launchers that provide a serious threat at range. They can be inaccurate, as you can imagine, orc shooting, but the high output of fire from their ranged weapons make their shots a frightening concept. The second type are the Breaker Boys. These operatives are equipped with brutal, high-damage melee weapons that can pulverize even the toughest enemy. So you've either got blow everything up or punch everything to death. Very orky. Some have been known to even smash a hole in structures just to get to the enemy quicker. They actually have a rule in there. I think the Crusher or one of the guys can smash a hole through terrain, which is pretty cool.
Okay.
And the last type, the third type, are the Bomb Squigs. Portable and expendable explosive devices that charge headlong into the enemy to act as a deterrent to setting up positions to take shots at their orc owners. Just kind of let off the leash, see you later.
It was nice knowing you.
Yeah, it was nice knowing you until you explode. A Wrecker Crew can be fairly flexible, allowing for more flexibility tactically than your usual orc warband because of these three kind of options. They're certainly brutal and cunning, and although often outnumbered, contain a whole lot of potential problems for other kill teams they come up against.
Cool.
So that's kind of a little bit of background of who they are. Orcs are quite easy in terms of that. They like to kill stuff, right?
Yeah.
Like, that's it. And the Wrecker Crew are really tank busters in Kill Team. They're a specific branch of orc warfare that use rockets and bomb squigs, and because they're orcs, they like to punch stuff. It's a very, very simple, which is one of the reasons I chose them, because they are quite simple and fun. So faction rule, the one I've gone for is Wrecker Rampage. So all the different kill teams have like faction rules, and they tend to have like a main one and sometimes a secondary one. I do have a secondary one, but this one's their main rule that I constantly forget. So Wrecker Rampage. Whenever a friendly Wrecker Crew operative is shooting, fighting, or retaliating, In the roll of the attack dice step, for each attack dice of a 6, you generate a Rekka point. You can spend up to 3 of your Rekka points, unless it's a bomb squig, because they can't spend any because they're expendable, which makes sense. And for each point you spend this way, you can retain one of your fails as a normal success instead of discarding it. So you generate them, you can save them up, you can spend them in the same combat or shooting. So if you roll a 6 to hit, you gain a Rekka point, and you can immediately use that to turn one of the fails to a normal success. As well, cool. Which is just gives that immediate effect and bonus of rolling 6s. You cannot have more than 6 Rekka points at once. So if you generate them because you get really lucky rolls, then you're at 6 until you obviously spend some, and then you can build them back up again. And you can spend 3 Rekka points in each turning point.
Mm-hmm.
So there's that limitation to it. So that's quite nice. It's something I do forget a lot.
Yep.
In the data cards, you do get Rekka point tokens, so you can kind of pile them up. So I need to work out a way of doing that, whether it's little skulls or little orc bullets, or I'll find. I think I've got some stuff in my bits box that will probably work, but having some kind of way of physical reminder that I have them, rather than just turning a dice, because you forget what that dice is for a lot of the time. But that's a big bonus to the Rekka crew, is that faction rule. Next, you have the ploys. So you have strategy ploys, which you play in the strategy phase, which benefit you for that next turning point. And then the firefight ploys are played like as and when, and they do tell you when to do them during the fight phase, during that turning point where you're shooting at each other and punching each other. So my strategy ploy I pulled out. It's also worth saying I think every kill team has four strategy ploys and 4 firefight ploys. We're just highlighting one each because it doesn't take forever. If you want to check out their rules in depth, you go to the Kill Team app. It's completely free. Download it, or Warhammer Community to the downloads on Kill Team, and you can read to your heart's content. But my strategy ploy I chose is Destruction. It's probably the simplest one, but it's the one I spend my command points on the most, which is friendly Rekka crew operatives, ranged weapons have the Saturate special rule, which basically means that enemy operatives cannot retain any cover bonuses of those shots.
Yeah.
So it's really strong for 1 CP. Cover is really big, and denying those, instant saves is really, really good. So most turning points, I just spend a command point and give that to all my dudes. Firefight ploy that I quite like. I don't use it enough because I forget that it exists, which is why I put it in to try and remind me that it's a rule and it's good. It's called Just a Scratch. Costs, again, a single CP. And you use this firefight ploy when an attack dice inflicts normal damage on a friendly Rekka crew operative. So you can't use it against critical, but just normal. Obviously not the bomb squigs. And you just ignore that inflicted damage. So that one dice, you just go, I'm ignoring that. Which is lovely. Yeah. Very, very nice. I forget about it all the time. The Orc Rekka crew are quite, and I'm going to go into their stat lines in a minute, are quite survivable, tanky, and being able to kind of ignore damage. There's another one that allows you to gain wounds back as well. I think that's a strategy ploy that you get like D3 wounds back on guys. But yeah, so it's any survivability for the Orcs is quite nice because you're outnumbered a lot of the time. Anyway, moving on. So we just decided we're going to focus on a leader, a specialist, and a, in brackets, standard unit, because some kill teams have different types of standard. What we mean by that is if you look at how a kill team is made, you have to have a leader. You have a bunch of specialists, which you can only have once in your kill team. And then you have the kind of what we're calling standard, which is where you can have multiple of. So for like Neil, it's Kroot Warriors.
Or Kroot Hounds.
For me, I've got the Gunner and the Breaker Boy. One of which I'll talk about in a moment. I'm guessing yours are las gun dudes. What do you call them? Just infantrymen.
Normal troopers.
Troopers. So first we have my leader. He's a boss knob. no surprises there. He has a special rule called Wrecker Boss, which is whenever this operative performs the shoot or fight action, excluding guard, which I still don't even really know what guard is, because it's just not a thing orcs would do. So I haven't ever bothered reading about it. I gain 1 Wrecker point for just acting.
Cool.
So that's quite nice. A passive way of building up those bonuses. His stat line is he has APL 2, so that means he's got action point total.
Yep.
Is 2, so he can move and shoot or whatever. His movement is 6 inches. He has a 4+ save, which is pretty good for an orc.
Yep.
And he has 14 wounds, which is very tanky whatsoever. When we get to equipment, I actually buff that even further with one of the equipment that I can give him, just to make him super, super tanky. So I run my boss knob with the following loadout. There are a few options. You can either run him with a single pistol and like a better combat weapon, or 2 rocket pistols and a basic chopper, which is how I run my boss knob. Means he's better at shooting, but not quite as scary in combat. Rocket pistols have 2 firing modes, one called focused and one called salvo, and they are as follows. So focused is attack 6, so 6 dice, hit on 4 pluses, damage is regular damage is 4 wounds, and criticals are 5. It's their range 8 inches. Now with Kill Team, a lot of weapons don't have a range because you can shoot. If you can see it, you can shoot because you're in a small board. But the kind of more powerful weapons do have a range. So his range 8 inches. He has Blast 1 inch and Ceaseless. So Blast allows you to hit a secondary target of anyone within that distance. So if I hit a primary target and there's another model within an inch of that one's base, I can hit that one as a secondary target, as the missile, I guess, explodes and shrapnel everywhere, etc. And Ceaseless allows me to reroll any attack dice results of 1 result, so all 1s or 2s of my choosing.
Yeah.
Which you obviously roll your 6 attack dice and then choose which one you've got the most misses on and choose that number.
Yeah.
3, 2, or 1, basically. The salvo, the only difference is you hit on a 5+ rather than a 4+, and you lose Ceaseless, but you gain salvo, which allows you to pick 2 valid targets as both primaries. So you get to shoot 2 dudes, and then it still has the blast 1. So I have the opportunity of hitting 2 primaries and then anything within 1 inch of either of those primaries. So it's just 2 fight. Obviously, harder to hit with a 5-up, and you don't get the rerolls from the Ceaseless, but you are able to just shoot 2 characters with 1. So it kind of balances out quite nicely. I've mainly only ever shot it focused. I've only really ever shot it focused because I've never really had 2 primary targets in line of sight. But it's just a cool little way of doing it.
Cool.
Next, we have the Specialist.
The Specialist.
I went for the Crusher, simply because it's like the coolest model, in my opinion. My one is a converted Orc Knob with 2 Power Claws. The model that comes in the box he's got like kind of jackhammers on his hands.
Yeah.
But yeah, make with what you've got.
Yeah, quite.
He has a special rule called Armoured Up. So whenever an enemy operative is shooting this operative, or this operative is fighting or retaliating in combat, your opponent cannot retain attack dice results of less than a 6 as critical successes. So this kind of negates a lot of the like lethal, rending, severe weapon rolls that you can only ever crit him on a 6, which gives him a bit more survivability.
Yeah,
because he's got loads of plates of armor on. His stat line is he has APL 2 as well, move 6 and a 4-up save.
Yep.
But he only has 12 wounds, whereas the leader has 14. The Crusher operative comes with 1 set of weapons, so there's no customization there. And they're called Knuckle Busters. They're attack 4, hit on 3+, damage 5 for normal damage and 6 for critical, with 3 special rules: brutal, shock, and smash. So brutal is the opponent can only block with critical successes, which is nasty.
Yep.
The combat is very, very different in Kill Team, and we won't go through that now, but you get the opportunity to use your dice to either attack or block. So only being able to block with critical successes makes his attack more likely to go through and do a lot of damage. We have shock. For the first critical success in each sequence, this allows you to discard one of your opponent's unresolved normal successes, which is very nice. So as long as you get a crit, the reason it says first critical success in each sequence is if you roll 3 crits, you only get to do this once.
Yeah.
In that combat. So it's just a way of getting rid of more of your defenders or your opponents, dice, which is very nice. If you get all crits, so your 4 attacks, you roll 4 6s, which is phenomenal. You get to discard one of them instead.
Okay.
So even if the enemy rolls unbelievable, they can't escape that rule, which is quite nice. And lastly, he has smash. So whenever you strike, you can move the enemy operative in a straight line increment of up to 1 inch. If you do, it must end the move further away from this operative and in a location it can be placed. Then move this operative in a straight line increment of up to 1 inch. But it must end that move within that enemy operative's control range. If either isn't possible, you cannot move them.
Right.
So it's just it's a pushback. You charge in, you push them back an extra inch, and then you carry on forward. It allows for extra board movement, potentially control of an objective. It's like a little thing that feels like it won't have any impact, and there will be chances where it just doesn't, but it could push an enemy off controlling an objective.
Yeah.
Which is massive in Kill Team. Lastly, I have my standard unit. So I have the Tank Buster Gunner I've gone for. Reason being that I run 2 of these in my Kill Team and only 1 of the Breaker Boys. So I thought these were better to cover. They have a special rule called Competitive Streak. Once per shoot action, if this operative shoots an enemy operative that another friendly operative has already shot during that turning point, you gain a Wrecker point. Determine this when you select a valid target, but you can include any secondary targets if you're using Blast. Their stat line is identical to the Crusher. APL 2, Movement 6, 4+ save, and Wounds 12. I run my 2 gunners with the Evi version. Evi, because they're orcs and can't pronounce H's.
Yep.
Apparently. Which just is a little bit more accurate, but at a cost of movement. And I'll explain that when I go through the stat line. So an Evi rocket launcher is attack 6, hits on 4+, whereas the regular one would hit on 5s.
Yep.
Damage is the same, so 4 for normal, 5 for a crit. Both would have blast 1 inch, but the Evi comes with the heavy dash only rule. What that means is to shoot this weapon, I can only dash movement and not make a normal reposition movement when I use in my APL allowance. So it means I can only move 3 inches and cannot climb.
Yeah.
What I tend to do is try and get them in a place where they've got good lanes of fire, often up in terrain, and so they don't really ever need to move anyway. And so moving 3 inches and then shooting for the bonus of hitting on 4s rather than 5s is really, really good, in my opinion, which is why I bring the Evi versions rather than the more mobile regular ones, because hitting on 5s is way harder. The last kind of chunk of rules is the unique equipment. Every kill team gets 4 unique equipment that they can add to the standard ones of like ladders and barricades and things like that. And the Orc Wrecker crew are obviously no different. Their first one are the drill rockets. So this is once per turning point when a friendly Wrecker crew operative is performing the shoot action. You can select a rocket launcher or Evi rocket launcher. You can use this rule. If you do, until the end of that action, that weapon loses the blast weapon rule, but has the piercing 1 weapon rule. So
Cool.
piercing 1, I believe, removes
one
defense dice.
Yeah.
Because it's 1, piercing 1. So it's just a way of changing tactic. I imagine for more bulkier opponents, drill rockets would be really good. Like if you're facing Space Marines, like your wounds are similar, your numbers are similar. So getting through the defense to do more damage is way more beneficial than the blast.
Yeah.
Whereas playing like Neil's crew or Sam's Carskins, they're more numbers. So actually using the blast can be quite nice because I get those secondary hits.
Mm-hmm.
And they're lower wounds. So my normal wounds and their normal defense dice tend to mean I still kill. So I haven't really played around with these much. But I think against tougher guys, I may take these. It's worth saying you get to take 2 equipment in a standard game. So you can either take any from the universals or up to 2 of your unique ones.
You can also take a third if you take.
Take the stratagem, that
Yeah.
But basic, that's how it kind of works. So you don't just get this; you have to choose. This one I always run extra armor. So you subtract 1 inch from the move stat of friendly Wrecker Crew operatives and add 1 to their wound stat. This excludes bomb squigs, of course. But yeah, so all my guys are 15 and 14 and 14. No, 15 and 13 and 13. Rather than 12s and 14 for their wounds. It just means they move 5 inches rather than 6.
Yeah.
But most of my guys are shooty because the rate of firepower seems a bit more beneficial than being good in combat. So extra armor works really well for that. Thirdly, we have engine oil. Once per turning point, when a friendly Wrecker Crew operative, excluding bomb squigs again, is activated, you can use this rule. If you do, until the end of that activation, you can ignore any changes to that operative's stats from being injured. So that's if you're injured, you are -1 to hit, I believe, and -1 movement. That's ringing a bell. I could be wrong. I haven't got the rules right in front of me. But this kind of allows you to ignore those for a turn. And lastly, we have gifts. Not gifts. Glyphs. Miss out the L. These are back banners, crude markings, and glyphs scrawled armor that the Wrecker Crew wear. When this item of equipment is selected, and you also select the war or destruction strategy ploy. The destruction one is the one I shared earlier. The first time you would use that ploy during the battle, it costs 0 CP. Whenever you would use it thereafter, it costs 0 CP if you have any Wrecker points. Which I forget that little bit and often spend a CP to give myself destruction when I probably have Wrecker points and
fair enough.
should be paying attention to that a bit more. But I tend to bring extra armor and glyphs as my 2 equipment because glyphs is really good for the 0 CP and the extra armor just for extra wounds. It makes them much harder to get rid of off the table.
Mm-hmm.
When you've only got 6 models that count, keeping them alive seems way more a priority than climbing up with a ladder or I played around with smoke grenades, but they're a bit fiddly to use. So I tend to do the extra armor and the glyphs now. Lastly, for the bit of fun to round out my kill team, we have any specific names, lore, or background for your kill team. I've so far kind of come up. Orcs are very kind of centered around the character a lot of the time, whether it's a big, great war boss or weird boy or whatever. So I've focused on the boss knob.
Yep.
And kind of a bit of backstory and how this Wrecker Crew came to be. So my Wrecker Crew are called the Gunbad boys, Wrecker Crew. So just because I thought gun bad, high hits, orcs are known for that. Just I don't know, just kind of fell into place. But they're actually named after their boss knob, Grulgor Gunbad. So he was once a proud tank buster knob in a large goth mob. And the grizzled veteran found himself unfavoured by the war boss because his perceived slowness and choice to wear heavier armour, which links to why I always take the heavy armour, the normal amongst his mob. The savage orc warlord sees this as a weakness and so rarely allows Grulgor and his crew to be in any front line of the mob. After some time trying to prove himself, one night Grulgord gathered those loyal to him and drove off in a stolen truck, never to return. Went, screw you, war boss, you won't let me fight, I'm leaving. Grulgor now flies no flag of allegiance and bows to no war boss. He has taken his newly formed independence and his wrecker crew on missions to benefit only himself, often stealing from unsuspecting warbands for more rockets and squigs to turn into more and more mobile bombs for his gleeful pleasure. Many war bosses curse his name and his crew for their actions, but have to admit that their skill and brutality is of no doubt. As Grulgor's legend grows, a knob who defied a war boss, so does his evil grin as he aims his dual rockets at his next chosen victim.
Cool.
So just how this kill team came about, because he's a grizzled vet who's slow, wears a load of chunky armor. The war boss thought he was being a coward, so he's gone to fight for himself and said screw you. Is basically where the bit of lore that I came up with.
Fair enough.
Cool.
But yeah, it made me instantly want to paint the model as well.
Yeah.
I was like, I now need to create Grulgor and paint him up, and that would be quite cool. But yeah,
cool.
Who wants to go next? Who wants to jump in?
Do you want me to do it?
Yeah, you can go next.
Awesome. So I've got my Kazakhans kill team. They are Cadian's elite. The Cadian elite stands ready. So in the lore, Kazakhans are normally either elite kind of commando style units that go in, or quite often they'll join high ranking officials, so like Creed or other named kind of characters normally go with them. So they are disciplined, highly trained shock troopers of Cadia. They now operate the elite kill team faction in the 41st millennium, renowned for their exceptional skills, superior war gear, including hotshot las guns and unwavering resolve. Kazakin embody the Imperium's determination even after the fall of Cadia. They are a force that excels at surgical strikes, objective control, and delivering precise, overwhelming firepower. Now, what is slightly strange is I think in Cadia Stands it references Creed having 1,000 Kazakin troops with him. So small 10-man kill team units, maybe, but like they're not like they're few numbers. They're like another rank and file elite unit in Astra Militarum or in Cadians. So it's not like a 10-man kill team is kind of like the norm.
It's not like or special in a way, because they work like a regiment.
They work
not fully. They tend to be special teams in a regiment.
They assign a number to high-ranking officials.
Yeah.
So I think the 1,000 is probably because Creed at that point in the book had been assigned like Lord Castellan of Cadia. So they probably went, we
I want more of these guys.
We need to protect him, right? Like, that's what we're doing. So that's why I think he had such a number. But like, so it wouldn't be out of place for a Lord General to have 20 of them. And they would go and do like almost Secret Service style protection detail, stay with him at all times, check rooms, check areas before they go in.
And I guess the lore of the kill team is like occasionally that leader might be like, you need to go kill that power generator.
They're not always assigned to them. So they are still a specialist faction, a specialist unit in their own right. But they normally get given high-ranking officials to go with. Is my understanding of them.
That sounds about right. I can see them again just getting orders of, you're going to stop protecting me because I need you to go and kill this enemy warlord, or disrupt the supply line, or destroy a power generator.
Exactly.
And that's when they start operating like a kill team.
Yeah, so in some background lore about the Kazakhans, so hailing from Cadia, which did stand for Millennium until relatively recently, the Kazakhans were the planet's elite, chosen from the most skilled and dedicated Cadian youths. They underwent brutal training regiments to hone them into perfect soldiers, equipped them in carapace armor, wielded advanced weaponry like the hotshot las guns, and Kazakhin were deployed to the most dangerous war zones, expected to achieve victory against overwhelming odds. Even with Cadian's destruction, the Kazakhans still endured. They are a living testament to the Cadian resilience and martial prowess, carrying the memory of the lost world as burning fires that fuel their determination to protect the Imperium. In Kill Team, they represent the highly professional and adaptable force capable of undertaking specialist missions, and that would normally break lesser soldiers. Okay, so how do they work in the game? So with like most factions, they have faction rules. We have one called Skill at Arms. Skill at Arms is a strategic gambit. It allows you to select a skill at arm for friendly Khazarkan operatives to have until the ready step of the next phase. Depending on what you select, depends on who it affects. One that I frequently used is this Strike Fast, which adds 1 to its reposition action stat. So you can move an additional 1 inch. Or I've used Ice in its Veins before, which is when I'm fighting or retaliating, an operative is shooting it, the first time an attack dice inflicts normal damage of 4 or more. The operative during that sequence, that dice inflicts 1 less damage on it, which is pretty useful to keep people alive. Alternatively, for Cadia, which is add 1 to the attack stat of friendly Khazarkan operatives melee weapons to a maximum of 4.
Yeah, that's quite tasty.
Quite tasty if you know you're going to be getting into close combats in the turning point. The sergeant has the ability to be able to change that. So he has a tactical command role, which go away. Who's calling me? That's weird. No one calls me. You have tactical command. We get to select 1 friendly Khazarkan operative. You can select a different skill at arms for that operative to have instead of the current one. So, for instance, if you have something unexpected happen, like that guy's about to get charged by 3 orcs, then perhaps you want to give him a better opportunity to give him an extra attack. So you can change that out there. So it's what is interesting though is that it is a instead of, not as well as.
Yeah.
So you can't then boost that by having
That's
multiple. Well, yeah. I mean, I think what we've talked about before is Khazarkan have a couple of challenges to play against.
One thing I would say, have you looked in the supplementary information?
So this is the new.
So because they've had a buff.
Came out.
They've had a buff. I was reading it just now, and I'm like, that's better than it was. But yeah. So
I haven't read through because I haven't played since then.
No.
So I think I read it through originally when it came out, and a lot of the subreddits were talking about it. But in terms of other kind of ploys that they have, let's go back there. Strategic ploys. I'm yet to use the strategic ploys kind of successfully in my game.
I think you use the relocate fairly well, where you get the 3-inch move. Like everyone gets to like make a dash basically.
Yeah, so that one, I think that's the only one I've really used. The ones which kind of interrupt the gameplay, which is the fireflight ploys.
Yeah, they're the fireflight.
They're the ones I've not used, and I think the reasoning is because I don't have them on cards. I don't have them in front of me, and therefore it's harder for me to remember what ones do in that situation. So I think that's something I need to adopt. But relocate is a great one, moving an additional 3 inches on top of the move characteristic. That's pretty fun to use. The clearance sweep as well is again quite a cool one. So whenever an operative is within 5 inches horizontally of a marker. Of that marker is shooting an operative also within 5 inches horizontally of that marker, the friendly operative's weapons have the balance rule. In the ready step of the next stage, and then you need to remove the marker on. Again, these aren't as strong as some other factions, but we've already talked about that at length, so I'm not going to go into that again here.
Balance allows you to re-roll an attack dice.
Yeah,
just
so for my ability to shoot is not a great one. Some of the firefight ploys, you've got like the ability to seize the initiative, which I think is pretty standard one across most of them, where you basically can force your opponent to re-roll their initiative dice to who goes first.
Try and go first, yeah.
Again, I've not really used that before. And then cover retreat. So this is when a friendly Khazarkan operative performs a fallback action while visible to and within 6 inches of another friendly Khazarkan operative that's not within control range of the enemy after the friendly operative has finished the move, but before the fallback action ends. That other friendly operative can immediately perform a free shoot. Effectively, it's like covering fire while someone's running out.
Yeah, that's cool.
It's meant to be quite a strong one when you tie that in with some other special rules. So I don't necessarily run them, but if you take the recon trooper, I think it is, he gets some fun kind of Overwatchy stuff to do as well. So kind of blend them all together.
Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah,
fair enough.
So fairly
I
interesting.
think you can also bait combat with like a standard dude. So and have your like plasma or melter just behind, and then as the guy runs off, the plasma can just go hi, bang.
Yeah,
that'd be pretty cool.
So the units that I've chosen to go over, I've chosen the sergeant because I think that's a good one to do. He has access to bolt pistols, las guns, las pistols, plasma pistols, a chainsword, and a power weapon. That is also recently changing with the update, I believe. I think he's got access to something else as well, but I haven't really paid much attention to that. They're all pretty standard kind of stats. Movement 6, A4, 9 wounds, action points 3, which is fairly normal for the leaders. I've gone on over tactical command already about being able to reselect a new skill at arms for a single operative instead of the current one. And then, that's pretty standard.
Interesting. I only have 2 APL. On
Yeah,
my
mine's
leader.
2 as well.
Oh,
So yours is
He's pretty good.
yeah.
I wonder, is that because your tactical command costs an APL to do?
No.
It's 0.
No, it's 0.
Yeah. So yeah, he can like reposition, get an extra dash, and then shoot. That's pretty nice.
And then the specialist that I'd want to talk about is probably the sharpshooter. He's the one that I've kind of used to the most effect.
Yeah.
Mainly as the
Probably my favourite one as well, to be fair.
I feel like it's a bit of a nuclear deterrent type
Okay.
thing. So like he sits there not going to then force people not to run out in the open to then go.
Get popped in the head.
Yeah. So he has, like I'm guessing most marksmen have, a concealed, mobile, and stationary stat. So if he's concealed and it's the first time he's shot in the game, then he gets attack 4, hit 2+, damage 3 and 3, devastating 3, heavy, silent, and the concealed positioning. So concealed positioning is I can only use it the first time I shoot. The silent is I believe it doesn't. You don't have to go ready to shoot.
yeah.
Silent,
you
yes,
can only stay concealed.
you can use it while in a conceal order.
Yeah, so it means I don't have to come out and then be a target.
Yeah.
Which is quite good.
For the first time, I think it's like a one and done.
Yeah, I can. Once you shoot once,
Yeah.
you can't then use that rule again, that shot profile again, so it's fine. And then the camo cloak ignores saturating weapon rule. It also means you can retain any cover saves. You can retain 1 additional cover save, or you can retain 1 cover save as a critical success instead. So give you a bit of a better.
Yeah, that's quite nice. Yeah. And what was the other weapon rule? Was it devastating?
Devastating 3. So every damage is 3 additional.
Each retained critical success immediately inflicts X damage as on top of to that operative.
So in theory, the criticals for the when he's concealed would be worth 6 damage to it if you get crit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he's pretty good. Like I said, the majority of the time he doesn't actually do anything because he's not there to do anything.
Yeah, and everyone's hiding from him.
Yeah.
Because they know that shot's coming and it's going to blow your head face off.
So the strategies I've run in it normally is to get him up as high as possible to get as much of an advantage to be able to then target things as they come out.
Yeah. No, ladder's quite good for that.
Yeah.
In
I
the
ran
equipment.
the ladders for the first time against our last game, just to be able to get up a 3-story building quicker.
Yeah.
And then normal sort of stats: APL 2, move 6 inches, 4 up save, 8 wounds. So yeah. And then I guess we wanted to talk about our normal troopers. So normal troopers, I get hotshot las guns, which is attack 4, 3 damage. 3 plus hit, damage 3, 4. Everyone has a gun butt. I've got an equipment upgrade that I can give them a Kazakin knife, which makes their attack a 4 rather than a 3, which is pretty good. And then each of my troopers, once per turning point, one trooper can perform a smoke grenade or a stun grenade action for free.
Nice.
So I get 3 stun grenades and 3.
That's cool.
Like every turning point as well.
Yeah, smoke grenade can be really useful to keep yourself out of line of sight if you suddenly found yourself in the open.
Yeah.
Just give you that one turn to then get behind some cover somewhere.
Yeah. So it's pretty good. Then after that, talk about unique equipment. So my unique equipment, I typically run a foregrip. So whenever a friendly Kazakin operative is shooting an operative within 3 inches of it, the range weapon on the data card have the accurate 1 weapon rule. If Matt wants to look up what accurate 1
I
is.
shall do, yes. Sorry, I was interested in reading your things. I should just let you tell me. What was it? Blah, 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 accurate.
1, yep.
You can retain up to X, so 1, attack dice as normal successes without rolling.
Yeah, so basically you get to, because you've got a foregrip and they're within 3 inches, you're going to hit at least once.
Yeah.
Bless you.
Which is pretty good. And then long range scope is what I normally take on my sergeant. No, my sergeant. Sorry, on my sharpshooter. So an operative that is more than 6 inches away from it in the roll attack dice. If you train any critical successes, its hot shot weapons have the saturate weapon rule. So all of a sudden my guy has saturate. Is that a hot shot actually?
It says when it. Sorry, I'm just reading it. Maybe I've not updated. I don't know. Whenever a friendly Kasrkin operative is shooting an operative more than 6 inches from it, that friendly operative's hot shots weapons have saturate special rule.
Yeah, so he has a hot shot sniper rifle.
Right.
So he would gain
saturate.
Yes.
No, it's no criticals or anything like that. It's just.
No, it says if you retain any. Again, maybe mine's.
Yeah,
not
no,
hang on. I might say it does say there's an update.
You're saying the same thing, aren't you?
There's nothing in here about critical successes. It's just literally any shots that are
I
over
did
si-
have a.
Yeah.
I did have an update. So let me just do the update quickly.
anything over 6 inches is saturate.
Yeah, which means they can't retain cover saves.
Yeah.
Yeah, but what mine was, my one said if it was a critical,
Yeah.
I can't get
So
saturate.
they've changed
This
it.
is equipment, right?
Yeah. Mine had an update, so I'm just doing the update. Maybe that's what's changed. Which is both cool and really frustrating
Yeah.
because it's cool they do the updates and the rules change, but
Do you not have automatic updates?
I mean, well, no, because it hasn't updated, so I'm guessing not.
Yeah, 'cause mine says the same. Operative is shooting an operative more than 6 inches from it. That friendly operative's hot shot weapons have the saturate.
Oh, cool. They've changed it. That's pretty good.
Happy days.
So more than 6 inches away, you just get it now, which is cool, rather than it being critical. So saturate was you don't get cover saves,
Yes, you cannot retain cover saves.
which is even better because it means that none
Because
of
cover
my-
saves
no cover
allow
saves
you
from my sniper
to-
rifle.
Yeah, and cover save basically allows you to count one of your defense dice as a normal success without rolling it.
Yeah.
So it just means now you have to roll it.
Weirdly, the only thing they've changed in foregrip is that they've added you can now do it on pistols. Oh no, you can't do it on pistols. So you can't
Yeah.
have a foregripped pistol,
Makes sense.
which is fine. What else did I normally take? Combat daggers. That's the one I gave to everybody. It's attack 3, 4+ hit, damage 3, 4. So it's not an
Yeah.
actual attack. It's a better damage.
Yes. Yeah.
Because it's not the edge of your gun.
Yeah, because it's normally 2-3 rather than 3-4.
Yeah.
And doing more damage is like massive in this
Mhm.
game.
Yeah. Especially in close combat. Cool.
Yeah. What about any specific lore names, anything like that? Did you write anything? Or come up
Yes,
with
I have. So, my kill team is called the Ghost of Kazalutan.
I don't know where you got that idea from.
What?
Kazalutan.
Okay.
So they are the survivors of one of Cadian's heavily fortified Kaza fortress cities. Each member bears a small token or fragment of their Kaza, a constant reminder of what they fight for. Their sergeant, Ilio Pavlo, is a veteran of countless sieges. Her demeanor is grim but resolute, pushing her squad to embody the unbreakable will of Cadia. Their sharpshooter, Milo Deadeye Van, might be known for his uncanny ability to quote Cadian proverbs before taking his fatal shots.
Like the guy in Saving Private Ryan who
Yes.
says the Lord's Prayer.
Yeah. So the reason I've picked Pavlo is because I have the special Cadian event model, the Kazakin.
Oh, yeah.
Female Kazakin.
Yeah.
So she's going to be my leader. She's not
That's
painted
cool.
yet. She's being painted at the moment.
Cool.
So she'll be my leader.
She'll trade out for the sergeant you currently run.
Yeah.
That's
In kill team.
Yeah.
And I think eventually my plan is to get another box of Kazakins. 1 for the tokens, and 2 because I want to run 2 squads in my 40k, and 3 because it means they're going to be. I'm going to not make them as bog standard. I'm going to try and put some more.
Bit more character in
character.
them.
So I hadn't, before you kind of talked about this, I hadn't really thought about any kind of lore about them. I just kind of was playing the game. But with reading Cadia Stands and kind of like getting a bit more background on Cadia, I was like, actually, this would be quite cool to have a particular unit born out of one of the fortress cities, and then like that's the reason they're fighting together and going on these kind of like commando runs is to kind of avenge the city.
Yeah.
So yeah, not a lot of lore. I kind of struggle when it's one single unit.
Yeah, well, I mean, again, obviously, every operative potentially can be a character. I think it depends on what kind of kill team you're running, right? Like Neil's got it much harder, like Kroot. like warrior, what do you write about the background of a Kroot warrior?
Yeah, but you don't. You do the
The
you
specialist and your leader.
No, you don't do those. You do the guy who's directing them from.
True. Actually, I suppose you could come up with a thing as this.
Oh no, sorry, that's Vespers, isn't it?
Yeah, that's Vespers. That's not. It's not the Kroot.
Sorry,
but so with my orcs, it was like, well, what can I say other than they like to kill stuff? So I just came up with a little backstory for the knob, and the other guys are just his guys. And if one of them, I think, does a lot of, like, if the Crusher ends up killing a bunch of people and surviving, maybe he'll get a character. But at the moment, they're just part of his wrecker crew. And actually that's a bit fluid. Like, as one dies, just someone else joins him because the legend of Grulgor Gunbad is growing.
Yeah.
And so that was why I went that way. It's all around him, really.
Fair enough.
But yeah. Neil, why don't you take us through your kill team?
Okay, so the Farstalker Kinband operate as scouts for the Kroot species. They range far and wide throughout the galaxy, seeking new and valuable genetic material to return to their shapers. Farstalker Kinbands contain expert trackers, hunters, and guerrilla fighters who are capable of matching far more technologically advanced foes. So, in that, you've got the Kill Broker, who's the leader. They're the main tactician, and they secure the profitable missions to get their fair compensation. You've then got the Cold Blood, who is one of the most experienced members of the team, and is capable of selecting specialist ammunition on the fly. You've got a Stalker who hunts and is the expert at hunting. You've got a Tracker who's got the Pekra bird, which is a native creature from the Kroot's home planet of Pek, and basically it's used to hunt and mark targets. You've got Heavy Gunner, does what it says on the tin like Ronsil. You've got the Pistolier, who is pretty much up there as one of my MVPs.
Has he got a range on his pistols?
Yes, 8 inches.
So basically, just stay the fuck away from him.
Yes,
He's so scary.
Shoot him from far away. You can only target the person that shot you, right? Not someone closer.
I can't remember. I think it is like a return fire, but I could be wrong.
They may have changed it in this.
Yeah, I can't remember.
We'll
get there if he chooses to focus on him, which he may have done.
So he's very handy, obviously with split fire and focus fire or salvo and focus.
Yes, yeah.
You've got the Bow Hunter, who again is fighting for MVP status. With
he was scary as hell, yeah.
Because his bow's fantastic.
He's blimmin' Hawkeye. So Sam, I don't know if you really felt the wrath of the Bow Hunter.
No, he died first time.
Oh, okay. So yeah, so he can like choose different arrows. So he just chooses the best one for whatever he's fighting and just shoots you with it. And it was quite painful. A lot of damage, if I remember correctly. Yeah. The one you hit me with.
Oh yes, you've got Kroot Hounds, so they're the vicious, fast, and loyal canine-like companions that accompany the Kinband, and then you've got your Kroot Warriors, who are your standard cannon fodder that can be armed with
cannon fodder,
different types of weapons.
Yes.
So the Kinband's loyalty to each other is profound. If one of their kin is incapacitated, the rest of the Kinband can enter a vengeful rage, which then allows them to do extra stuff.
Okay, that's interesting.
Which I will explain shortly. So, the faction rule. In the ready step of each strategic phase, you can change the order of up to 3 friendly Farstalker Kinband operatives that are not within control range of the enemy operatives.
Okay.
So I think this has changed. This second part. Whenever it's your turn to counteract, you can change the order of 1 friendly Kinband operative that's not within control range of an enemy operative instead. This still counts as your counteracting. So activation then alternates back to your opponent afterwards, but doesn't count as that friendly operative's counteraction for this turning point. So I think they've changed it slightly.
Yes. I'm just trying to play it out in a game scenario in my head to understand it. It's a very wordy one.
Yes, it is
mine's
very,
very simple. I roll a 6, I get a record point.
Yeah.
Yours is like, if you do this, you can do this. So when we talk about changing order, you have 2 orders. You have a conceal order, which restricts you from being able to like shoot and fight, and you have an engage order, which allows you to shoot and fight, but you can be targeted as a viable target.
Yeah.
So they're the orders that you're able to change.
Yeah.
So if you've got a guy who's kind of tucked in some cover but shootable, turning him to conceal massively helps him than being engaged, and the other way around, going to engage to allow you to shoot an enemy that's about to charge you or whatever else.
Yeah.
They're the reasons you're switching your orders around.
Yes, potentially.
This last bit is the bit that I'm trying to get my head around. So instead, if you choose to not do up to 3, so let's say you did 2, you could then change it.
So yeah, whenever it's your turn to counteract, you
Yeah.
can change the order of one friendly fast-stalker Kimban operative that's not within control range of enemy operatives instead.
Yeah.
This still counts as you counteracting, but doesn't count to that friendly operative's counteraction for this turning point. Again, very wordy,
I'm
very
right
confusing.
in thinking counteract is when you have no more guys left.
Yeah,
You get to do one action,
yeah.
but each guy can do it once per turn. But this allows you to do it twice
On
one dude, or well, up to one dude, I guess. What does it say? You can change the order of one. It's not within control range.
But it's only in the counteracting. So
This is as well as, not instead of. No, that's not within the control range of operative instead. So you either do it in the strategy phase,
yep,
or
you
towards
do
the
it
end of the turn in the fight phase,
Yeah.
basically. So it's either or. You're not getting both.
No.
Sorry, that's what I was getting confused. It was suddenly like, what?
no,
Being able to change orders is really confusing in this game.
yes. So yeah, it kind of not the most
Late
useful.
game, I can imagine that being really good. So like again, if your Pistolier's alive,
Yeah,
and he's concealed because you're trying to hide him, keep him alive, changing him to engage, but you've lost a lot of your models, that will then mean he can counteract twice.
Yep.
And potentially murder some very aggressive enemy.
well, yeah, no, he'll counteract twice because he'll go from concealed to engaged, and then if I get a second counteract, I just go back to him and finish off what I was going to do.
Yeah, well, my point is, if you get a second counteract, he can, because he's engaged, he can then do the free action. Because if you're concealed, you can't counteract.
Yeah.
So it allows you to almost go, oh crap, that guy's concealed, but I want him to be able to counteract. I'm going to flip him to engage and then counteract.
Yeah.
And then if you've really lost a lot of models and then you get to counteract again, he can technically go again.
No,
it says it doesn't count towards...
No. So you're yeah.
It's not about flipping multiple times. No, you're reading it wrong.
No. So he flips.
Yeah.
So if for argument's sake, we've got 3 counteracts that I can do. The first counteract, I go from concealed to engaged, then flips back to you.
Yeah.
I get another counteract, so it goes with him to engage the person that's moved to cause me.
Yeah.
That's then done.
Yeah, so he's done it twice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, right, yeah, I'm with you.
Because normally you can only do it once.
Yeah.
So he's going to get 2 activations.
Yes.
In the counteract.
Yeah.
But you obviously can only counteract if you have less models than the enemy.
Yeah.
So against like my kill team, you're not getting that very often.
Hang on, with counteracts. Sorry, I might have been missing the point of this conversation.
You
but
are.
with counteracts, I thought you could only counteract this with the same guy
once
with the same action once.
No. One operative can only counteract once, no matter what the action is you choose. And they have to be in the engage order.
Right.
So Niels is allowing him to go from conceal to engage. So
to be able to counteract.
To be able to counteract. But also that counteract doesn't count towards his allotment, which then allows him to counteract with that character again, as long as the enemy has still got turns to go.
Okay.
So,
So it's just a really strong counteract.
Well, it means that you get to...
Unlike the bow hunter or the pistolier or something, depending on the scenario.
You can only counteract if you've had a turn.
Yeah, you've got to be burnt out of your guys.
Yeah.
So
it's only at the end of the fight phase.
It's only at the end of the fight phase.
And you've got to be outnumbered.
You'd also have to leave that dude in conceal, which would then say he probably hasn't done much in his turn because he's concealed, because he can't shoot out of concealed, right?
Yeah.
Unless you're like hiding behind a wall that you can see over. But if you're concealed, you're not a viable target because you're on an objective. And then the enemy are getting close.
But you're not able to at that point offensively shoot or hit an enemy because you're concealed, right?
Yeah, so your turn would probably be, I'm just going to stay concealed and hold the objective.
Yeah. Wait, actually,
but then in the
your
counteract,
sniper guy,
Yeah.
does he have the same thing as mine where he can stay concealed?
Yeah.
So actually, then that's what you do. You'd go with the reactions. Can you do anything? I thought it was just movement. I didn't think you could shoot.
No, you can shoot.
Shoot.
It's anything that costs one action.
1 AP.
point.
Okay.
So I believe
you could then do your first blow your load shot, stay concealed, and then shoot again.
Not in a counteract. You have to be
no,
engaged.
No, that's what I'm saying. You can stay concealed in your turn.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Engage. Flip to engage. Shoot again.
Yeah.
In the counteract.
Yeah. And then
potentially shoot again.
Shoot again. So your sergeant, your sniper guy, suddenly can shoot 3 times in one turn.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? You follow what I'm saying? Picking up what I'm putting down?
No.
No, he's right.
No,
so during the game, right?
Yep.
It's counteract that you need to understand.
Yeah.
So during the game, your sniper is concealed.
Yes.
We'll stay with this one.
Yeah.
And does his concealed shot.
Yeah,
so he stays concealed. He does his gnarly shot. Cool. Game's gone. You've run out of operatives.
Yeah.
Which is hard because you have quite a lot of guys.
Yeah. So his game's gone bad for you. Yeah. But I now move a character.
Yeah.
You can flip your sniper to engage.
Yes.
As part of his counteract.
Yeah.
And shoot me.
No.
That's
no.
Why not?
No. Whenever it's your turn to counteract. So, this is the action for that counteract. By going from concealed to engage, that's the action.
So you'd be able to...
But it doesn't count as his allotment.
Yeah.
So you'd only be able to shoot once.
Yeah.
But you get
if you
it's not as strong as we thought.
If you fucked it and a guy that would be in a pristine position to do something can't do it because he's not engaged.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
That makes more sense. Okay,
so it doesn't give you an extra
flipping him
doesn't
get you
it just allows you to
me to go from
to the game.
I made it better than it was. That was my fault.
Yeah.
All right, cool. I'm glad we got there. I might cut all this out.
Cuts. I think you can probably cut some of it out, but it's a good thing to go. One, we're still learning all this stuff, and two, Kill Team can be very wordy.
Yes.
And so you have to kind of interpret what the words mean, and sometimes it does take a committee to work out exactly what a rule is. That's probably the most confusing faction rule that I've come across.
I always pick the difficult ones.
You chose the ones and models you had.
Yes, that's very true. I've got strategy ploy and firefight ploy. The only strategy ploy that I have really used is bound. So this basically is one command point, and during each of the Kinband operative activations, you can ignore the first vertical distance of 2 inches they move during one climb, i.e. upwards, not downwards, upwards. So if, for argument's sake, you've got a 3-inch climb to then get onto something, you ignore the first 2 inches of that, so you only count 1 inch.
Makes you way more mobile.
Which is very handy.
Yeah.
If you use a ladder...
Yeah, it makes ladders crazy good.
Because ladders change it all to 2 inches, right?
I can't remember what it is, but yeah, it reduces by amount, I think.
Yeah, okay.
I'll look it up. You carry on.
You should make ladders out of like wooden sticks.
No.
For your natural proof.
I'm good.
Sprue is what I would use.
I'm good.
I thought about it for the orcs, just get some sprue and cut it up. It would look very orky.
Yeah.
Orky ladders. And what doesn't cost me anything.
So yeah, that's strategy ploy. Firefight ploy, vengeance for the Kinband. This is used when a friendly Kinband operative is incapacitated by an enemy operative until the end of the battle. Whenever another friendly Kinband operative is shooting or fighting or retaliating against that enemy operative, the friendly operative weapon has the relentless special rule. So basically, until that, say for example, I played against your knob.
Yes.
Any weapons that I fired against that knob would have relentless until it was eliminated.
Yes. Not nice.
No. So pretty powerful.
Yeah, so that's a good one. It's a good one to highlight as well.
Indeed. So, leader, Kroot Kill Broker, APL 2, move 6, save 5 up, and wounds 9. Gets a choice of Kroot Rifle, which is 4 attacks, 3+ to hit, 3 damage with 4 damage, and there's no special rules. He could choose a Pulse Rifle instead with 4 attacks, but it's a 4+ to hit. Does a bit more damage at 4 and 5, but there are no special rules. And then he has a Ritual Blades, which are 4 attacks, 3 to hit, and 4 and 5 damage with no special rules.
That's quite simple. No special rules.
So I went in with the Kroot Rifle just because I wanted to make sure I'd get hits in.
Yeah.
Because hits equal damage. No hits don't equal any damage whatsoever. And he's got 2 special rules. He's got Call the Kill, which is a strategic gambit. Select 1 enemy operative to be your mark for the turning point, which I haven't used, so it would have been very helpful to be able to use this and remember to use this. Whenever a friendly Kimban operative is shooting against, fighting against, or retaliating against that mark, the Kroot operative weapons have balanced rule.
Ah, nice.
And then whenever that mark is incapacitated, you can then select a new operative to be, or enemy operative to be your mark for the turning point.
Yeah, so it just gives you reroll a dice.
And basically every time you can keep doing this during a turning point.
Yeah, that's nice.
So if I knock the first one out, I can go, actually now that's the mark.
Actually, can you? Well, it's a strategic gambit, which I believe are done during the strategy phase.
As long as I
Strategic ploys.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure strategic gambits count as strategic ploys.
I don't know.
Let me. You carry on.
So if I was to play it, I could then continue to rename operatives during that turning point if I was playing this.
So this says each player readies all friendly operatives, starting with the player who has initiative. Players alternate using a strategic gambit or passing. Until each player passes in succession, every strategy ploy is also a strategic gambit.
Right.
Each player cannot use each strategic gambit more than once per turning point.
So
it's once per turn.
Turning point, yeah. Well, no, so it's... So from reading this, you can select... Whenever your mark is incapacitated, you can select a new enemy operative to be your mark for the turning point.
Yeah.
So if I play it and I manage to wipe out that person, I can
then
then
it
pick
does
another
jump
one.
to another one, yeah.
But it's only for that turning point.
Yeah.
And then he's got Victory Shriek. So whenever your mark is incapacitated, you can select 1 Kimban operative within 6 of this operative until the end of the battle. That operative's weapons has the balanced rule.
Is this just
another
your
reroll? Yeah, this is all the kill broker.
Jesus.
Each friendly operative can only be selected for this rule once per battle.
Yeah, okay. Once per battle. Okay,
Yeah.
that's quite long.
So, yeah, until the end of the battle, the operative's weapons. Yeah, so you can select.
I suppose, yeah, they get balanced.
So as long as you play this gambit and you kill it, you can then go, right, something's within 6 of me. Right, you're getting balanced.
What does the balance do?
Reroll 1 attack dice.
Yeah, I think
for
that's kind of cool.
For the battle, that's
like,
really good.
It's kind of cool because it's like we're stoked by the fact we've killed someone.
Yes.
Like, I feel like...
Yeah, it's very Tusken Raider.
I feel like Kroot get better the more they do. Like, they kind of get into it more.
Yeah, I think they're from playing them, it's overwhelming at the beginning because there's lots of them. But they aren't, like, the most sturdy of things.
No.
So they do die. But that's where then your counteract can be a benefit.
Mm-hmm.
And as you kill me, you're getting buffs through this.
Yes, but I have to. Yeah, again, it's a memory thing of remembering to go.
Yeah,
I'm going to play this one. So next up, we've got the Bow Hunter. So stat line is identical, other than he's got 1 less wound. So 8 wounds as opposed to 9 wounds. You've got the Accelerator Bow, and he's got Blade. So the Blade is 3 attacks, hitting on 3s, 3/4 damage, no special rules.
Nice and simple.
The Accelerator Bow has 3 different arrows that you can use. So you've got the first one, which is Fused Arrow, It's 4 attacks, 3+ to hit. It does 3/4 damage, and it's piercing 1.
So that removes a 1 defense dice.
You've then got the glide arrow, which is 4 attacks, 3 ups to hit, damage 3/4, and it's silent.
Which, for all of our benefits, an operative can perform the shoot action with this weapon when concealed.
So potentially quite a
Sneaky
bowman. And then you've got the voltaic arrow, which again 4 attacks, 3+ to hit, 3/5 damage,
Interesting.
and it's blast 1.
Yeah, so that's where you get any model within 1 inch of the primary target gets shot with the same stat line. Again,
Which is really handy. And then we've got energize. So for a cost of 1 AP until the end of the turning point, or until the operative is shot with the accelerator blow, whichever comes first, all profiles have the lethal 5+ weapon rule. But you can't do this when you're in control range of an enemy operative.
yeah,
So crits on 5s rather than 6s.
yeah, lovely. And crits make quite a big difference.
They do indeed. And then finally, we've got the warrior. So same stat line, APL 2, movement 6, 5 up save, 8 wounds. Comes with a Crute rifle with 4 attacks, 4 to hit, 3/4 damage, no special rules. We've got the scatter gun, which is 4 attacks, 3 to hits, 3 and 3 damage, but only a 6-inch range. I don't understand the
3/3. Just crits don't matter.
very strange on
It's
that.
a shotgun.
Yeah.
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, the shotgun's just going to
And
hurt you
it's-
as much as it hurts you, right?
Yeah.
And it's 6 inches range.
I've got a few of these where they're the same.
Oh, okay.
Like where they're the same crit, same hit.
Yeah.
And then blade, 3 attacks, 3+ to hit, 3/4 damage, no special rules.
Yeah.
So yeah, the range on the scatter gun is 6 inches.
Yeah. You're still. Yeah, you're still getting the bonus of critting by needing 2 defense to get rid of a crit.
Yeah,
But
but it doesn't do any extra damage.
just no extra damage. It's just using up extra defense dice, which is probably why they've kept it having a crit stat.
I suppose plus it's hitting on a better. It's
Yes.
easier to hit.
Yeah, because it's just per.
Yeah. So they've got a special rule, which is ready for anything. Once per turning point during a friendly warrior operative's activation, you can use the meat, piercing shot, or toxin shot rule for that operative.
Yeah, they're all equipment, right?
Yeah, doing so doesn't count for its once per turning point limit.
Yeah.
So if you have the equipment, you can use it, and it doesn't count against it being used once per turn.
Yes, it means your warriors are really, really useful.
Yeah.
Well, it's just like my guys that can use smoke grenades.
Yeah, except these are
No,
way better.
not in terms of the same level, but it's just that
Yeah,
you get a bit of
yeah.
equipment for free
Yeah,
because actually they are relatively bland and easy to kill.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So these came in very handy against me.
it was the most
Very-
annoying.
The
Genuinely,
what is the meat? Meat it gives you healed, right?
We're going on
Yeah.
to equipment. So
Okay,
here we
cool.
are with the unique equipment. We'll start with meat, as Sam has mentioned it. So once per turning point, when a friendly crew operative, excluding the hound, is activated, if it's not within control range of an enemy operative, you can use this rule. In doing so, you get D3 plus 1 wounds back.
Okay, this is because you don't have a medic.
Yep.
yeah.
Which, to be honest, arguably,
They've got a little pouch of meat that they can get some wounds back.
actually, this is better because whilst you might not heal as much as a medic
Yeah.
with, but everybody can do it. A medic has to be near them.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. It's
pretty
also free to use, so I have a similar ability, but it's a strategy point.
Yeah.
So I'm having to spend a command point to do it, whereas you just got it,
Yeah.
which is quite nice.
You've then got trophy. So once per battle, when a friendly crew operative is activated, if it's not within control range of enemy operatives, you can use this rule. If you do so, add 1 to that friendly operative's APL stat until the end of its activation.
Yeah.
So it allows you to get that little bit of extra movement in because you can't shoot twice.
Yes.
You've then got piercing shot. So once per turning point, friendly recruit is performing a shoot action, and the shot is made with either a recruit rifle, scattergun, or dual pistols focused. You can use this rule. If you do so until the end of the action, that chosen weapon has the piercing 1 special rule.
Yeah.
Which is quite handy. And then you've got toxin shot.
Yeah, this was the one that was pain in the bum.
Comes in very handy. So same as the piercing shot, you can only use it with a rifle, scattergun, or dual pistols. And it gives the weapon lethal 5+ and stun weapon rules.
Yeah, so lethal 5+ is crit on a 5, so you're going to get the higher damage, which is nice in itself. But it's the stun that hurt me. So stun is if you retain any critical successes, so remember you're getting them on a 5 or a 6, subtract 1 from the APL stat of the operative this weapon is being used against until the end of its next activation. So all my orcs were becoming APL 1, so I could either move or shoot.
That's cool.
It was so annoying because it meant like, well, I need to get on these objectives to score points and contest them. But if I do so, I'm just walking out into the open and not able to do any damage. So I was then having to stay back and shoot, but then I wasn't killing you off objectives quick enough, so you were racking up points. It really, really hindered me. Like, it hurt more than I thought it would. But yeah, toxin shot out of all of them is just
It
so
came
horrible.
clutch, indeed.
It'd be interesting against like a more evenly numbered, because this was obviously your first full game we keep talking about.
Yeah.
Between me and you and Sam played like 2 turning points before it got late, because it was the very first time you'd even looked at the rules and all sorts. So it'd be cool to go back to that at some point and see if you play anything like you played against me. I want to see if these have a bigger impact or less.
Yeah,
because they absolutely hindered me all over the place.
How?
Because I only had 1 APL, so I couldn't do
Yeah,
anything.
but it's once per turning point.
yes,
but the Recruit Warriors doesn't count as once per turning point.
Oh, I see.
So his 5 warriors were shooting all 5 of my orcs, and so all of my orcs were only 1 action point. It was so annoying.
2 seconds.
It was so annoying.
May have.
No, once per turning point.
Yes, but by doing so they have their special ready for anything.
Hang on. But it says once per turning point during a friendly warrior's operative action, you can use a pure attack for that operative. Doing so does not count towards the turning point limit.
So each guy, once per turning point, can use toxin shot or poison shot.
Unless we've interpreted that
That's
wrong.
how it reads.
But it's as it's written.
That's how it reads.
And then your pistolier or your
would obviously count as the once per turn.
the once per turn, yeah. Which it definitely
It makes warriors just really annoying.
Yeah.
And way more better to have more warriors than like just taking the minimal amount and taking more crit rounds
even in like the update log. There isn't anything there.
Yeah.
I know.
Okay, cool. Yeah, that's how it reads. I mean,
Again, thing is, he's got, 4? Is it 4 or 5?
3, I think.
3? Like, so it's not like loads.
No.
But he'd already whittled my force down.
And I guess if you think about it, like extrapolating it out, they're a 5-up save. They've shot you, so arguably they can see you. You can see them back.
Yeah.
So therefore, all right, you can't move and shoot, but you can shoot.
Yeah.
So you
it's
can
not
just
broken.
remove them.
Again, I think though toxin shot is phenomenal against small model kill teams, because you take off that APL. Well, I don't just have another guy to go and do the things I want to do. Whereas like a guard force or the Eldar forces would have more models.
Yeah.
So you're not hindering the entire kill team, just select models.
Awesome. As I may have stated a number of times, as I'm not fully invested yet, I haven't come up with any lore yet.
Fair enough. That's fair enough. It was an added
I
little
think
bonus.
they'd be really cool to come up with lore. Like, they've
It's-
turned away from the Tau Empire and they're now guns for hire.
Yeah. I
Potentially.
mean, they probably would have been killed if they turned away from the Tau Empire, but they could be a bit more frivolous with who they choose to.
They were sent out by the Tau Empire to.
They've
do stuff and
gone
they've
somewhere
kind of gone
remote that now they just kind of take money and
Yeah.
meat orders from anyone that gives them enough.
Yeah.
Something like that would be kind of cool.
I think they're quite cool, and the models are really nice.
There's a lot of character. I love what you've done with like the bowcaster.
Mhm.
Looks really unique, and Pistolier is like you can easily identify who's who,
Yeah.
which is cool when all the models look quite similar.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, no, I think they are very cool. Well, I hope you enjoyed that kind of. I wouldn't call it a deep dive, but a bit of a dive into our rules and us learning this game type. Do check them out. There's lots of kill teams available. It's all free to have a look at. So I would encourage it. I've really been enjoying the game mode, and I look forward to playing some more games. Let's take a quick break and come back with our first interview segment of this season.
I've got a brand new combine harvester, and I'll give you the key. Alright there, my lover. Sometimes farming is hard work, and I need a midweek break. So we started Mike's Midweek Hangouts, as a midweek haven from the hustle, bustle, and loud noises of the farm. These gatherings are held in Facebook rooms. You can join from the link found either in the Adeptus Terra podcast safe room or found in the Hobby Hangout channel on the Discord. If you want to get some midweek hobby progress in, why not grab your scrumpy and join Mike on a Wednesday from 8:30. See you there, my lover. Come on now, let's get together.
Welcome back. This is the Spotlight, and in this segment we have two guests that you'll hear in two separate interviews. One is our good friend Simon, who is the chairman of the Hutton Hearthguards Gaming Club, and our second guest is Mr. James Gibb, who is, I can't remember what role he told me he was, treasurer of the Bristol Vanguard. This segment is really our first opportunity to do some interviews around what's going on in the world of this great hobby. This episode's focus is gaming clubs. So we asked different questions to Simon and James due to their experience, and hopefully you find it really, really interesting. First, you'll hear from Simon, who's newer in this journey of running a gaming club, and then we hear from James about all that's going on in Bristol Vanguard. I hope you enjoy. Hello, welcome back. This is the Spotlight, and this episode we have two of our friends in two different interviews talking about their gaming clubs and their experience running gaming clubs.
I'm not cutting that out.
No, that's fine. Just leave it in. Who
You did
cares?
say interfuse as well.
Yeah. Interfuse. It's late. Whatever. We're here.
Is that where you dock? And
We're
then
here.
No?
Doc. What?
What?
That's a weird thing.
Space docking. Is that not?
I went down the electrical route, interfuses.
No, I've just thought about anal.
Yeah, that's where I thought you were going.
When in
anyway,
doubt, always aim.
Anyway, it's Tuesday night and we're talking about anal. What was that about? Not being many swear words or censored moments in the podcast.
It is an anatomical piece of body.
No kink shaming here.
No.
Anyway,
Do you
you've
ever
already
fucking like-
heard his voice. Let's intro our good friend of the podcast, Simon. Say hello, Simon.
Hello, how is everyone this evening?
Yes, we're doing okay.
You may remember Simon from previous episodes about escalation leagues. Did you finish? Were you one of the ones that actually finished the league?
I was a
probably.
finisher.
Yeah,
Yeah, I was a
you
finisher.
were a closer. Good.
I was a
good.
closer.
Basing is for closers.
I also was like the 50% win streak, so I went drop pod heavy with the World Eaters. Next. And it was like, do I win? Do I lose? It's quite literally that.
Yeah.
I think I did the what was it like? People have problems. Simon has solutions thing where it was like super glue in the fridge.
Yeah.
We did do a kind of hobby thing. Yeah, you've appeared a few times
Yeah.
in the podcast history. But yeah, we've got Simon on because his got a leading role in a gaming club, and we'll hear much more about that in a moment. And we're just going to kind of have a very chilled out conversation about his club, experiences he's had getting involved in the leadership of that club, and lessons that he's potentially learned along the way. So I don't actually have the questions in front of me, so I'm going to kind of throw that over to Sam to kind of get us going.
Yeah.
But thank you very much for joining us.
No, thank you for having
Well, let's start by you introing your own club. So do you want to tell us the name, how you first got involved, any history, that kind of stuff?
me. Yeah, okay. So I am a part of the Hutton Hearthguards. We're a wargaming club based in southeast Essex, in the town of Hutton, which is just outside of Brentwood. From where you guys are, it's about 25 minutes down the road.
Yeah, it's not too far.
I first joined, it took me a while to remember this, so bear in mind I am reading this off a bit of paper. I joined in summer of 2022. A good friend of mine, Mark Faust, invited me to help run a club, which at then was called the Brentwood Crusaders. The gentleman that was running that club basically said that he wanted to take a little bit of a step away. Mark took a step up, didn't want to do it himself. Wasn't that he couldn't. He just said that it's, rather share it out with some people. So he shared it with me and another gentleman called Ed. Through between summer 2022 and December 2022, we grew to a good size, sort of regular numbers of about 16 people attending. And at that point was when we kind of held our first Q&A for all the members. I think we kind of did the Q&A closed in about January 2023. And most of the feedback that we had from then was that Brentwood Crusaders wasn't kind of a nice name, didn't really have much of identity in the area. We were in Hutton, not Brentwood, so it was confusing for people online. So we basically went around a couple of ideas with a couple of people there, got some names, settled on Hutton Hearthguards, created the logo, made a new identity, and started setting up things in a more official way. So, because before it was just more Mark hired a hall, we had some storage there, and then we played on all of his terrain. So that was like our first big step into coming like something official, and then turning into something.
Being a club.
Yeah, exactly.
With, members and committees and all that jazz.
Yeah.
So it's interesting to know you came straight in to leadership as well, like rather than I'm assuming, and I don't really go to any gaming clubs, so maybe this isn't true, but people kind of work their way through, become a member of a club, play there for a while, and then become, I don't know, a committee member, and then maybe the secretary or whatever.
I'd always talked with Mark, because I've known Mark probably the better part of about 10 years now. Always spoke to him about wanting to do something, but it was just, there were so many out there at the time that we were like, look, if we're just going to go and do it, we're just going to be another one out there. So when it was more a case of like, well, we already got one kind of established, we'll just kind of continue it on moving, change it how we want to. That was Mark kind of going like, well, that's the best, this kind of situation. It was just after COVID as well.
Yeah.
So it was...
lots of clubs are closed by that point.
Yeah, so we kind of capitalised in a way of... And again, that's kind of why we kind of pushed for doing the new branding and things. Of it was kind of all of the other ones were closing. We were getting some more members, and they were kind of going like, "Well, we want to start going to events and things like that.
Yeah.
We want to take a logo. I am wearing our branded stuff, you know.
It's very nice.
So yeah, so we went for that. So anyway, back to the kind of the story thing of like February, March 23. That's when we launched the new logo, new branding and everything, t-shirts and stuff, like I say.
Yeah.
Great for a podcast, me saying this. And then since then, we've done 4 internal events. We've done, the last one was we did a Bolt Action Day for celebrating VE Day, where we had lots of prizes and stuff. We had 10 people turn up and actually play on all the tables, and we had like representing the world going on.
Nice.
So we had actually like 5 different tables that represented all the world. So we had like a desert board, a jungle board.
That's cool.
Cayenne. We had Calais, and then we also had like our dense forest. We had like a dense forest board. So check that out. It's all on our Instagram.
Yeah, I think we'll probably end up talking a lot about terrain in a bit as we go through that journey, because I know you've been working on that a lot from your personal, sharing in the group and stuff. So we'll come back around to that. But
we've attended, we've had our members go to 2 ITC tournaments with 40k. So they've all wore our branded stuff. We've done 5 Heresy events, mainly Liam, Tom and I, which again, sort of friends around the podcast. But one of those events, we all went in our hoodies and we were fully half of the traitor side was all Hutton Hearthguard members. And there's a nice picture of us on our Instagram of all of us up against the wall, so that was quite cool.
The event we're going to, that's being run by Fisher Tours. Did you sign us up as
the sub entity of Hutton Hearthguard?
Did you sign us up as Hearthguard people?
No. James doesn't run who you're associated with.
Yes,
Right,
yeah.
So, but Liam and Tom
Not
are
for
going to be wearing
Memlock,
there.
certainly.
Yeah.
No, okay.
But the thing is, we went to that Memlock, 2023.
Yeah.
That was the first outing of like the logo proper. Yeah, so we went down there with like the logo on, and when we walked in there, the Bristol Vanguard, who I know you're talking to later, they were so welcoming because they were like, "Oh, another gaming group! This is amazing. Shall we start like things?" So that's a bit later on. We'll start talking about it of like my dreams and aspirations. But we kind of turned up with that branding, and they had their branding, and it was quite nice.
It's a shame. 'Cause I thought if we were signed up to that, we could go like that classic American football style. We'll just wear no t-shirt, just paint ourselves.
Oh, just red and black.
Red and black.
I have always said you need a fourth member because at the moment you're TAT and you just need a P
A
person.
P, yeah.
Who do we need? We need a Pete.
Well,
or Penelope.
I mean,
Penelope.
We just changed Neil's name. Neil could be Penelope now.
yeah. He could easily be a Penelope.
Yeah, stick him in a wig. Put
Or
some
a
lipstick
Peggy.
on him. He likes a bit of Peggy.
But so like sort of recent history-ish. Obviously, was the VE day. We now have like.
Well, that was 80 years ago.
No, yeah, it does feel like that. Yeah. Well, the celebration for 80 years. Yeah. We now sell merch, hoodies, pens, t-shirts, even a clock face. Red Bull
Really?
is a fantastic accumulation of shit, basically. But it's got our logo on it, so it's great.
That's cool. Yeah, I mean, it would be worth talking about that. I know we're going to talk about a bunch of different things, but obviously you changed the name, you created a logo, branding, merchandise. How important was that for your club personally, and why was that a vision of we want to do that as a priority, I guess?
So, main driver for me was finances.
Okay.
Because we're not in like an established gaming.
Yeah.
Like gaming club's not the right term, but like we're not in like a gaming shop
A store.
or a store. Like we don't meet up a Wayland or anything like that, like the Wayland Warlords used to do. So it's very much like any like business. The office space needs to be covered every month.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So I kind of said to Mark, who was chairman at the time, I was a bit like, look, I think we need to kind of diversify how we get our money, because even though that's kind of what our members still do, anything extra can help, right?
Oh, yeah.
So,
massive.
so we, that's where like these t-shirts. I mean, most of the t-shirts and hoodies we make cost on because it was that kind of we just need to get our name out there.
Yeah, you
and
want it
we'll
out
wear
there,
stuff.
yeah.
But then like the Redbubble, the Wayland affiliate stuff, we also run like a donation thing for teas and coffees there now.
Oh, cool.
So if you want to have a free tea and coffee while you're there, fine. But if you also want to distribute, you also want to give back to the donation pot, you can also do that as well.
Yeah.
I think it's important because like a lot of the like when we've been looking at running events, trying to hire places to run the event,
Oh, man.
like just hall hire alone is enough to like cripple clubs from being
from existing.
We are super lucky, and that's another reason why I want to try and keep the cost there. And I just like, because like the hall also increases its prices every now and again. It's a business in itself, so it needs to kind of keep itself afloat. But we also, as well as getting the hall, there's like a side room off it, which we pay to store all our stuff in.
That's cool.
So it's like, okay, so we're also getting storage and the hall all in one go. So it's a really sweet deal. And I don't want to abuse that. And like I say, if we can get that, if they say, right, cool, we're going to add a 10% extra on the hall, if we've got like a nice little bucket next to the side of it of, okay, we can draw this in. I mean, even things like, and I'll go into this a little bit later again, public liability insurance policies, risk assessment review and stuff like that. It's all these kind of costs of that we need to cover to protect ourselves rather than anything else.
It's been really cool to, as a person on the outside and obviously being your friend, being able to hear this journey that you've gone on from being a club in name and spirit rather than officially, and the journey you've been on to create it into an entity that has insurance and liability and accountability, etc.
I will point out it's not solely me.
Yeah.
I'm only here that Mark, Ed, and a bunch of our other members, Luke, Liam, Cameron. They've all done Dan, Ollie as well.
So you run it as a committee.
So the structure that we have is that of an unincorporated association, a UA.
Okay.
Is in its legal entity. So we're not technically a charity.
Yeah.
We're not technically a limited company.
Yeah,
We're a non-for-profit organisation.
Yeah, okay. So we're not going to make any money on this because we're not making any money on this.
So yeah, we can make money.
Yeah.
But we just need to validate what that money gets put towards.
Yeah.
Which implies tax and things like that. Luckily, I have a family relative that is a named accountant of a partnered firm. So I'm like, cool, free work for me, please. Thank you.
I mean, it's not like you're gonna. Like, let's face it, no one starts a gaming club to become a millionaire.
No,
right?
exactly. And
you're never going to get that.
That's one thing that we've had a couple of times of a couple of people that have come kind of met us at the club, and they've gone like, "So, how much money do you make?" And I'm like, "Mate, if I was doing this for money, then this is not a money maker.
Yeah.
This is a hobby."
If anything, what you want to do is stop it costing you money.
Yeah.
Yes.
Mark Faust actually used to say that it actually helps him with his plastic crack addiction because he now can't buy models because he's now playing with the models that he then pays for the club to be there. So it's just like, cool. Do I want to buy a night this month, or do I actually want to play with 20 other people? So that's which that's cool for me. It's a really nice community that we've built there, and you can kind of go have a laugh. And like the days when we used to go to Warhammer World for the weekend, it just used to be like everyone just talks geek stuff all weekend. It's just like that for a day. It's a great, for my mental health, it does amazing stuff.
So you've got I'm guessing that means you got a chair, secretary.
Sorry, coming back around to that. Yeah, so we have, because UA states that you have to have between your club members and your executive board, you have to have an intermediary between them. So it's basically so that if any member doesn't like any of the leadership, they don't have to be known that they can say that. So it's like, like a private suggestion box basically between the two.
Anonymous.
So the way that we did
Coward's way.
Yeah, in a way, yeah. But it also allows us to stay accountable, and likewise the other councils the other way around. So you have like 3 entities within the club that then are all accountable to one another. So it keeps the betterment for the community, right? So the way that we do is we've got the executive council, which is like what we call the chair, treasurer, and the secretary, which have those roles. So we have said, because we've had a bit of a restructure recently, we have said that, look, these guys, if you're on that executive council, there is more of a kind of financial burden than just the normal subs. There is more responsibility that you are accountable for, and you have to perform certain actions. There's no question to that. We still have lots of interest, which is nice. So because often some people
as soon as you tell them, by the way, this thing you come to now, it's actually rather than your £5 a month sub, it's actually probably going to cost you more, £25 a month to play.
Yeah, something like that. And it's also a bit like, as soon as you then start saying like, cool, now you get to you do like your day job, you now have to do it for your wargaming club. It gets I can understand why people are a bit like, I just want to play with plastic toys.
Yeah.
So but then we've got the other side of the coin, which is the advisory council, which is basically you have more of a say than a member. You're still an elected position. So I must say that the chairman, treasurer, and secretary, they're all elected positions. So we kind of set it up, and we had to have some people, so we set it up that way. And then since we've had some changes, everyone's been elected into the roles they've been in. And then likewise with the advisory council. And the advisory council is literally there to be that kind of in between. So where we've had Mark Faust has had to step down from chairman. The advisory council then ran a vote, so it stayed neutral, to then who out the candidates to run for chairman in his stead.
Oh, okay.
And then likewise for the secretary role after that.
So the advisory council decided amongst themselves who would move to the...
No, so they run a vote.
Oh, they ran the vote.
All the members.
Yeah, okay.
But then likewise, we're now running a advisory council vote.
Okay.
But the executive council's running because it's not biased by anyone who's on that team.
Yeah, okay. And you have to do that as part of the way you're set up?
It's my interpretation of what the UA says.
Right, okay. Interesting.
The legal rules for that. There are so many entities. You've got a CIO, CAO, loads of things. I went down deep hole of researching.
It's weird because we've been looking at tax recently, and there's no one place to go and find out any of this stuff, right?
And the rules, as lovely British government do it, it's all down to interpretation.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So this works for you, right? You Everyone feels invested. They've all elected.
Yeah,
Like,
I mean,
everyone feels
again,
like they get their say.
luckily enough, one of our members is actually a solicitor. So once I set it up and I wrote up the constitution, Mark and Ed kind of had their input. They changed a few things and then signed it off. We then gave it to him and just went, right, would this stand up in court? And he was like, yeah, I'd tweak this, do this and that. So we have been running on quite a lot of goodwill, which is nice of our collective members. But again, it's sort of like 10 minutes of people's time.
But that's community investment, right?
Exactly.
That's what you want from a club. You want your club. You want people not just turn up to so if we just go to play at Wayland, right? I have no affiliation with Wayland because I'm just going to use their space. I might purchase a drink there. I might buy some glue. I might buy models right while I'm there. Fine. But ultimately, if Wayland burned to the ground, if Wayland burned to the ground tomorrow, I won't cry about it because I don't have an affiliation with Wayland.
You've got no orders with them at the moment.
I've got no orders. I mean, there probably is still orders outstanding.
Yeah,
They've
okay,
not fulfilled, but
damn those pre-orders.
but like it effectively won't. I'm not going to cry about it.
Yeah.
Whereas if you're invested into that community, then you're going to be more like go out your way to pay your subs, to go like to see the betterment of the club, to turn up to events, to turn up to the club.
Yeah.
I get why. I think it's a great idea. I think it's a good investment.
Yeah, and I think again, it seems like it's a big step towards evolving as a club entity thing that's more of a thing than a bunch of guys who hire a hall.
Yeah. And the main reason I did it was I've been part of, like, my other background. I used to do quite a lot of music. I used to do a lot of St. John's Ambulance, and like obviously being part of like the troops or the orchestras and stuff like that. You have these kind of entities kind of loosely there. So I have seen them badly run. I've seen them go go south quite quickly. So I knew when Mark, Ed and I started putting our names on things, it was okay, well, we need to protect ourselves, not only us three, because it needs to protect everyone, the entity, the members that go there, and that, because like if something happens at the club and we don't have public liability insurance and then they're put out of work for the next 6 months, they won't get paid if we don't have the liability insurance. Likewise, if someone accuses of us doing something and
Simon
we don't
touched
have
me.
Well, yeah, exactly. We actually have like a policy that says like, you're not allowed to touch anyone uninvited. Because if we didn't have that policy and then someone accused us of doing something, we didn't have that in black and white saying, well, it wasn't actually against our rules. It sounds really silly, but it's just all of this bureaucracy that you need to put down in place.
It's protecting yourself and looking after yourself and the people that you are now responsible for.
Exactly. And that's what I do is Mark, Ed and I were all very assured of, like, we came up with our USP, our unique selling point, which was just we want a community of gaming. It wasn't wargaming, wasn't anything. We have people that play Magic. We have people that come play board games. We've even had inquiries to have people to come and use our table spaces and our terrain to play Dungeons and Dragons.
Okay.
So we just, as long as people come and use the space for gaming, they're welcome.
Okay, cool. That's good to know, actually. I don't think we really outset that yet. So you basically are trying to provide space for people to come and game and foster a positive environment that people can do that in.
Yep.
Which is cool, because that's, like you say, that's a unique to your club over a club that's like, we are a 40k club, or we are a Star Wars Legion club, or, we do 2 game systems.
Don't get me wrong, 40k probably still is 80% of
like
our
your bread and
tables
butter,
and stuff. Right? I mean, I'm a very avid Heresy player, so every time I go there, I play Heresy. But, I have branched out. Like, we've got a couple of guys that are, I don't mean to use the term old school gamer, but I do also mean that. They broke out their 2nd edition Epic.
We've
had people play Star Quest, like the original game. So the one we used to play with John, so they played that at Christmas. What are the other games we've had? So we have like lots of bolt action sort of coming up, which is a nice game system. But yeah, we've had loads of just random funky games that have also come up, which is sometimes is really good, sometimes is really bad, because you kind of go over and go, oh, that's amazing, and then suddenly you go, oh, now I've invested in it.
Now I'm doing another game system.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's cool though. I like the idea of it. I think like we've talked a lot about kind of systems, structure, things you put in place behind the scenes. It would be good to talk about things that you think have been vital for your growth, that you think will be good to, keep that growth growing, and for just a club to run well. You know, like, and in my head, because again I've seen it on the outside, is like good terrain and these things. I want to kind of move into those conversations.
Yeah, so things that were vital to us when we first kind of came up with the entity of, right, what's good about Brentwood Crusaders and what's going to be great about Hutton Hearthguard. Obviously, setting that USP was the kind of was the birthplace of that idea of how do we kind of make something that's as welcoming for everyone, not just particularly sort of like Games Workshop heavy players.
Yeah.
So we basically opened it up to all the members and just said, right, this is what we want to do. How do you think we're going to achieve that? So we asked everyone that was involved. We got back sort of standard things, which was, okay, a lot of our terrain's geared towards 40k. The space that we've got is quite nice. The tables are really good. We want to kind of maximize the amount of time that we get for gaming. How can, just sort of like some operational efficiencies and things. So in that place, because we don't have a fixed location and there's a higher end before us as well, we have like a bit of a turnaround time.
Okay.
So it's like, cool. So we've got that down operationally quite well of like, cool, these tables come out first, you set up these terrain, blah, blah, blah. So that was kind of like, and every member kind of chips in, puts a picket line up, and then everyone just like sets it up. So that was quite easy. And then likewise, we have a pack down thing. Terrain was a bit messy. So we've invented a thing called the dot system. So everything's got a coloured dot on it. So if like everything's got a red dot on it, it goes in the red box. Everything's got a blue dot, it goes in the blue box. And then that led us on to, and then they also match up with all our mats that we have as well.
That's cool.
So if you're like, cool, so this mat can have green dot, blue dot, pink dot on it. You can then pick the terrain that you've got. That then stemmed to us setting up a table booking form. So within our WhatsApp community,
what is coming to the surface is organization, right? Having your terrain well organized, your setup pack down well organized, your online community well organized, so you can have gaming books.
Like I said, we've got a spreadsheet for the booking table thing now. So ahead of us meeting up, because one thing that we found was a bit awkward was when everyone kind of got there and then we kind of lose half an hour for setup because everyone has to get the tables out and put the terrain up. And then all of a sudden, once you got the table set up, everyone just kind of stands and looks at each other and a bit like, oh, do you want to
who's playing what?
So that's when we were like, cool, book your tables in advance, get who your opponent is on there, and then book it. And also it meant that when we're then kind of getting all the tables out, we go, cool, right, we know today we need 7 tables. Let's just get 7 tables worth. And then everyone knows that as long as 7 tables go into the hall, anyone else extra is like more. So we did put a lot of operational structure in. So we also did the nice things of setting up like different channels for like Heresy group, 40k group, leaks, a buyer sellers page, which I think every like community has. And then we have like our announcements and things on there as well. But so that's some things that we did to kind of, that I think are vital. It's mainly, it's not idiot proofing stuff. Because I think people should actually listen to, especially with some people that might have like difficulties or disabilities, that they can go like, well, actually, I find that quite difficult. Being welcoming to that is always good. And in a community like that, you want to be open to, are we doing things right? Are we doing things wrong? And if anything, I'd rather be told that I'm making a mistake than to just continue what I'm doing.
I think it's also about having a willingness to adapt, isn't it? Like you say, if someone comes along and goes, this doesn't quite work for me, it's going, well, too bad, our club works this way. Going, okay, let's see how we can benefit our whole system by adapting it. And I think that's a really good kind of mentality to have.
I do like to challenge back when, and it doesn't happen too often. I'll come on to that a little bit later, but I do like when people give me that, I don't think that's working. I do like to kind of go, okay, what would you like to do instead?
It's very easy to pick hole in things, right? But without suggesting what to do.
I'm a business analyst by trade, so my job is to kind of gather requirements and provide solutions. And it's like, I'm fed up of just clients that go, here's a problem. I'm like, cool, solution, mate. So I do like that, people.
How does your club work in terms of like subs or membership? Do you do like a yearly subscription?
So not yet. We have just started a specific PayPal account,
right?
Because again, that was some feedback we had recently of just like And also, it was a bit awkward because it was like people could either give cash to us, any of the executive members, and then all of that cash was then given to like digitally then to Mark, who then do the pay the invoice.
Yeah.
Because we're not quite there yet to have like our own bank account.
Yeah.
That is in the works now,
Yeah.
but back then it was just
It's a slow grow, right?
exactly. So when then Mark kind of took a step, said that he was thinking of stepping down, that's when we were like, okay, well, we need to kind of come up with a way of whoever is that entity that the money goes to, it goes into a pot, not a particular person. I also made me feel a bit more secure because then it's not that Mark or anyone would do anything with the money, but if you've got a pot that many eyes look on, less things are going to go missing.
Yeah, I run the podcast.
I mean, our podcast is completely Sam's bank account.
Yeah.
Although I did realise the other day that your card is attached to the podcast Gmail.
Yeah.
So if I'm not careful, when I use my Google phone, it tries to charge your card.
But the same thing, if I get hit by a bus tomorrow, the PayPal will continue, my bank account won't.
Yeah.
So it was then kind of like, okay, well, this is for longevity and
Yeah,
for the best of the club. And also, PayPal's a really good thing because we then generated QR codes.
Yep.
And then we've put them on posters, and they're on the table numbers and everything for when we run the club. So, and it's also on like the donation thing. So we're kind of going as cashless as we can.
Yeah.
And all the money just goes into the PayPal, and then we just pull the PayPal out when we need to pay for stuff for bank account.
Yeah.
In future, the PayPal will be linked directly with the Hutton Hearthguard bank account.
Yes.
And then we'll pay invoices from that.
So it's how much is it to? Well, how does it work then if you're not doing a membership? What do I pay?
So if you're there on the day, it's £8.
Okay.
And that gives you whatever you want to do.
It's about
for
7
the same
hours, did you say?
time. Yeah, so it's 11:30 till 6 p.m.
Okay, cool. Just for quantity and people to...
Yeah, I'm going to plug our Instagram a little bit here. And go,
Yeah.
If you go to our Instagram, we post up the actual poster regularly, so you can see
And
where
what
it
is
goes
the
on
exact Instagram?
there. So Hutton Hearthguards.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
there's
yeah.
no dash or...
No, Hutton Hearthguards, thankfully, is very specific.
Yeah.
Like domain names and things are wildly quite easy to get. But
I might buy the URL for Hutton Hearthguard.
you can try. I already own it. So
I'm going for Hutton.Hearthguard.
I mean, when you look at our logo, you realise how satanic it might actually look. So.
No, it's not bad. It's a helmet with some flames.
I will point out that the reason we're Hutton Hearthguard is Hutton, because that's where we are. Hutton was a traditionally, in the medieval times, was a Saxon village.
Yes.
So Hearthguard being obviously the people that protect the village. And then our logo is actually inspired by the Sutton Hoo helmet.
Oh, that's cool.
So again, everything's all about like the Saxon and
Yeah,
everything
yeah,
around
yeah.
there.
So £8
Yeah,
to pay on the day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This happens every time we
Yeah.
try and do something. We just go off piste. That's good. Yeah, so £8 on the day.
£8 on a day, that gets you to play whatever you want, and that's as many games as you can fit in on the day.
Yeah.
Most people typically fit 1 or 2 in, but we have had like the bolt action day. We had 2 games go off, but obviously 5 people different playing down one of the halls. Christmas, we've done like a big game, which I think you came to last year, wasn't it? Yeah, you played in the Heresy big one. And yeah, I've had in the works a little bit of like a speed dating kind of idea.
Oh, okay.
So because we've got loads of people that play different systems and loads of people that have like multiple factions and multiple systems, I'm trying to work it out in my head of how we could do like we're going to have these tables set up in the middle. You give the game a try for 20 minutes, pick up and move across and just see what you like to do.
Yeah.
But yeah, you can do whatever you like for the time you're there.
Yeah.
Like I say, we've had inquiries. No one's actually turned up, but we've got some people that do 2 games of 40k and then they play Magic with us. So yeah, cool. There's a co-op nearby, so you can go get some lunch. The only thing you're not allowed to do is order food to the community centre.
Yeah.
That's one of their policies.
Why?
It's a bit like schools and stuff, and like McDonald's and
A lot
Pizza
of them
Hut
won't
don't do
deliver
it.
there anyway. Yeah, if public venues they won't deliver.
Really?
Yeah, we have it. So when people hire the skate park out,
Yeah.
the local pizza places will meet them in the car park and hand over the pizzas. But if they try and order from McDonald's or KFC or some of the more franchised things, they're just like, no, you're not a house.
Interesting.
Yeah, so when I worked at the school, because obviously we used to do like revision sessions on a Saturday,
Yeah.
and it was like to entice the kids to actually come. It was like, cool, if you actually stay here, you get McDonald's lunch kind of thing. The school had an agreement with the people that lived directly over the road to use their number.
Right.
So whenever McDonald's used to deliver, they used to just deliver it to there, and there will be us as staff that would just be like, oh yeah, cheers, thank you very much. Yeah, we're going doors now. Wait till they've gone. Right, now let's go back over.
It's so strange. I get why, right? Like,
Yeah, I reckon it's to stop kids doing like prank calls and all sorts during lunches and
or just ordering McDonald's to the school. Like, I get like,
it'll be
anyway.
a safeguarding thing as well.
Yeah, I was going to say,
there'll be loads of things.
I'd put it down to it's probably a safeguarding thing that you don't put yourself in danger with these kind of things. Well,
So £8. Getting back to that.
Did it again?
Yeah, so if you
so you
haven't-
say on the day.
if you don't remember, £8 to join us. Yeah,
So is that the only way to
currently,
pay
yes.
So it's not like you can prepay monthly and
No.
it's cheaper or anything.
No,
like that jazz.
we're not quite there yet.
Yeah. Well, you haven't got the bank account yet, which would massively help.
Yeah, exactly. And I kind of like the model that you'll hear from James later on. I've spoken a lot with James over the last couple of years.
He has mentioned that before.
The model they do is very slick, but it's quite an investment, and we're not that big yet. Like we're getting there. I would say we're probably about a year off doing that, but like I say, we're still quite junior, quite young.
I think that's, I think, pulling the curtain back a little bit as podcasters, that was the idea. We've got two friends who are very involved in two clubs who have had
Quite literally on opposite sides of the country.
As well.
Yeah,
And are at different stages of
and their club-
operation.
Their club's
So
like
here
20
in-
years old.
Yeah. They've been running
Right.
a very long time. Yeah.
Yeah.
So hearing both stories is going to be hopefully really interesting for those that are listening now.
So £8
And for us.
£8 to play on the day.
Yeah.
As then
as well as merch. We
free
talked about
tea and
merch right
coffee.
at the beginning. You can buy merch.
Yeah, so we have a Redbubble page.
Have you bought a clock?
No, I haven't bought a clock.
You should buy a clock.
Because
You can do some funny
so-
things on Redbubble.
yeah, Redbubble's really weird. You just upload your artwork, and then Redbubble approves the artwork.
Yeah.
Oh, no penises then.
Yeah, effectively.
You'll be surprised.
Which I was like, when I'm doing it, I was like, well, I'll try. Because I have had a couple of things go off. Like, Instagram has kind of alerted me. I was like, do you know you look like Satan? Yeah, I know. It's really weird, right? Just because
I
the
guarantee
color,
it'll be the flames.
it's the color palette.
And they're American
But
companies.
again, the reason we chose this color palette was because we were like, well, if we're going to be in a gaming hall bunch of people, we want to have a color that makes us stand out.
Yeah.
And
You
if you
should have
look,
gone with hot pink, not black and red.
hey, yeah. Because then if you look at like when we went to, we did your Warhammer World event last year, the one where I drove you back and forth. Yeah, the longest drive of my life.
That crappy day. Yeah.
The Vanguard Tactics guys were there, but
Yes.
they've got a really nice jersey,
Mm.
but none of us knew they were there until we actually spoke with them. I didn't want that. I wanted as a kind of merchandise thing. And Mark and Ed were a bit like, this is all your kind of thing. And I was like, cool. But I wanted, again, it comes from when I was a school teacher, of whenever we used to go on school trips, like skiing trips or
Being
like,
able to see the people quickly.
yeah, exactly. Like, and also all the garish colours were like super cheap for hoodies.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
like one year we had bright blue, one year we had pink, one year we had fluorescent orange, one year we had like the kids called it poo brown. But the thing was, it was like, well, you these kids get these hoodies for free, and it keeps the cost down. So, so that's what I wanted. And it was like, if you're in a gaming hall full of people, you'll know exactly who we are.
Yeah. No, very cool. Very cool. Let's move the conversation along. I think we were having some good discussion, but let's try and stick to some kind of format. No, that's the next person's interview questions. I think, just some of the lessons. So maybe it sounded really good. You've been on this journey. You've put in the constitution. You've had some votes. You've got your terrain system down, organisation online, social media accounts, and it looks like you're still progressing with like bank accounts. You've mentioned lots of stuff. Has there been anything that's happened that you're like, that was wrong, or this didn't work, or would the lesson be actually, because we've done our research, talked to more experienced people who are involved in similar things,
Yeah.
we learned lessons before we had failures?
So yeah, I would say my lessons learned is definitely don't be afraid to make mistakes. I've heard a thing recently of doing something for 20 minutes is better than thinking of something for 2 hours.
Okay.
Yeah, fail fast.
Yeah, just go and try something.
Yeah,
if you
yeah.
get it wrong, get it wrong.
Yeah.
And understand why you get it wrong. Which we've done loads of things like that. So like the way that we've set up the hall, like making sure we've got space between everything. I'm sure we're going to make loads more when we do like internal events in the future.
Mm.
But again, it's kind of okay. Well, now we've got like these two council kind of structure, and we've got some people that take a little bit more authority and everything. I mean, our members are very good anyway, so they will give us sort of like, oh, on the day, think of this. So, for example, when we did the big game with Sam on it, I came up with this idea of having a bit like a, like a Red Cross shaped board. It didn't quite work out on actually how we could do the table, so all our club members just went, right, well, we'll just do it this way instead, and just adapted on there, which was nice because, again, everyone's just a bit like, cool, we want to get gaming, let's move on.
Yeah.
So, yeah, make mistakes, just own them and move on. That's one thing that was really useful. I like to think we've not made many mistakes, but obviously people might.
Doesn't sound like it.
People class mistakes as different things. So.
Yeah. And learning points is really the thing. I mean, it doesn't sound like anything you've shared has sounded like, and the place burnt down because we did this. You know?
No, we have a fire policy. So that's fine.
Well, the community centre will have their own fire plan that you just adopt as well, so that's nice and easy.
That was a big surprise thing that I learned of, just because the centres have their own policies, because we're on
you need your own
centre. Yeah, I was like, well,
but you can just follow their fire plan, which makes it way easier.
Well, basically, our fire policy goes, read the community rules.
Yeah.
So,
Read the other.
Yeah, because it has to be on the wall for everyone to see, so it makes complete sense.
Yeah, exactly. But then the other thing I learned, which sounds a bit hypocritical, because we have quite a nice mix of people that do give us a lot of opinions and people that don't give us a lot of opinion. Getting feedback out of people can be really difficult.
Yeah.
So it's like, cool. You guys have probably found this from like running your events and things, of you kind of want someone to be quite critical of you, because you kind of go like, okay, I think this went wrong, but how did it look from someone else's perspective?
Yeah.
And when you just get, no, it's fine.
Yeah.
You're like, really? Everything was fine? And that's kind of what I kind of have to kind of get used to, of like, again, my role, I have to dig deep into requirements and understand what the client wants and things. And it was just a bit frustrating for me that it was like, I'd ask these very detailed questions, and all I'd get was, continue as you are. Yeah, you're doing great. Thank you very much. Fine. But then we do have some members who, when you then speak face to face, they go, right, I'll do it like this. Or is that really needed, Simon? And we have more of that now. We have the advisory council, and our process is, if Simon gets an idea, we put it to the advisory council. They then tear it to shreds, and then we do whatever we want with it after that. So we now hold quarterly meetings throughout the year, which anyone can then bring anything to any advisory council, or if any on the advisory council is just like, cool, I want to run like a campaign for 40k, they can do that there. We'll all kind of have a chat and go, right, well, how logistically will this work? How can we support members if they're running it themselves? And then we just go ahead from there.
No, that's cool.
And then we have our AGM every November.
Yeah, which allows you to be transparent with the year's finances and plans, and a bit of a, hey, look what we did over this year, wasn't actually really cool, but look what we're going to do next year or plan to do. That's I do like AGMs for that reason. It's a bit of a history check and go, remember, actually last year we were nowhere near as good as what we are now. And hopefully, obviously, that's the pattern and the history that you can tell.
I won't divulge into them, but we've had a couple of rough beginnings to the year. So that's why we do our AGM in November, because Christmas we like to do a big party. Yeah. Well, November AGM, normally we take the first hour out of the club so that people can kind of come and talk to us and get some valid feedback. We did one with the main group. Before then, it's just been me, Ed, and Mark just meeting up in the parcel yard in Euston Station. Sorry, St Pancras Station, and just talking about what we want to do. But now we're involving more and more of the members and kind of being more and more open with them, which we need to legally do anyway. So, but but again, all of that comes down to is the lessons learned is are our members having fun?
Yeah, and if that's the goal, then that's the thing you have to keep coming back to as well.
Yeah.
Keep going. Are they still having fun?
Yeah.
How can we improve that fun?
Yeah,
how can we diverse that fun?
I love making documentation. I love doing the graphic design bits and pieces, but there's only so much of that I'll do. That like, okay, we have a Redbubble page where you could buy a Hutton Hearthguard branded clock.
Yeah,
it's not needed.
Yeah, it's just.
But it's just a method of like I just kind of got bored one evening. I was like, what can I do? But then again, it's a bit of fun because then. Maybe if we ran an external event, it's like cool.
You make that the trophy.
Welcome,
100%.
yeah. Well, we do actually have our own trophies, so we have 3D modeled our own trophies and we print them out specifically. So yeah,
cool.
The first one went out for the VE day as well.
Yeah,
so that was cool.
That is very cool. Yeah, I mean, let's bleed in. I think I'll ask our final question because I think we've talked a lot about the club, which is good. And then if there's anything else you want to chuck in at the end, we'll make sure we do because I don't want to skip over any of your thoughts. But where's next for the Hutton Hearthguards? What like one or two things that you'd like to see in place if we got you back in a year's time, 6 months' time? I don't know. What kind of things would you like to have seen progress further in the club?
So it's interesting you raised this question because we actually have now kind of all our votes for our kind of little restructure we're having has all kind of completed. We're having our first like quarterly meeting in June.
Oh, okay.
So we'll be getting the two councils together with some feedback from our members to kind of go, right, where are we? Where are we going? What do you want to see more of? What we're doing wrong kind of thing. So that's just on the horizon.
Cool.
So all of this that's in my head is kind of
it's personal stuff.
Personal stuff that I want to try and achieve.
That's cool.
I do want to try and set out like an event calendar for members because it's okay just coming to play 40k with your friends or playing games with your friends in the club. I'd like to try and make something that creates a little bit more of a community. So it's a bit like cool. Like last year we ran a league for I think it was about 8 months. And everyone that was then playing league games and things like that. That went very well. Kind of fizzled out towards the end.
Yeah.
Leagues do.
Yeah, it was just again. I think Mark. He had some plans and then life took over. And then things happened there. So
I think they're just incredibly difficult to get longevity out of, especially going through an entire year because of like holidays, and then all of a sudden. You miss one because of a holiday, you miss two because of sickness. Then you're suddenly behind, and then you're like, well, what's the point?
Yeah, so I have heard some people float around the ideas of doing a bit like not like a group stage thing, but like like the knockout stages for like a football tournament. So it's just like, okay, you have your scheduled games, and then you scheduled games, scheduled games, and then you kind of knock out all the way down to the end. So. But again, like that kind of stuff, I want to have like an events calendar that we then tell our members of, cool, painting challenge will be between January and November. We're going to have a Heresy big game and then 2 mini games leading up to December. And then we're going to have a league that's going to run from this time. We're going to have a Blood Bowl league. And then there's like...
Just a set out calendar where there's flag posts that people can feel like there's things going on and they can sink their teeth into. And it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, so that's kind of what I want to do. And then I've been speaking about this for like the last 2 years, so I do apologise to any of the club members that hear this. I do really want to, off the back of the success of your guys' event, I do want to try and run our own ticketed event.
That would be really cool.
We've kind of got in the works of building some ITC standard terrain, and we're aiming to get
MDFL-shaped boards.
Yeah, but that's what you need.
Bullshit.
It is.
Well,
if you need more terrain, I have a lot of it sitting in my skate park. Not
well,
currently
we
being
do.
Used.
So I took a count the other day. We have 20 tables, 6x4 worth of terrain.
Yeah, nice.
So yeah, we. I mean, I'm still buying loads of terrain because like, my wife hates me. She's just like, you don't need it. And I'm like, no, I don't, but the club does.
But the club does.
So yeah, so
I'm being selfless. Promise.
Yeah, like if we ever have to close the club down, I've got to have a very serious conversation with Lauren about all the terrain I have.
Storage.
Yeah.
So we're going to live in a box fort for a few months.
Yeah, exactly. But so we're gonna try and look at doing some of that because like most of the people that come to our club play 40k, so it's okay. We need to listen to them, and most of them are happy with just any of the terrain that we have. But obviously, doing something a bit more official, you need to be compliant with that. It's not like a heresy event where you can kind of just do kind of what you like.
Narrative-based fun events.
Yeah. I mean, I really loved the fact that your event. I can't remember the one I went to. I didn't go to the last one. I went to one before that. I know some people were not very happy that there was a board with basically no terrain on.
Yeah.
And I was a bit like, that's awesome because you never have a table where you just have no terrain.
The best thing about that is we brought it back for the second one because it was like, it had such a visceral response that it was like, we need to do that again.
This needs to be a thing. Yeah.
It was very cool. Very cool.
But that's just that's kind of my plans. Like I say, the entity needs to move forward, and we are answerable to our members. And I'm so honoured and appreciative of all the members that we have come through. If you'd like to come visit us, the first time is free. So cool. You can come and have a kind of listen and kind of think. And like I say, you can get a free cup of tea or coffee. I mean, most of us are British, so that's a selling point in itself.
Do you have floaters around for like pickup games, or is it kind of a luck out, see if you've got anyone?
Yeah, so kind of a bit of both.
Cool.
So most of the time people hear about us through word of mouth.
Yeah. And
it's normally like a friend in the club then comes down. If you've got any inquiries, though, check out our Instagram. We are on Facebook as well. We also have a Gmail account, which is on the Instagram, is, I believe it's Hutton Hearthguards at gmail.com.
Yeah.
We get some inquiries about new members trying to come and join us through that as well. So if you're if you want to come visit and you're like, oh, I don't really want to join the WhatsApp just yet because
bit intense.
There's like 40 people in that WhatsApp chat, and like as soon as a leak comes out, it's like. So if you just want to have a kind of one-to-one chat with any of the executive council, you can message us on there.
Very cool, very cool. It's been very awesome to hear the journey. Obviously, me and Sam have known some of that anyway, because just from knowing you and talking about
just
it.
Listening to what
there's a lot of
that
I didn't know though, which has been really interesting to hear and encouraging to hear. But is there anything you want to chuck in about Hutton Hearthguards that I don't know you've thought about coming into the interview and we haven't talked about before we then sign off?
So it's mainly just a couple of thank yous, if I'm honest.
Yeah. Feel free, throw them out.
So I think thank you to Ed and Mark for putting up with my crazy late nights. Hey, Wayland's got an affiliate thing. Let's do it. And then suddenly I apply for it, and then they go, "Do we really need this?" So I'm like, "Oh, but I've already done it."
But I've already done it.
So thank you for giving me so much forgiveness and no.
I learned very early on it's easier to ask for forgiveness than it is permission.
I have fully implemented that policy with those two. So and I'd just like to say thank you because again, without Mark pulling me in from the beginning of that, I wouldn't be where we are today. So a big thank you to Mark, and also thanks to Mark for all the efforts that he's put into it. Another kind of little thank you to that is also James Gibb. He and the Bristol Vanguard themselves have given quite a lot of advice on how we can kind of start up again.
That's very cool.
So they've been quite, this is how we run our policies. This is what our policy looks like. Feel free to chop change and do it. They've been very useful and a nice sounding board for that as well.
It's nice to know there's a big club, a club that I would consider big and successful that are encouraging and willing to help other clubs on that journey. That's really cool.
Because before COVID, I was going around quite a few gaming clubs, and a couple of them in our area can be quite gatekeepery.
Yeah.
Like you walk in, it's a bit like a Western saloon if everyone looks at you.
Yeah.
And that's
like
again
that
kind of
pub that you're not from around these parts.
You ain't from around here. You're no local. That's my West Country accent. Just a thank you to that. And likewise, a thank you to all our members again, for without them, the lights will not be on. We wouldn't be able to play with our plastic toys. So I won't name all 40 of them because we'll be here for ages. So, I've mentioned quite a few of them, like the Advisory Council and the Executive Council. So,
no, it sounds like there's lots of really cool things happening. We've shared a couple of times in the interview of where you can go and check them out and just get involved. And if you want to hear just the story and you're not from around the area, but you just want to see a club succeed and you want to support, then give them a follow on Instagram and social media. And
if I can have a shameless plug and maybe give you the details on your on like the podcast.
Yeah,
thing that goes out,
we'll
so.
try and remember to chuck the links.
No,
in.
we will. I don't know where this comes from. We will absolutely post the links in the.
Sam does all the links, so
in the-
I always like poking that he forgets them.
Yeah, and then when we share the episode on the Instagram, we're tagging. The
Yeah.
Half Garden.
We will do. We will do. Well, thank you very much for your time.
No,
It's
thank
been
you.
a very cool interview. This is part 1. The next interview you'll hear is with our other good friend James, talking about Bristol Vanguard. So look forward to that.
You can start
Yeah,
whenever you
please
like.
do jump in and stuff, though, Sam. Don't just sit there.
No, of course not.
I'd much rather have you.
Hello and welcome back to this part of the show. That one? Is that you want to jump in? Start?
Yeah, this part of the show, yeah.
This part of the show. The second part deuce.
Of?
1.
Go on, you started, you can finish.
I don't know. What's the segment called? The Spotlight. There we go.
It's
So,
the spotlight.
welcome
And
back.
today-
Welcome back to the second part of the Spotlight, where we are talking about gaming clubs. You've already heard from Simon, from the Hutton Hearthguard, something, and now we are joined by James from the Bristol Vanguard. Bit of a different club, but I'll let James explain that. So hey James, how you doing?
Oh, hi there, Sam. Hi there, Matt. Doing really well, thank you. Just off the back of one of our big events of the year, our big teams event for Warhammer 40,000. So it was a bit hot, a bit sweaty, but a really good event, and now ready for a couple of days of not actually having to do very much.
Hot and sweaty as in temperature-wise, or just the kind of start gaming style?
Oh no, when you've got 40 Warhammer physiques in a gaming hall, it can get quite sultry at times.
Yeah.
Mm.
I can guess.
So is that run at your club or at a store or?
Right. Well, if I give you a little bit of background about Bristol Vanguard Wargaming Club,
Sure.
probably comes as no surprise. We're based in Bristol.
Yes.
So Bristol Vanguard set up about 20 years ago. The exact sort of initial dates are kind of lost in the realms of an AOL email address that no one can get into the inbox anymore to find when it first started. But we started off. We had a little store at one point, but that didn't particularly work out because it was a huge amount of effort for very little return. So turned back into a pure wargaming club. We believe, the record holder, longest continuously running 40k tournament, which is our flagship 2-day GT event, which we call Vanquish, which has run for 21 years consecutively now, with a slight weird blip during COVID where it turned into a one-dayer about 8 months later than it should have been.
Okay, but it still counts, right? Still
Yeah,
counts.
that
Still
definitely
ran.
still counts.
I know it really irritates one of the guys in Birmingham because he started about 6 months after Vanguard.
Oh,
Amazing.
We
Amazing.
we don't really care, but he really cares. So Bristol Vanguards, we've been set up kind of the heart of Bristol. We've bounced around a few times with different venues. But to get back to your question, Sam, we run virtually all of our events at a place called Bristol Independent Gaming,
Okay.
which is a gaming store, gaming venue, also online store as well. They have the option for, at a push, 30 6x4 tables, which is where it gets a little bit cramped.
That's a big space.
Oh yeah, and it's all carpeted, which for those of you who have played 2-day events on hard floors, carpeted venues is the way forward. But yeah, so we've been based with big Bristol Independent Gaming for something like 12 years now. They relocated their store just after COVID. We have a fantastic relationship with them in that they allow us to store our own terrain at their venue, which we then use for our events. So we've got a very good deal from them to store that terrain. which kind of works with we then won't take 52 boxes of terrain somewhere else to run an event, which, let me tell you, it's no hardship not having to move 52 boxes of terrain and all the tables somewhere else when we can just run it in a store that we all buy stuff from and we all game at when we're not running events.
Sounds like a good partnership. It really does.
It's one of the keys to the success of the club is we're able to work with the venue, book well ahead. They know that we are good for it, as it were, is that we will run events, we'll bring the bums in, and that we won't behave like absolute rank amateurs. I think we might even be as close to semi-professional with how we do things.
Yeah.
But
well, with 20 plus years experience, you kind of hope you learn a thing or two by now, right?
Well, the club has gone through a few changes during those 20 years. The way we're set up now, it's basically a not-for-profit club. So it's not a registered legal entity as such, but we do have our own bank account, etc., and our own club constitution. The core of the current committee basically formed after COVID. The pandemic was a step change for a huge number of people.
Yeah.
And at that time, a number of the people who'd been on the committee before kind of fell out of love with doing the club stuff because we didn't really do it for 6 to 9 months while venues weren't open and we couldn't do things. And so I started on the committee I think probably the beginning of 2021, along with 3 or 4 other of my committee members. A couple of the guys who were on there before carried on as treasurer and chair, and then I moved into being secretary. Now, the way that we're formed with this constitution, we have 3, for want of a better term, 3 key officers of the club: the chairperson, the secretary, and the treasurer. So we don't necessarily have any more voting right or anything than any of the other committee members, but we are the 3 signatories to the bank account. So any 2 of us can process payments, and that's the easiest way to make it work. We have another 4 members on the committee, so we have quite a high number of people involved in the day-to-day running of the club. There's also quite a number of people who are kind of regular volunteers, trusted members who don't necessarily do committee stuff, but can be relied on to provide an intro game or help out setting up terrain or just generally be supportive and helpful when something needs to happen. And that kind of is the basics of the club. So
what's you're a committee member. You don't hold a title role in that.
I'm currently the treasurer. No, I was the secretary for 2 years. I moved into treasurer when our previous treasurer, after years of sterling work, basically work-life balance changed a little bit, and although it's not a huge amount of work, it's enough work that if you don't keep on top of it, it becomes a bind.
Yeah.
So I moved from secretary to treasurer. Chris, one of the committee members, took over from myself as secretary, and we have a much maligned chairman, Ian, who appears to do nothing in the way that any good chairperson does, where in reality is the glue that sticks it all together.
Yeah.
I think if you've got a really active chairman that's like involved in lots of stuff, then from the various charities I've been involved in and helped with and volunteered with, often it means that they're not good at delegating, because actually what you want to do is set up systems of practice that other people do the work for you, and you basically just get yourself involved in, 1, the thing you like, and 2, when it's all hits a fan.
Absolutely. And we've got a really good structure with, I'm going to say, almost like a conveyor belt, where we typically, as the experienced committee members, kind of spot who being the most helpful and seems to be the most interested as a good volunteer, and we just badger them until eventually they join the committee.
Yeah.
There's this level of just getting people on board to do as much or as little as you can. There's no expectation for you to commit X amount of time a week or what have you, but it just gives you the opportunity to give what you can, and also it can be quite rewarding running an event. The end of the event, you have the best part of 50 people all saying thank you very much, I've had a brilliant time. You get to see loads of really nicely painted armies, and you just get to meet lots of really cool people as well. So
Yeah, it sounds like a positive thing that you'd want to be involved in, right? If you're part of the club, you've been going for a while, you're like, actually, maybe I can help out a little bit. And just being encouraged to slowly step up seems like a really good way of coming alongside people and ensuring that the club runs well as well.
absolutely. And it's weird in that the more visibly the club seems to run well, the more people are keen to get involved. I know
Yeah.
one of the things that I hear quite a lot from people is they are surprised by how easy we make it look to run a big event.
Yeah.
They think that people will maybe try and run an event. Well, I'm not suggesting that you guys didn't do a good job with Hivani, but what, a 20 people event, you guys know how much work there is putting into that. The pre-event work of the herding all the cats together, the making sure everything is sorted.
Oh, the amount of people that
have we
can't
got
read as
everything?
well. Like,
Oh, absolutely.
It's not can't read,
Like-
don't read.
don't
That's
read.
the problem.
Yeah, okay,
It's
that's
not
it.
can't read.
Oh, yeah. I had a case before one of our previous events where, in one of the chats, I shared these are the missions for the event, and someone said, "Oh, have you got top secret info?" And it's like, no, I just read the pack that's been out for 6 weeks.
Yeah.
So my top secret info was actually read what you're sent, because funnily enough, it tells you things.
Yeah.
But so I'd say, yeah, we're really lucky that there's probably 12, maybe even 15 people who actively contribute in a positive way to the club through, like I say, helping out at club nights, being involved in outreach, doing stuff on the social media, just helping out by being a spare player at an event. I mean, as a really valid point, we were running our team tournament last weekend. So 48 players, so 12 teams of 4. A team event, if you have a team suddenly drop out, you need to find not one but 4 spare players at the drop of a hat.
Yeah.
And we were in a position where on the Saturday we had 4 members who, as previously and arranged, turned up not knowing if they were even going to get a game, just to be the spare players.
Yeah.
Now, as it happened, everybody turned up. We didn't have a single drop, but we were then able to have a couple of tables for them to have a game or two of 40k and then disappear at their leisure. But
Yeah. Just as a
being
thank
able
you
to
for turning up.
exactly being able to tap into that community and have people turn up to spare makes a really big difference.
Yeah. No, that sounds really good. I mean, I think that leads into our second question, really, about how do you keep a club operating well? Yeah, we've already talked about having healthy relationships, building volunteers, building that community and that feel and culture that people want to get involved. I'm sure there's some more other, I should say, practical ways that you can keep a club running well.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, from a real high level side, it will come as no surprise to you that once a year we run an AGM, or an annual general meeting. So that is, we put forward a budget for the next year, we confirm our schedule of events for the next year, and leading up to that, we will survey the membership and ask them, how have we done this year? What would you like to see next year? What can we do better? What can we do differently? What new stuff do you want to see?
What is your, sorry, just on that, what is your membership number? Because obviously you're running these big events and things. Like, are they majority members or majority people outside the club? Like, what's the actual membership?
Well, we have 2 tiers of membership, so it's
Okay.
very difficult to give you an exact number
Yeah,
because
yeah, yeah.
the club used to run with, it was either a pound a year or you paid £5 for a lifetime membership. So
Wow.
there's something like 450, maybe 500 lifetime members. However many of those are actually active members is
Yeah,
much
yeah.
less. We typically get between 40 and 60 people who pay their £1 each year to be an active member for the year.
See that's crazy, because I'm guessing at that point it means that your regular club night, your gaming, big, are happy to basically allow you to use the space for next to nothing at that point, because you surely.
Well, the way it works.
Again, if you're not comfortable talking
We-
about this, then tell us to do one.
Oh, no,
'cause
no,
I'm
no,
happy
no,
to
that's
cut it
fine.
out and stuff.
Let out your
we run a
trade
club.
secrets.
No, we run a club night every Thursday, so it's every week. Not everyone turns up every week.
Yeah.
And I would say on an average club night, we will have between 10 and 12 tables. So 20 to 25 people on an average club night. Not everybody who attends is actually a paid up member. People just know you come along for Vanguard Club Night. You don't have to be a member to do it. We don't collect subs or anything for that. The arrangement we have with the venue, Sam, is in effect we have pre-booked 10 tables.
Right. Okay.
So people pay for their table when they pay for their snacks and whatever.
Yeah,
that
yeah,
they
yeah.
have
They're
at the
happy
end
to
of the
give
night.
them to you.
So basically, we are not charged for the space, and the venue charges a slightly reduced table fee. And the reduction is if you don't book ahead, there's a higher fee to pay than if you book ahead from the club.
Okay, I see.
But for club night, you don't have to pay if you don't book ahead. If you see what I mean. So the real positive for us with the club night, and I think what works really well for us is from a committee perspective, and also some of the more I would say regular volunteers. We guarantee a pickup game of Warhammer 40,000 for anyone who turns up before 7 o'clock. So we will have a designated person who is spare player.
Yeah.
So if there is an odd number, the spare player is the person who's already gone, yep, I'm going to give up my evening.
Yeah.
Set up the terrain, put the terrain down, but I might not get a game.
Yeah.
And probably 1 in 5, 1 in 6 nights we might get that.
Yeah.
But the fact that you don't have to have arranged a game with someone, you don't have to have kind of pre-planned. You can just turn up with an army, and you'll get a game. And we get anything from people who are looking to prepare for the grand tournament in a couple of weeks' time, so they want a really sweaty competitive game, to like one chap who's turned up with his 2nd edition Space Wolves, all the metal blood claws, the original models, and it's like, I haven't played with these in 15 years, want to get back in, can I have an intro game? And whoever's running the night will try and pair people up to make sure that obviously you don't put someone wanting a sweaty event practice into the guy who's not played in 15 years, because it's not good for either of them. But that means that over the course of a month, probably we get maybe 40 different people will attend our club nights.
Yeah.
I say not all of them are members, not all of them will come to events. Some of them are looking at they've only got 1,000 points worth of an army and they're building it up, so they're just kind of coming along to play what they can. But that just gets the real momentum. We're in the quite lucky position that within Bristol, we're not quite in the centre of Bristol, so we're a little bit on the outskirts. We have a kind of a reach, which means that typically the real young kids wouldn't necessarily come to the store and come to play at the club night, because the store's a little bit out of town. So they potentially go to another venue like a Geek Retreat or something like that that's right in the centre. But as people get that little bit older, sort of studentish, and they basically they want to look for somewhere a bit cheaper to buy their models, and you'll get a discount if you go to the store, and potentially if you want to go and hobby, because the store itself has got hobby tables, so you can go along and just sit there, hobby, paint, and do whatever you want, and just be part of a community. And we get the drop-ins and the people who are coming back to the hobby, and they're like, well, I'd like to play, but I don't know anyone who plays.
Yeah.
So the store then points them in the direction, goes, well, every Thursday,
We've got a club.
Vanguard are down.
Yeah.
And if you turn up before 7 o'clock, someone will give you a game. You don't need to know someone, because once
you don't need to
start
join an online
circulating
group that you don't know anyone
Exactly.
in. Yeah, it takes away every barrier, doesn't it?
I mean, it's cool though, isn't
Exactly.
it? Because it for the store, it basically guarantees a full night on a Thursday where, like, I feel like gaming stores are very much like, if you walk past a gaming store and there's no one in it, then you kind of be like,
Yeah.
oh, it's a bit of a shitty store. Something must be wrong with it, right? Whereas if you've got a store that is full of people using it, then like it gives you that buzz and it gives you that community vibe, and I think that's important for a club. So why wouldn't a store effectively go, yeah, you can make my store have a vibe. You can make my store have regular people that travel to
and
events.
while you're here, you're going to be buying all the new releases and pre-orders, and
Yeah.
you can come
Absolutely.
pick it up when you're going down to game anyway. It's no special trip. Yeah, it's clever.
But so that's kind of our bread and butter. Is every week we guarantee 40k games. We also Alex, one of our newer committee members, now runs a monthly AOS meetup.
Right.
But that's on a different night. That's on a Monday night.
Game,
Otherwise,
carry on.
yep. Well, he gets a lot of stick for it, but he's doing a really good job of getting 10 to 12 people. I think he's got everyone who plays AOS in Bristol now attends.
That's awesome.
But,
What is the split, do you think, in terms of 40k, 30k, the game systems? Like, what do you regularly get?
well, the bread and butter of the club is 40k.
Yeah, okay.
There's a Vanguard adjacent, which is the Memlock group, which Vanguard used to run a 30k group, but Memlock kind of morphed out of it, and it's got its own identity. They meet up once a month on a Friday. That's purely 30k, but we quite regularly have people wanting other game systems on the Thursday night. We
Right.
just can't guarantee a pickup game.
Yeah.
So, like, if someone went, I really fancy playing 30k, and I was around, or 3 or 4 of the others who are regular 30k players were around, we'd say, yep, no problem, we'll book you in.
Yeah.
So I have no doubt before the Memlock Burns event, there'll be some 30k games going on the Thursdays leading up to it, as people try and remember how to play the rules, or just want to refine their lists.
So that's on the Friday, right? We can come do that. We can come do that, right?
It won't be the Friday before the event, although I'll be down there before the event setting up the terrain.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's kind of the gaming side.
Okay.
We do run regular committee meetings. We run them through the digital presence. We have a Facebook group which gets some use, but the vast majority of people now have migrated onto the club Discord.
Oh, well done.
Good.
I'm desperate to get that for the podcast. I want it full.
Do you know who it is?
Well-
It's Spuddy. Spuddy's the problem.
It's the old people.
Well,
Spuddy's not
now you
old.
see, that being said, Facebook is absolutely fantastic for the events.
Right.
Okay,
You
yeah.
have an event page, you have the event discussion there, you share the information on there, and Discord is nowhere near as functional for that.
No, the event
I would
stuff on
agree.
Discord is challenging. Challenging. Let's
Well,
say challenging.
it's not what Discord was ever designed for, is it?
No.
No, not at all.
So, but yeah, so we've got the Facebook, we've got the Discord, so we're regularly having new people jumping into Discord. Everyone gets a bit of a welcome, the usual silly emoji wave type things.
Yeah.
And then people kind of get signposted to where you need to be. We also run a committee meeting every 4 to 6 weeks. That's run through the Discord it's in a members' voice area, so you actually have to be a paid up member to join the meetings. We occasionally get members popping in if they have something to say, but we kind of see it as probably a sign of good faith that
Nobody attends.
well, no, but people seem to have confidence that we're doing things right.
Yeah.
They're not shy
Yeah.
about coming forward if they want something different, but we're not getting 8 or 10 people turning up going, well, it's ridiculous that you're doing this. We want something different.
Yeah.
So, the committee meetings, we have a standing agenda. We run through stuff.
How often were they?
And
Sorry, did you say that?
Every 4 to 6 weeks. It's not absolutely set in stone
Yeah.
because, shock horror, sometimes people have holidays, Matt. You may have come across this problem.
Yes, I may have.
It's not my fault. Come with me. Come on holiday. Or leave Kelly at home.
Yes. So that kind of is the sort of the functional structure of the club. As I say, committee members give their time for the meetings. They give their time for the spare playing and the giving intro games. Vast majority of the time, you still get to play. You tip it. The really nice part about running the intro games is I remember not long after I started doing some of the committee work, a chap turned up with his metal demon prince that was the size of a Primaris Marine and a load of Chaos Space Marines from like 4th edition. His first game in sort of 8-10 years. Came along, enjoyed it, regularly attended, and then like a year and a half later, he and I were playing second round of a big tournament, and it's like, it's the first time I've played you since I did the intro game, and it's really nice to see how you're like, I remember multiple people their first game, and then you see how they've kind of moved on and become kind of active participants. But that's kind of the day to day. I mean, do you want me to talk a bit about how event setup works?
Yeah. So I mean, obviously,
on the day, I have a day-to-day question. Sorry. So you said that you have. Do you still do your £5 forever member, or is it that you got rid of that?
The membership fee, in effect, we run at a loss. If you are an active paid member for the year, you get a 10% discount on all of our event fees.
Right.
Now, our cheapest event is £20 ticket.
Yeah.
And £1 membership. So it's like you immediately, by being a member, you save £1.
Yeah.
So why would you not? But it gives us the opportunity to understand how many people are actively participating, whereas the annual membership kind of, in theory, you have a code where you can renew your active membership with that code, but people just go, I pay £1 and then I get it back on the event ticket anyway. Why would I not pay my membership fee for the sake of what's going on? Weirdly, we actually get some people who will say, I might pay for my membership, but I'm not going to use the discount code because you guys run an event, and why would I want to take £2 away from running the event when it's £2? And it's like, it's an energy drink, so I'm happy to support the club that way.
So if someone wanted to do that to support a club, what's the best way for them to go and do that? To buy a yearly membership.
We have a web store, which is where we sell our tickets, and the membership is on there. I'll give you the links for you to forget to put in the show notes.
No, I will absolutely put in the show notes. Like that stuff, I'm pretty good at.
James, you know us so well.
No, it's not. I will absolutely put it in there.
That is really cool. I think that's a really cool kind of way of operating and having a. It's almost like it just lets us know that you're part of this and you want to be part of this, and you get it back in coming to the events. And I guess the event revenue is what actually generates the club to be viable.
Absolutely. So we're in a really strong position with events now that we've got kind of like, I don't know if pedigree is quite the right word, but the events we run, we've got a core of like 5-6 events that are very, very heavily subscribed, that run pretty much at the same time every year, and people kind of build up to it. Like I've talked about this teams event a couple of times, not just because the League of James finished third, but no, but again, so my team, the dates for the event, the committee's just started talking about them, and we've already all started checking our diaries for next year to make sure that we're available for the next year. And the same thing with a couple of the other events. They're kind of like, it's in the diary waiting for the tickets to come out. So that helps us a lot. But we still have to, at the middle of each year, we start our schedule for the next calendar year. So we go, when are we going to run? We normally run something in January, but it's typically something different each time, because it's like it's cold, it's miserable, no one's got a lot of money. So last time we ran a big game, so like 3 6x4s, using some of our big terrain, bring your big toys, and then just a full day apocalypse game. And then we kind of like, we'll have February, we did a Highlander event. March, we did a boarding action event. April was then one of our flagships, this Vanquish event, the 2-day 5 games of 2,000 points of 40k. Then we just get into the routine. May is the teams event. June we always leave as a fallow month, because that's when the Bristol Grand Tournament typically happens. So a lot of people have a big 2-day event they're going to outside of the club, and there's only so many dad points that you can spend before you need to actually sort of take a bit of a break. We try and run a Heresy event in July, mainly because often there's a lot of changes in 40k in July. So it's very difficult to run an event where rules changes are imminent. That's backfired, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has this year. Yeah, massively.
But the really cool thing about that is, I was talking with the venue yesterday, and they're very keen that if we can, to have an event specific pre-order setup, whereby if the 30k box is dropping the weekend of the event, which it looks like it might, then event attendees will be able to get their name down to go, please, 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 can I pick up my box while I'm at the event? So don't worry, I will let you know.
Yeah, indeed. Me and Sam are going to that event, hence why.
Exactly.
61 days from today.
Yeah, oh God.
Yeah.
Yeah. Should probably
Don't.
paint some stuff.
123 models from today, is it, Matt?
Something like that. 89, I think I'm down to.
Oh, there you go.
I think.
And then August, we do something different each year. This year it's a 1-day 3-game 40k event, and then we've got my sort of personal favorite one that I run, which is an event called Vevictus. You've probably had Mike talk about this in the past. There's a few other Discord
it's
members
definitely been talked about in the Hangouts. Yeah,
which is something in the region of 700 points, armies, 5 games in 1 day. So it's super intense, half-size boards. So you have to have customized missions. You have to be very, very good at keeping on top of everything. But it's so much fun because it's almost deliberately imbalanced. So you can have slightly wacky missions. Different armies perform in different ways to how they would before. You can legitimately have I'm just going to have a load of blood claws that run across the board, and I might actually win some games rather than be shot off the board turn 2. We've then got a really narrative event that we run in October called Spoils of War. This has been running for years as well. So like Lord Brunellium, I'm sure that's his name, is a mad Xeno Archeo Mechanicus something who's destroyed New Avon at least once, and you just have the good and the bad fighting across enormous narrative thing. It's not that there are no rules, but the rules are just completely different. It's like almost Rogue Trader-esque with some of the fun stuff that you can do. So you get there is no competitiveness whatsoever, other than people are playing the game in a way where the different factions want to win, but it's not balanced terrain, symmetrical MDF ruins or anything like that. It's completely off the wall. The last time we had one of the missions was you got to race orc trucks around the racetrack, and the orc trucks, if you tried to stop them, they did mortal wounds in the bucket load if they rammed you, and if you shot them, they reflected wounds back at you. So basically, it was Gorka Morka on steroids.
Yeah. Sounds like my kind of event.
Absolutely. And then we finish off with our Tempest of War event, which is kind of the chap who runs it, Ray. We've had, it was Zinch the first year. Last year was Nurgle. So each of the year we're themed on a Chaos God. We don't know which one yet, but throughout the entire event there are just choruses of, for goodness sake, Ray, because the custom missions objectives explode. Suddenly they're worth -5 points when previously they're worth 10. If you roll whatever dice, suddenly things die. It's just, yeah. So we have some quite competitive events, and then we have some absolute just have as much fun as you possibly can events.
Yeah, and it sounds like there's a lot of diversity, which is awesome to be able to offer across a year. I mean, it's an impressive amount of events, and I guess something that's coming through quite clearly is organization is clearly a big thing that needs to be done well to keep that club operating the way it does.
Absolutely. I mean, we run it a little bit like, well, each event, in effect, the year in that planning session the year before will have, in Sam speak, they'll have a product manager. So
Good.
that event has a specific owner who holds the responsibility for getting the pack together, making sure that all the, if we're setting up on Best Coast pairings or whatever, has the planning started and moving forward. But we always try and have an assistant event organizer. So this is part of the bringing new committee members through. You'll have, if you start off kind of supporting someone on an event, so that you're not thrown in the deep end going, oh, by the way, you're now running an event. But it's like, here's how we're doing it, here's how it works. And gives the opportunity as well for playtesting some of the missions without spoiling it for everybody else, because two of you are involved. It works nicely for the non-team event, because then you've kind of got a spare player as well. So there's 40, 50 people events. Having 2 TOs is really useful, but having 1 TO and then not having an odd number is better than having 2 TOs and an odd number. So it just gives that little bit of contingency. And I suppose that's one of the things that I would say from the club is we have learned that what you need to do is expect things to go wrong and have the plans in place rather than expect things to go right.
Yeah, that's
so
good
as I
bit of
said,
advice.
I was saying with the team event, we had 5, 6 spare players lined up over the weekend, and none of them were needed. We had one guy who turned up both days as spare player.
Oh, bless him.
But he was the 5th member of one of the teams who had stepped aside because his mate wanted to play this year, and he's like, well, I'll still come along and help out because I had so much fun the previous year. If needs be, I can help out another team just to keep all the fun. So but that was really well run by Chris, the TO, in corralling people, getting things sorted so that we had those spares. It is a full committee effort with regards to the event packs get proofread by everybody.
Yeah, that's good.
We'll have meaningful discussions about what do we think about certain things. So do we allow certain unit types potentially for some of the more narrative events? What size of armies do we want for something like the Vevictus event? Because the points are always slightly adjusting and you don't want to hit that magic Goldilocks zone where actually with this list Tau are unbeatable at 740 points. So we just need to have that little bit of appreciation. We're really lucky that we've actually managed to get set up on. I don't think it's Squarespace. I think it is Square, which is basically a web store ticketing function. Sam will take one look at it and go, "Oh my god, this is so bad."
But it's whatever works for you, right? If it works, then it's not bad.
It's low cost, and it allows us to have an e-commerce front end where we can sell the membership, we can sell event tickets, and we can sell a little bit of merch. And it's minimal maintenance for us. And touching wood here, it doesn't break.
Yeah,
or it doesn't break substantially. And it's not like Eventbrite that takes like 30% of every ticket sale.
Yeah, a lot of those are quite high end. I've used a few of those in the past, and yeah, they'll take a chunk off your purchases.
Exactly. So, and that, I suppose, that brings us to how we run our events. We price them so that we have enough in the budget to pay the venue.
Yeah.
The venue, we put booking forms into the venue well ahead. We pay I think it's a 20% deposit of the total amount at the time of booking, and then we pay the rest of it a month before. Usually the fees are somewhere between 40 and 50% of the ticket fee. We then have our own custom 3D sculpt and printed trophies, spot prizes, and we then have a chunk that's left over for stupid things like printing.
Yeah,
we always give away event dice, so we get a different color or type of dice for each of our events. So kind of if you go to every event in a year, you'll have a smorgasbord of 7 or 8 different colors and types of dice.
That's cool.
If I want to buy some merch from you on your website,
on Square,
I'm on the website now.
Of course you are.
Can I order it and then pick it up at the event? So I don't have to pay postage, basically.
Yeah, absolutely. We would much prefer that.
Yeah.
We have the really cool wooden dice trays, which I'm trying to remember whether I had that when I came to Hivani.
No, you had the clip together one, I think.
Right.
The
okay.
flat pack one. I'm looking at that's what I'm looking at now. It's the wooden dice tray.
They are really nice, Sam.
Yeah.
It's
somewhere
for the power of radio.
It's nice. I like it. I do like it.
Yeah, it's cool. I've got a few of the dice where you've graciously given them to me every time we've seen each other.
But yeah, so the merch, we basically make like £1 profit off them. The idea is that it just gets the club name and the club brand out there. The other bits of revenue, I suppose, that we earn goes into our terrain. We're really proud of the terrain. It's a really challenging environment to run events without the terrain that Sam has, I believe, had a hot take on at least once before.
Is it MDF?
The MDF L-shaped ruins that all look exactly the same. There is a chunk of people who want to play on that and only that, in being consistent and being perfectly balanced and perfectly symmetrical, because that's how it is.
And people are fucking morons. So
well, now we don't have any of that terrain ourselves.
Good.
But obviously the store has a chunk of it because they cater for everybody. The vast majority of the events that we will run with all of our own terrain. Which has been built up over the 20 plus years the club's been running. We've got some fantastic big centerpieces. Unfortunately, a lot of them are completely impractical to play any type of 40k on other than extremely narrative now because of the way the rules interactions work, but they look super cool.
So what you're saying is they're made correctly and and fit for purpose for everything you actually should do at 40k.
Well, they are perfectly functional and usable for 30k, for AOS, for our narrative games.
Yeah.
So they come out quite regularly for events. We will sometimes get the really narrative, like the Lava Rivers or the Giant Arch out for Club Night, because they're fun to play on if you want a fun game.
Yeah.
And then over the course of the last 2 or 3 years, we've gradually adjusted some of our terrain through either good 3D printing or through sort of either purchasing the right stuff or making it ourselves, terrain that functions at I'm going to say a 3/4 up competitive level. And if you're prepared to allow yourselves a little bit of the mental gymnastics that you need anyway, if it's just MDF triangles, you can have a perfectly balanced and actively competitive game on anyway. The teams event we ran, pods of 4, 2 of the tables were typically the MDF from the store, and 2 of them were our own terrain. And that gave you the option as a team, because you get to pick which tables which players go on. So you either throw your teammate under a bus and go, there you go, you can have the Tau gunline army against you with no cover. Or if you're smart, you get your pairings right, which means you put your teammates onto the best possible tables for them. So one of my teammates ran Chaos Knights, lots of little war dogs. Some of the club terrain is impossible to put the war dogs inside it and put their bases flat. So technically they can't go in it. So we just didn't put him on those tables.
Yeah,
Problem
makes
solved.
sense.
They look fantastic, but it just wouldn't work for his army. But it works fine for the others. But the rest of the money that we bring in from the events goes into a combination of things like replacing mats, 3D printing and painting terrain, cost of repairs. It's going to sound ridiculous, but 50, 64-litre really useful boxes are not cheap.
No,
And we replaced all of the boxes with those boxes to keep the terrain because they were more robust and better, and donated all the old boxes to the club members for home storage and what have you.
Yeah.
So in effect, the club members actually they got their old boxes for the benefit of paying for the events.
Yeah.
But it also allows us to then be able to run events potentially at a loss. So we've run a couple of boarding action events, which require a lot of boarding action terrain.
Yeah.
And require a lot of faff and organising and are quite difficult to get off the ground. They've been really successful, but we've had to run them at small numbers because you can't just suddenly magic up another 10 tables of boarding action terrain. So you either hire it in, or you buy some, or you 3D print some. So those events have run probably not at a loss, but they've been subsidised by other events. So that the fact we run so many and run them at high numbers, and the venue's really supportive with their pricing, allows us to invest back into our members.
Well, it's called loss leading products. So products you know that you're not going to make money on, but the ones you do because you know. So it's like Age of Sigmar, for example. You said you've got everybody in Bristol, about 12 people that play Age of Sigmar. So you might run an Age of Sigmar event, knowing that actually you're never going to make money beyond like the printing costs of dice for the event or whatever. But you do it because actually, if you don't grow that community, host those events, then you're never going to grow that community. You're never going to be able to host events for it. So you use your 40k ones, which like you put your MDF table on there, you make a crap ton of money from stupid people, and then you reinvest that into your Age of Sigmar.
Well, I mean, we're also in a really good position in Bristol that we aren't the only club in Bristol. There's a number of other clubs, and we it's not like we've got patches and territory.
Oh, it's not like Sharks and the Jets, sort of dance off against in your industrial estates.
No, it happens to be that we're located weirdly south of Bristol, middle of Bristol, and north of Bristol,
Yeah,
almost as though there was space in a big city for 3, 4 big clubs.
Do you meet on
But
the same nights?
No, we meet on different nights,
Okay.
different parts of the city, but it does allow us to have a bit of extended reach with different people playing different games as well. So
Yeah,
it
yeah.
might be like, for example, there is no point as attempting to start doing something with Blood Bowl because there's a fantastically active Blood Bowl club already at Big that runs on a different night. The same thing with Legion. There's just no point as trying to do something because there's already somebody else doing the same. The AOS came about because although there are plenty of clubs and plenty of players, they're all kind of not
Hateful.
quite closed clubs. Well,
Oh.
no, they're not so much closed clubs, but they don't offer the option for pickup games.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
So there's that barrier that you have to know someone to want to have a game to start off with, and it kind of. Whereas Alex wanted to set up pickup games and just, I mean, he's notorious. I think he sold more Spearhead boxes than anybody else for the store because he'd just talk about it and be enthusiastic, and people would get interested, and then suddenly there's 8-10 people with a Spearhead box learning how to play AOS.
Yeah.
And as you say, Sam, it's kind of grown from there. Whether we will ever run our own big AOS events, maybe not, because some of the other clubs run events, but they just don't have that like gateway process for new members or new players.
No, I think that's cool. I mean, it sounds like you picked. This is what works for us. This is what's successful. We'll focus there, and you've learned that actually, like you say, stretching your reach is not going to benefit the club. If anything, it might actually hurt it. So we're not going to go down that route. I think that can sometimes be a hard decision. And I think clubs, maybe smaller clubs, try and do every game system they can possibly do because they're trying to get more people in. But actually, that can end up causing headaches.
Absolutely. I mean, and that's where I would say some of the key things come down to having a strong committee. Sam's already alluded to it. Having a strong chair who facilitates things without trying to do it all themselves.
Yeah.
The secretary. Obviously, we had a fantastic secretary before, and we've still got a good one now.
I heard he was a bit handsy as a secretary before.
But no, having a good secretary and a good treasurer, so you keep so you know where your money is. You keep people honest with tracking actions and making sure stuff happens when it's supposed to, and then a number of active people who are just involved and reliable.
Yeah.
So the strong team with good planning means that suddenly things look like they just come along and happen,
they just happen.
Work as they should do.
Yeah. It seems like there's a lot of trust. It's like you have the opportunity to discuss things together with your regular committee meetings, and you've built up a relationship where it's like, well, James is running that event. We know he's going to do a good job. We're going to see the pack anyway, so we can just trust that's going to happen and happen well. And so it's not every committee meeting isn't stressful or what's going on. Everyone kind of knows their bit, and that seems like a really good strength.
So how many are on your committee?
There is seven of us on the committee, the 3 officers and then 4 others, and a couple who are committee adjacent, but they might not know it yet.
Yeah.
So is that a good number? Like, is there a good? Is there a bad? Is there?
Depends on the size. I would say you don't want just officers who then technically have all the power. Like if you've got 3 officers, having 3 others, I would see as a healthy relationship.
Absolutely, but it does, as you say, it depends on the size. I mean, one of my League of James teammates, who lo and behold is called James, 2 years or so ago, he decided to set up his own club because he lives outside of Bristol. He works in Bristol but lives outside.
Right.
So he would come to club night after work. But he set up his own club much more locally We donated some terrain to him. He and I have had quite a bit backwards and forwards about how would you set it up. I helped him with the constitution. He's taken that and run with it. I think he's got about 25, 30 members, and I think he's got a committee of 4.
Yeah, so it sounds about right. Does sound about right.
But they're a club 2 years old. We are jointly exhibiting at the IPMS, which I think is the International Plastic Modelling Society, their Avon meeting, where there's lots of beardy men with leather patches on their elbows with I think you'll find that's the wrong colour of duck egg green for the 1947 Sea Fury.
Oh, God.
But and then we're just...
Is it in Bristol?
Wow. It's in Bristol, yeah.
Right,
But,
okay.
Sam, IPMS do shows everywhere if you really wanted to go along.
No, I mean, I don't particularly, but I just wondered if it was like a Bristol thing. But it's good that they do them elsewhere, not just Bristol.
Yeah, so we're going to have an inter-club cup during the event. So we're exhibiting the 2 clubs. So a couple of us will be actually just greeting and meeting people and saying hello, whilst the rest of us are throwing dice, throwing models, and just generally being abusive to each other in a way to foster that inter-club rivalry.
Yeah.
But I suppose that's a really positive thing is being friendly and supportive with other clubs as best you can, because you can be arses to each other if you really want, but it doesn't help. All you end up doing is...
It doesn't. The thing is, I mean, like, we're coming to your event, and part of that, actually, certainly for me, was a gateway for that was Simon, who the people listening would have already heard from about his club, and that relationship. And you shared before we recorded that you guys have been doing a bit of back and forth, and that relationship has meant now 4 of us coming down in a car to attend one of your events, which benefits your club. And hopefully that might then be reciprocated back to his club if he chooses to do events. And I think supporting each other is far better than being like, oh, this is our patch, or we don't want anyone to be as big as us. Like, it's like, a bit silly.
Yeah, and take Simon's example as well. I was at a heresy event over Easter where some of the guys there had been to the event that myself, Simon, Tom and Liam went to in Exeter in January. And I was being asked, oh, how are the guys from Hutton Hearthguard going? They were really nice chaps. Are any of them here? So,
that's really
suddenly
cool.
there's multiple different layers where you start to build that network.
Yeah.
And of course, I'm one of these ridiculous people who travels all around the country. So I actually end up playing at loads of these different clubs.
So it's good to not badmouth them on a podcast.
Well, exactly. I mean, apart from Tom.
Oh, I mean, that's fair enough. Yeah,
Tom deserves it, though.
That's
exactly.
I mean, I think we've talked a lot about a lot of the questions that I've kind of written down. The one thing that I want to make sure we do, and then if we carry on chatting, great, but is this kind of 3 must-haves. I sent it to you before we recorded. Just 3 things you think that operating a club, if you're looking to start one, or you're in that earlier phase, or just in general, things that maybe people have been running but maybe not thought about. What 3 things would you highlight as these are must? These have to be in place for you if you're going to succeed.
I mean, I would start off absolutely. The most important one is I'm going to sound like a company director here now and say you need the good governance structure. And I don't mean
sorry, just
exactly.
work comes back to data governance.
But in essence, what you need is kind of a strong sense of how you want the club to run, and then the right people doing the right jobs within the committee. And I can't think of a better word than governance for it, so I'm so sorry.
I think it is the correct word.
Yeah, sure.
And that, if you've got the right mix of people and you've got the right structure, you can pretty much deliver events and foster a club that people will want to come to.
Yeah.
The second one is, obviously, it's massively helpful to have both a good venue in terms of it works for you, and if it's a store, a good relationship with said venue. So we're in that really lucky position with big. They like to work with us, partly because of that good structure that we have, that we don't suddenly go, oh, by the way, we wanted 15 tables. We actually now want 22. Or even worse, we told you we wanted 20, but we've actually only got 8.
Yeah.
Because that affects them financially. Don't get me wrong, it's still always a challenge when suddenly you're like, oh, so that booking that we said was for 22 tables that you've read as 20, or that we now thought was 22 plus a spare table, those challenges always happen. But if you've got the good relationship, it's an easy fix.
Yeah.
So yeah, sort of the strong commitment from the committee and the structure, the venue that works for you. Let's call it that rather than anything else. And because, for example, like Hivani events, you've got the venue that works for you, but you can't store the terrain there.
Yep.
But it's perfect for what you want.
Yeah.
But you couldn't run a club night there every week.
No, not in its current setup.
Exactly. And then, I mean, the third must-have, I'm going to say this because I do it, is someone to paint all of the blooming trophies. So,
I think we outsourced some of ours to Alan, didn't we? When we did our
Yes,
first
we
one.
did one year. Yeah, we did. We
Yeah.
outsourced.
I think it's important just to find someone to outsource it to.
And then we got Neil to do it this past year.
Yeah, then you'll do it next year.
God. So that, but no, more seriously, the third one is to just have a group of really good members. So encouraging people to have their own way of expressing themselves within good social norms, but not being exclusive, not being elitist. Anyone can come along and have a game, as long as you follow that first rule of the do not be a div.
Yeah. Do you present like kind of like almost a do not kind of part of the constitution to people, or like so they kind of get what you're trying to achieve, or is it just more spoken word of mouth, and you can't quickly find out the nature of the club?
I mean, the club constitution does define some behavioural guidelines. The Discord server rules also lay that down, as does the Facebook page. We refer to them as our core values, which I know is another one that Sam's going to go.
No, I don't mind core values. That's not as horrific as governance.
But and I can hand on heart say, in what, 2.5, 3 years, we've probably had 2 or 3 discussions as a committee where somebody might have been getting something like close to an issue.
Yeah.
But you lead by example. So if everybody is welcoming, respectful, apart from to the other committee members, and generally treats people well, then funnily enough, people quite quickly work out that if they're going to behave like arses to others, there'll be 3 or 4 committee members stood around watching the table, correcting them on all the rules errors, and making sure that they play in the spirit of the game. And it's no fun being called out for cheating in a nice way, so they don't come back. But we've so rarely had those kind of things, because you kind of just naturally seem to attract decent people and PAL players.
Well, they sadly can't get rid of those.
But that's kind of it, in not so much a nutshell, because I think we've been talking for a chunk of time.
Hour and 5.
It's been good.
Hour and 5.
No, it's been great. I mean, I think what would be great is to just have you kind of, I guess, sign off with how to either get involved with your club, or just where to find you online and check things out. Whether you mentioned the Facebook, the Discord, how they can get involved with those communities. Some people will want to, hopefully get involved and are around Bristol and can come. Other people might just want to see and ask more questions on how to run a good, healthy club, and one that does lots of events as well. So some kind of ways of getting in contact and getting involved would be really useful, and then we'll probably round out.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Bristol Independent Gaming is the store and the venue where we operate from. So looking up Bristol Independent Gaming online, you'll find them. That will tell you the physical location where we are. From a online presence, I believe we are just Bristol Vanguard with regards to Facebook, Instagram. We might be Bristol.Vanguard on Instagram. The Discord, I have no idea what our Discord invite link is, but I'm pretty sure if you search for Bristol Vanguard on Discord, you'll find us we've got the Banksy Bear throwing a dice as our sort of club logo. It's pretty iconic. We definitely are not at risk of any sort of copyright strike because no one knows who he is, so he can't come after us. And the club email, if you just want to talk about, the club email for us is bristol.vanguard@yahoo.com. Definitely.
Nice. Well, thank you very much for your time. Thank you very much for everything you've just shared, and it's been really interesting and just encouraging to hear. To be honest, it's cool to just hear of a club that's working and putting on these really cool events.
It makes me very jealous. Like
it does. It makes me want to be near Bristol so I could attend every Thursday.
Like I just think of the stuff. There's just nothing really like. So like the reason. So we'll talk about. Well, you'd have heard this in Simon's one, but like Simon's club's on a Saturday, and as a new parent who doesn't see their child, a weekend is not a great time to be like,
especially when we tend to record on a weekend.
And it's being like it's effectively just like, see you later. I'll see you. I'm gonna go somewhere for 7 hours now, which is incredibly difficult weekend. Like if there was a club that was at the during the week, like I would absolutely attend. I would play way more games. Like I think it's something that we're missing around here, which is mental considering we have Wayland Games just open up a brand new gaming center, and they haven't gone. You know what? We should start our own club and have blackjack and hookers.
Yeah. Well, what I will say is, as the kids get a bit older, my lad Henry, who's 8.5 now, he came along to the IPMS exhibition 18 months, 2 years ago. And at the time, he really liked Space Marines, and then he was introduced to Rob's Orcs.
Nice.
Yeah.
And it turned from him wanting to help out the Imperial Guard to, whenever he rolled 4 dice and they were all 5s, Rob was ecstatic. The Orcs warred, the Guardsman died, and ever since then he's been an avid Orc fan, and he's been to both of our big Apocalypse games, where it's fair to say there's not a huge amount of tactics. There's pushing armies forward, running at the opponent, rolling lots of dice, cheering and shouting. He's not quite at the level of Chris Parker of actually piloting an army with much more skill than his father, but yeah, as they get a bit older, Sam, you can find ways.
I'm hoping Ray will be better tactically minded.
So she's already into painting, which is great. Like I'll give her a pot of water and she'll paint my models with water, which is great. I think that's a great way to drag into playing. And then when the kill team stuff's been in the house, like she plays with her like little kind of like doll's house dolls on the kill team terrain, which is great because it makes sure it's robust enough to handle me being near it. So like I generally do think she will be like there. I think she would enjoy it eventually. She likes pushing the vehicles around the Rogel Dawn around on the carpet. So yeah, we'll get there. It's just I find I was having a conversation with someone else of like, oh, why don't you go? And it's I just can't in good conscience be like, cool, yeah, another Saturday I'm just gonna fuck off for a few hours. See you later. You enjoy solo parenting.
Yeah. It's tough.
Not yet anyway.
I suppose that is one thing I will just say club wise as well. From our perspective, it's an over 16s club. unless you have a responsible adult with you, like a parent.
Yeah.
Obviously, we allowed Chris to come along, and he brought Mike
Yeah.
when he was under 16, because I was there as a responsible adult.
I was going to say there needed to be a responsible adult. So I'm glad you took that title on for yourself and looked after the 2 children that came.
Exactly. So it's not a case of kids aren't allowed, but basically it's the venue's rules that if they're under 16, they have to have a parent guardian,
Which is
with them.
right? They're not a childcare venue. They're not like a soft
Exactly.
play or
I
a
think
nanny
that's
service.
a wise move certainly for club events.
Yeah, kids are the worst.
Cool. Right. Well, on that note,
Yep.
on that note, we shall take a quick break and come back with our rounding out of the episode. Again, thank you very much, James, for coming on, telling us about Bristol Vanguard and just doing the content for us. Thank you very much.
No problem, guys. Thank you for having us.
Do you want to paint some models? Come on, let's go and paint. They're always sitting on the shelf. They won't paint themselves. Do you want them to stay all grey? Hi, I'm Matt, and you may remember me from such things as pessimist or realist, you decide. Laziness, the hobby killer, and the burning of Hivani Prime. I'm here to tell you about the monthly hobby hangouts that we host online. These run usually the last Sunday of every month from 8 PM UK time, where you will be greeted by one of the podcast hosts. Every month is a blast with lots of chatter around the hobby as well as wider life in a friendly atmosphere. Some of us get a decent amount of hobby done, but by no means is that the must for these hangouts. We post updates and links to these events through our Facebook Safe Room and Discord channel, so jump on those to join in with other members of the Adeptus Terra community. We hope to see you there. Sorry, I didn't know if we were... I don't know why. I was listening to the advert and thinking, oh, are we recording? Yes, we are. So welcome back. This is the round out of the episode. Hope you enjoyed those interviews, found them really interesting to hear. And again, thank you to Simon and James for giving us their time to join in with those. I hope you've really enjoyed this episode. Thank you very much for listening. I've enjoyed talking about the different kill teams and just... chatting about the Heresy preview was a real kind of crazy one that I didn't expect us to do until yesterday when it dropped. So that was very cool.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to expect way more crazy hobby stress from certainly me, probably Sam, unless he ignores it and plays his new game.
I mean, I'm there. Like I'm perfectly fine to just.
Oh
not
God,
play.
I'm very nervous to get done. But yeah, we will continue pursuing our Heresy hobby at the moment. And you never know, you might hear some different things going on as well during the month. But yeah, I hope you've enjoyed this episode. The only things really left to do is reminder for the next hobby hangout, which is the 29th of June from 8 PM. Do jump on and join us there. And also, we've had adverts for them, but do jump on our community safe room, Facebook group, and particularly our Discord. We're looking to grow that Discord this season and just get more like-minded people in there. Loads of channels, loads of stuff going on. It's a really positive place to be. So do please jump on and give Discord a go if you've never used it. It's really, really good. Anything else to add, gentlemen? Any other opinions or what we can expect from you or anything?
No.
Life is normal.
Life is normal.
I do need to probably paint something.
Yeah. Particularly as you're away this month for a couple of weeks.
Yeah.
But yeah, so you'll hear about those if you're on our social media platforms, and you'll certainly hear about them in episode 6 next month. But until then, I've been Matt.
It's you. You honestly.
No, it's always Sam.
All right.
In the notes, it's
try again.
I've been Matt.
I've been Sam.
I've been Neil.
And this has been the Adeptus Terra podcast. See you guys soon.
Ciao, ciao.